So we will go ahead and get started. Today is Tuesday, October 28th, 2025. Apologize for the tardiness. In the Nat U Hill room, we have all council members present. So although we'll go ahead and start with the next item. So all those that are able to stand, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
Okay, thank you. Next up is the adoption of tonight's agenda. And does anybody wish to amend tonight's agenda? Yes.
Madam President, I would like to make several amendments. I'll be making 4. Number 1, move item 6A, the Health Department's consent agenda item, to the first item under item 7, ongoing business. The second amendment is to move item 8D, Health Department's additional appropriation request, to the first item under new business. The third amendment is to table item 8F, Prosecutor's Hiring Freeze Request, and item 8G, Highways Hiring Freeze Request, to the November 10th meeting. And lastly, item number 4, add item 10A, Request to amend Resolution 2025-42, Hiring Freezes Exemption List, correct account and position information, and renumbering all items accordingly.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. We have a second.
Second.
Okay. Are there any other, yes, are there any other changes to tonight's agenda? Yes.
Yes, I would like to see the Sophia Travis, I think it's 8B, moved up, and I don't know where that falls in line right now to put it, from all these others that were just made. That committee has done their work, and I feel like that they need to be offered the opportunity not to sit through the whole meeting if they don't have to. So it's 8B,
Second.
and I don't know where it would fall in at this point. I will take suggestions on that. I don't have a specific suggestion, but I think it ought to be moved up.
I just want to say that's the second item on new business unless you move it to ongoing business. So, you know, if you want to supersede that and move it just completely different on the agenda. So I need to know where you want it to go.
I want it moved up as far as it can go,
Okay.
whatever that is.
Okay. So how about after consent agenda items? Does that sound okay? That's right before we get into item 7, which is ongoing business.
Yes, I think that'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So we got a motion to move the Sophia Travis Grant Committee presentation to after the consent agenda items and right before we go into ongoing business. Did I hear a second on that? Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so with all of the amendments that we have to tonight's agenda, is there anybody else that has any other amendments? Go once. Yes, Councilor Decker.
I would like to offer a friendly amendment to Councilor Iverson's amendment to make the Sophia Travis, pardon me, sorry, I'm confused myself, but to make the highway item moved until November 18th instead of the 10th.
Okay.
Consent.
All right.
Okay, so,
And who seconded? Sorry. Thank you.
all right. Is there any other questions on all of the amendments, or does anybody else have any other amendments to the amendments? No? Okay. So, all those in favor of adopting today's agenda as much amended, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. Thank you. Next up, we will move on to public comment. There's a lot of folks in this room, and so I will often say, as I've said several times, we have public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. So if you are speaking on something on tonight's agenda, you will kindly be interrupted if that is the case. So again, anybody that would like to make a comment on items not on today's agenda, if you are here publicly, you can come to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room. You can sign your name at the sign-in sheet there. You'll have up to 3 minutes. And if you are on Teams, you can also raise your hand. So if there is anybody that would like to make a public comment on items not on tonight's agenda, this is your time to do so. So I don't see any movements here. Oh, okay, I see. All right, so please go ahead and come in. Again, sign your name in the lectern here. State your name for the record, and the things here show that you'll have up to 3 minutes. And it looks like he needs a pen or a paper.
Gonna sign it.
You can go ahead, state your name for the record. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Christopher Torrey. I'm here to propose implementing community garden farms in the county. I know the YMCA has one called the Community Orchard. It's a great place to go. I encourage everyone to check it out in person if they haven't. But yeah, in brief, that's my proposal.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sign in here?
Yes, sign in,
Okay.
please.
Hello, and thank you for your service. I'm Reverend Susan Frederick Gray. I'm the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Bloomington. I'm new to the community, and I'm learning about the proposal for a jail expansion, and I want to just speak out against building a new jail.
Excuse
Three
me,
reasons.
That's coming up at a later, that's
Right.
an item that's on the agenda. You'll have to come back at a
Okay, this
different
isn't
time.
about the land, it's just about building a new jail, period.
I'll defer to the
Okay,
president.
go ahead.
Okay, 3 things. Number 1, it doesn't make financial sense to spend money building a brand new jail, especially as state and budgets are changing and our county and city are facing increasing pressures around budget. Doesn't make financial sense. Number 2, it doesn't reflect the values of this community. We need to work on reducing incarceration, not creating beds for more incarceration, which could lead to ICE beds being rented here. We need to invest our resources in the kinds of things that reduce incarceration because that helps our whole community. So values should come first in this decision. And number 3, I'm thinking very much of Charlotte Zietlow as she nears the end of her life. I think that we need to restore that building anyway. We should invest in restoring the Zietlow Justice Center as a reflection of our community and as honoring Charlotte Zietlow and her work for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, again, we can all cooperate together, but I'm gonna ask for some assistance for those here. If you already are in the queue and you want to sign up and speak on items not on the agenda, please line up, please sign in. The monitors here, you all have up to 3 minutes. If you are on Teams, you can raise your hand. So I'll go to another person that's here. Again, please go ahead and sign up so that we can get through all of this because we got a lot to cover today. So I appreciate your willingness and work with me. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for your service. My name is Reed Hepburn, longtime resident of Bloomington, longtime former IU employee. I'm here also to speak on the concept broadly of a new jail, not on the purchase itself, although I am going to ask you to reject that request for funding. On the concept of a new jail itself, I also want to echo what the Reverend shared. At this time in our country, with the direction that our country and our state especially is going, the idea of expanding our carceral infrastructure is quite frankly terrifying and ludicrous. I'm thinking specifically of State Attorney General Todd Rokita's attempt to force this county to hold people kidnapped by ICE. We have every reason to believe that's what this will be used for. We know that the current facility has largely not been at capacity to begin with. We know that building new facilities will lead to pressure for our county to incarcerate people that are part of our community and to illegally incarcerate them by the fascist regime that the State Attorney General is cooperating with. So while Sheriff Marte has so far stood up to the state, this will not be his jail, and there's no guarantee the next sheriff will be either inclined to resist the state or capable of doing so. Very few people in our community look at the state of our country and think that what we need are more cages. I ask you to listen to the voices of our constituents, many of whom you'll hear today, and who have been protesting all year long, calling the county to resist Trump and resist ICE by not building this new jail. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julia Wilson. Thank you for your service. I'm asking you not to spend money on a new jail site because it is not necessary. Purchasing new property and building an entirely new jail is an extremely inefficient use of county funds because the county is nowhere required to build a new jail to address the concerns of the ACLU lawsuit. The ACLU lawsuit stipulates solely that steps be taken to keep the jail under capacity and that basic conditions be maintained. Building a new jail does not guarantee that either of these conditions will be met. As the example of other counties like Vigo County shows, larger new jails are often at capacity soon after they are built. As former jail commander Sam Crow said, "If you build it, they will fill it." This is especially true in an era when ICE is commandeering local jail spaces. And a new jail will not guarantee improvements in programming. While there may be space for programming, assuming ICE does not turn it into additional bed space, will there be funding? Historically, funding has been as big of a hurdle for programming as space because Medicaid does not reimburse for services provided in a setting where people do not have freedom of movement. Funding is likely to be an even bigger issue in the future given the current political environment. What will keep the jail population under capacity is investment in services which keep people out of jail. Monroe County has a wealth of organizations doing incredible work but are unable to scale up their efforts due to a lack of funding. As I'm sure you are aware, a coalition of such organizations has presented the county with a position statement urging you to invest in community resources rather than new walls. Please listen to the people doing the work and do not commit this county to a horrible new jail site. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm gonna check to see if we have anybody that is on via Teams. Again, if you are on Teams, please raise your hand, and you can speak on items not on the agenda. I don't see any so far, so we'll come back here to the lectern.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it on my, okay, here we go. My name is Janice Welch. I've lived in Bloomington off and on for most of my life. I grew up here. I even worked here as an attorney for a period of time. And I was really pleased when they built the new the Justice Building and named it after Charlotte Zelo, because it certainly replaced a very difficult jail that I remember. And I'm really surprised that you're considering scrapping that building and not trying to save it as a monument for this wonderful woman who helped us so much in our past. I think that it's difficult for me to understand how you can move all of the county offices that relate to the courts and so forth out into the country where it will be difficult for people to get to. It will remove a significant workforce from the courthouse area, which will certainly have an effect on downtown Bloomington. It will create so many different problems that I just don't understand the rationale for it. I think that it would be much better to renovate a building, even if it costs up to $100 million, because we're talking about a $300 million expenditure instead, and we don't know how much that actually is going to cost by the time you get to bidding, what with inflation and tariffs and everything going on. So I urge you to stop a little and think and perhaps reconsider this whole issue and look at options of building something downtown closer to the existing building while you're renovating it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Ben Atkinson. I've been a member of the Bloomington community for a while, and I used to work for the county government in the assessor's office, and I currently work as a software vendor for other counties across the state of Indiana, and I've seen issues arise from other counties moving government centers outside of the city center. I'm thinking mostly about Jeffersonville and Clark County. A couple of years ago, they moved their whole county government centers outside of the downtown area, which is much harder for a lot of the residents to get to. And it moves the whole business of government, which should be visible to everyone and easily accessible, to a place that happens away from the spotlight. And I find that troubling. And before working for the county, I worked with social services here in Bloomington, helping care for homeless people and mentally ill. We have great service organizations here in town that can help deal with crime and deal with offenders. And I don't think we need to expand our jail system, especially with the amount of control that the state government keeps taking away from local governments like the Monroe County government and Bloomington city government. Every year I see more and more issues with the state grabbing more and more control from local organizations and local elected officials. And when we expand the ability for the state to incarcerate people, it's not going to stay in local control. Indianapolis is going to grab it, and they are going to do whatever they want with it. So thank you for my time.
Thanks. Again, I'm going to pop back on Teams to see, and I still don't see any hands raised. So once we have a hand, you can, if you're on Teams and you want to raise your hand, go ahead and do so, but we'll go ahead and come back again to the Nat U Hill room.
Hi, everyone. My name is Evie Barbeau. Good to be here tonight. I want to reiterate some of the things that have been said. You've heard it before, you've heard it for years now, and you're probably going to keep hearing it. I think we need to be focusing on renovating the existing jail instead of spending an exorbitant amount of funds rebuilding or building and all of the new infrastructure that would go into this new justice complex that y'all have been talking about and planning for years. I think particularly in this moment when we see federal resources and the state government absolutely gutting our social services, we're going to see a lot more people struggling. And I want to see this local government really focus on the social services and supporting our neighbors who are struggling rather than investing in this infrastructure project that prioritizes caging folks up, even though that feels in some ways easier. And I want to see you guys get creative with the sort of solutions, even though they're more complicated, like making sure that folks are actually cared for, especially folks that have long-term mental health disorders or need that long-term support. I think that that's a huge gap in our current landscape of social services, making sure that that sort of approach is totally severed from a carceral approach. I think we've talked about this before years ago, all of the potential alternatives to caging folks, and I want to see action on that in really tangible ways, especially through financial support for the organizations who are already doing this work. So yeah, you're probably going to hear a lot of that, and we'll just keep showing up to make sure that y'all are prioritizing that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Zach Ammerman. I just want to say that this jumbo jail expansion manages to double down simultaneously on 2 failed policies, so congratulations on that. Essentially, you're doubling down on suburbanizing county government outside of the city, which I think is a horrible idea, both for accessibility reasons, because it means that a lot of people like me that get around primarily by bike or public transit would not be able to access county government. Which means people are either going to delay accessing county government, essential services from the county, or are not going to get it at all. That would be a disaster for accessibility reasons. I also think suburbanizing county government is a failure on climate policy because it forces people into car dependence in order to access county services, because it's impossible, as far as I understand, to access this site without a car. I think we can't make the same mistakes that the northern Indianapolis suburbs have made of just continuously expanding and sprawling out without limit. There needs to be limits to lateral growth. We need to build up and not out. This would be a disaster, I think, for accessibility and climate reasons. The second main reason, which I think is more important, is this jumbo jail expansion doubles down on the U.S.'s failed incarceration first policies of caging anyone who doesn't neatly fit into the holes that society tries to shove them into. We need to end incarceration first policies and move to incarceration last, if at all, policies. And those are, I'm sorry, but those are the values of the people that put you in those chairs. And you were elected to come. I understand this isn't necessarily there aren't obvious answers to this, but you were elected to come up with have big ideas and have a spine. And I think there's too often Democrats across the country, I know not all of you are Democrats, most of you are, Democrats across the country have forgotten that you've been elected to have a spine and to have big ideas and to have an imagination. And quit saying we can't think of solutions or thinking small. So I'm sorry for being passionate, but I feel very strongly about this. And that's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks. Sure. Hi.
Hello, council members. My name is Natasha Komoda, and I'm just going to read something short and sweet that Karen Not Cages posted earlier that I think pretty much summarizes it. In this time of fascism, when we have a housing crisis, when we lack essential mental health and substance use services, when food stamps won't go out next week, when ICE is kidnapping folks left and right, we must invest in our community, not in jails. We need a no vote tonight. Thank you.
Hi, go ahead.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the Monroe County Council, my name is Sydney Zulik, and I am here before you today to read a letter on behalf of the Bloomington Common Council as the representative of District 6. This letter was passed unanimously at the last regular session of the Common Council on October 22nd. Dear Monroe County Commissioners and Council members, thank you to all who have been involved in the search for a new justice center, one that we all hope will better suit the needs of Monroe County residents. As such, We submit this letter to express our concern about the purchase of the North Park site for the use of a new justice center. The current facility houses much more than the jail. People will go there for hearings, court cases, to meet with their legal defense, and much more. The proposed North Park site will transfer the Justice Center far outside of the scope of downtown. The site's location has no plans for public transportation, and thus, low-income residents will be directly affected without alternative means of transportation. The criminal justice system is already difficult to navigate. It would be a step backwards to make it any harder for our residents to access justice. Furthermore, our downtown businesses rely on revenue from the foot traffic generated by visitors and employees at the Justice Center, especially during the work week. Revenue from the food and beverage tax will also be impacted if the Justice Center is moved so far from the downtown area. Due to accessibility and economic concerns, the Bloomington Common Council respectfully requests that county officials do not continue with the purchase of the North Park site as the location for a new Justice Center. Respectfully, City of Bloomington Common Council. Council members, when you hear these words, know that the Bloomington Common Council stands in solidarity with you should you choose to vote this down. I will work alongside you to develop a solution that is rooted in justice and meets the needs of every resident of Monroe County. Thank you all so much for your work on this, and I look forward to hopefully carrying the burden with you moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else that would like to make public comment again on items not on the agenda, whether you are in person or virtually? Last call. Okay, seeing none, we appreciate all the discussions and the public comments that have happened, and we will, I'm sure we will get into all of those things later on in the agenda. So thank you all for that. Next up is department updates. These are updates for the public and for council to be updated on. These are also for items not on the agenda. So if you are a department head and you are here in person or you are virtually, again, you can come to the lectern here in the Night Hill room for your update, and you'll have 10 minutes max for your update. And then if you are virtually, again, you can raise your hand and we will acknowledge you via Teams. So, is there any department that would like to make updates on items not on the agenda? No? Oh, I see our treasurer is coming.
I was going to let somebody else go first, but good evening, council. How are you guys doing tonight?
Good.
I'm Kathy Smith, the treasurer of Monroe County, and I wanted to remind the public and everyone in the room, and of course on the media outlets, that the second installment of our property taxes for Monroe County are due on Monday, November 10th. Taxes are for 2024. They're payable in 2025. We pay taxes a year in arrears. They can be mailed, but must be postmarked by the end of the day on November 10th. The next day is Veterans Day, November 11th, and the county is actually closed. That's Tuesday. Property owners can also pay with a credit card, debit card, cash, or check in our office. Also, we understand there are many taxpayers that have questions regarding the new property tax laws, which include sweeping changes, of course, multiple tax credits, as well as property tax caps, in addition to changes in the homestead exemption computation. I will be having group meetings. Taxpayers can attend, like I did last time when Mitch Daniels changed things, in the courthouse. We're not exactly sure where that's at, but we'll let people know. And are also having appointment availability in my office for individuals to come in and ask taxpayer questions if they're too shy to ask in a group. Some people have multiple properties, and that's just hard on them. But I will happily explain all the details of that sweeping legislation to the taxpayers. It is their money that we operate the county government on. Last time I sat down and I went through all the computations with them when they had questions from how we get the AV, all the way through how we make their bills. I will remind everyone that we no longer have mortgage exemptions, but that even happened last year, so this is the first year that you pay that you don't have that. Times and exact locations for these meetings will be printed in tax bill inserts early next year. We'll also send the information out to media outlets, print, online, and radio. I want everyone to have a chance to get their questions answered. So please, you can also call me on my cell phone, come by the office, make an appointment for me. It's really hard to ask those deep dive questions to the county council members or the commissioners or other people who don't kind of know this stuff, off the top of their heads. So, and won't have all the papers to show you all the details. So please, remember to pay your taxes before Veterans Day, postmark it before Veterans Day, and look for this stuff, the information for the new tax legislation in your tax bills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Okay, are there any other department updates for items not on the agenda? All right, seeing none. The next item was consent agenda items, but since that was amended, we are going to go right ahead into the Sophia Travis Grant Committee conversation. This year's 2025 Grant Committee conversation, or this committee rather, I've been on council since December of 21, and I've had the pleasure and the honor of being on that and serve with the late great Cheryl Munson. And this year I was chair, and then we also have committee members from the council, council members Liz Feidel, Trent Decker, and then our community members, we had Jenny Holmes Stevens, and our newest community member, Julie Robertson. So we definitely appreciate all the hard work and dedication that went into that. That also bumped up during the time frame of our budget season. So that just made everything a little bit hectic, but it still was rewarding in the end. We reviewed over 46 applications, and this year our total that we were granted to give out to the community totaled $174,000. So before I have the committee members, Jenny and Julie, come up, I just wanted to say that again, our long-term Sophia Travis Grant Committee Chair and County Council person Cheryl Munson, as you all know, passed away last December. It's hard to think that that's been a whole year. Her family requested that in lieu of the flowers, a donation fund be established in her memory. And through resolution, council, we requested a donation fund to be established, and any and all donations received would support the functions included but not limited to the community service grants. Well, we are definitely, again, did the work this year in honor and memory of Cheryl Munson. I'm pleased to announce that through the generosity that we received an additional $3,000 for the 2025 grant to remember our colleague. So I just wanted to put that out there. So I will stop talking because, again, I'm going to lose it all, and I really got stuff to say tonight. So I will invite community members, again, Jenny Holmes Stevens and Julie Robertson, to come up and present the awardees this evening. You can have a seat there.
Just make sure you pull the mic close enough. Pull it over in front of you. Yes, there you go.
Hi, my name is Jenny Holmes Stevens. I've been on this committee for 2 years, and I'm concluding my work with the committee. I want to take the opportunity to thank Cheryl Munson for inviting me to participate and encouraging me, because it's such a gift to learn about all the agencies that work in our community, what they do. It's hard work. And they, really go at it all year long. And I have this opportunity to just once a year look at the needs of their agencies
They're profound this year, especially the need for food and assistance and shelter has been a little overwhelming due to the national climate that our agencies are trying to still do their work in. So I would like to let Julie introduce herself, and then we will read into the record the awards.
Thank you, Jenny. My name is Julie Robertson. I'm a lifelong resident of Monroe County. I am the newest community member on the Sophia Travis Grant Committee, and it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with everybody in reviewing all the applications. I was astounded. I'm a very active volunteer in the community, and I myself was astounded at how many applicants that we had, and their presentations were astounding. So I'm very happy to be part of this committee this year and again next year, and it's been a pleasure working with you, Jenny, as well.
Thank you. So for the 2025 Sophia Travis Service Grant Awards, we are awarding $4,200 to Amethyst House for residential food. We are awarding $4,505 to Beacon for dignity in emergency. We are awarding $4,100 to Big Brothers Big Sisters of Central Ohio for a one-on-one plus digital initiative, which is dealing with advanced mentoring and technology. We are giving Bloomington Food Policy Council $38.90 for a People's United Garden. It's a unique project which is going to help with fresh food. Bloomington Meals on Wheels is getting awarded $5,445 for hot boxes for Monroe County expansion of their services. We thank them for that. Boys and Girls Clubs of Bloomington is getting an award of $6,200 for replacing the cameras at the Ellettsville Boys and Girls Club. This was somewhat of a federal requirement that they would do this upgrade. Cancer Support Community South Central Indiana is getting an award of $3,480 for food and transportation assistance for cancer patients in our community. Catholic Charities Bloomington Counseling Services works with low-income children and youth, and they are receiving an award of $3,420 for affordable therapy. Community Culture is getting an award for Bob's Garden. Again, this is about fresh food in our community, and their award is $2,666. Community Kitchen, in cooperation with, I believe, some other agencies, is receiving an award of $3,660 for nonprofit CPR training project. This is a community project that several agencies bond together, and they make sure that their staff members are receiving CPR, and we give them a little bit of funding to help with that initiative. They did mention in their presentation that the results of doing this last year resulted in 2 life-saving events. So we appreciate the work that they do in this idea. Community Kitchen also is awarded $5,600 for essential programs food purchase. Constellation Stage and Screen is awarded $1,300 for their schools and student matinee program. Courage to Change Sober Living is awarded $2,400 for the wraparound move-in, move-out help for their residents. Exodus Refugee Immigration is awarded $2,800 for food and living assistance for refugees. Girls Incorporated of Monroe County is awarded $4,450 for Mind and Body Building Resilience and Wellness with Girls. It's a targeted program for girls within a vulnerable age bracket. Grace Center Incorporated is awarded $4,600 for food purchases. Grace sits down in Harrodsburg, and you might hear more about that later. Hands Full of Hope Incorporated is awarded $800 for boutique clothing, shopping, stocking of items that they needed the funding for. Harrodsburg Heritage Days Incorporated is awarded $1,000 to help with in expanding their festival and offering a fun, I believe it was some kind of a game for, or bouncy house for the participants, which they maybe have not done in the past. Hoosier Hills Food Bank is awarded $6,400 for their food, fall and holiday food purchasing. Ivy Tech Community College has started up a food pantry at their location. They are awarded $3,350 for that initiative. Middle Way House is receiving $2,000 for their program supporting survivors by providing comprehensive resources and support. I believe it was for materials that they would be using with their constituents there. Monroe County Humane Association is receiving $3,350 for critical pet care for vulnerable Monroe County families. And I'm turning it over to Julie.
Thank you. Next up, we have My Sister's Closet. They're being awarded $3,462 to help them provide secure resources for women in the community. New Hope for Families is receiving $7,800 for their initiative for making homelessness brief for children. This is a direct intervention for children who are experiencing homelessness. New Leaf, New Life is receiving $3,210 for their reentry transportation support system. Pantry 279, this is to help them increase food assistance, which is very much in need, $13,800. Pathways is receiving $3,500, supporting national or nutritional access for Compass Early Learning Center families. People and Animal Learning Services, PALS, is receiving $5,280 to help with their equine assisted learning program for youth and for families. Planned Parenthood is receiving $3,600 to help with their center operations in Bloomington. Protect Our People Connect Limited is receiving $2,100 with their Front Door 2026 pop-up events to get their name out there in the community to provide resources for their clients. Restore, the Habitat for Humanity of Monroe County, is receiving $2,236 to help feed their volunteer program, people who come out and help build the houses. South Central Community Action Center, we were awarding them $6,300 for their Covering Kids and Families Winter Resource Fair and Community Outreach Program. Second Baptist Church, for their program to help feed the needy, is receiving $4,700. Seven Oaks Classical School, for their student priority needs, they requested $1,800, which we agreed to grant. Sobremesa Foundation Incorporated, $2,700 for their Increasing Access to Nutritious Foods program. St. Vincent de Paul of Bloomington, $5,200 for their Solving a Bed Frame Storage project. Steinsville Community Library, $1,400. This is for their library website and youth program expansion project. Stone Belt, the Milestones Division, $2,300 for their Milestone Play Therapy. Tandem Community Birth Center and Postpartum House, $9,640 for their Essential Funding Project. The Project School, we awarded them $5,400 for their emergency shortage for their special education services. Wheeler Mission in Bloomington, $3,236 for their building community within Wheeler Mission. It's for their day room program to help supply that. Wonder Lab Museum of Science, Health, and Technology, $5,500 to help support their social service organization and their accessibility to the Wonder Lab. Writers Guild of Bloomington, $420 for their First Sunday Prose Reading Series project. The Writing for a Change project, $800 for their Friday Night Writes. The last thing that we have here is from what Councilmember Crossley had talked about, the Cheryl Munson Memorial Donation Fund awards. Again, that was a $3,000 source that we received, that we gave $1,000, like she had said, to the Girls Inc. for their Mind and Body Building Resilience project, to the Grace Center for their food purchase for their services, and the Heritage Days project of $1,000, which is something that we discussed at length as being something very close to Cheryl Munson's heart, was Harrisburg. So thank you.
Thank you all for that. And again, we'll get to the 3,000. That's a different part of the agenda, but we'll take care of the 174,000 part first. So,
Council, I move to approve Resolution 2025-45, adopting the committee recommendations to award the 2025 Sophia Travis Community Service Grants as presented for a total award distribution of $174,000.
Madam President.
All right, we got a motion and a second.
Madam
Yep.
President, I would like to add an amendment to that. I would like to separate the question and separate the question for Planned Parenthood for $3,600 in order to enable me to vote for all these other wonderful projects, and that's not something that I can support. So I would appreciate very much if we could separate the question.
Okay. So that's your amendment. Does anybody wish to second that?
I'll second that.
Okay. So, is there any other conversation related to this motion made by Councilor Hawk? I'll just say I'm not in favor of it. I think if we're going to approve one, we'll approve all, but I understand. I can certainly understand where she's coming from, but I do not support that, so that is just me. So is there anybody else that has any questions or comments related to that? Seeing none, can we please have a roll call vote on that?
This is a motion to separate Planned Parenthood out of the Sophia Travis grant amounts. Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Counselor Crossley.
No.
Counselor Henry.
Yes.
Counselor Hawk.
Yes.
Counselor Feidel.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1. I do not have it.
All right. Did you?
I do need to make an amendment to the exhibit that's attached to Resolution 2025-45 and 46 when appropriate.
Okay. So we'll just come back to the topic at hand right now. Is there any further discussion from council related to the presentations that we have? And I'll look over here to my right. I'll just go ahead and go Councilor Iverson, and then I'll go Henry.
Thank you so much for your service on this committee. We really appreciate it. And as in past years, the amount of dollars that are going to help those who are experiencing food insecurity in our community is just staggering. So thank you for helping to make those decisions. And as you know, we are just days away from important benefits like SNAP not being delivered to thousands of Hoosiers. And so the timeliness of the decisions that not only you're making this year, but you made last year are gonna be really helpful in the coming weeks, as there's a lot of people that are gonna be going to some of these places for assistance with their food. So thank you for doing that. I also wanted to thank you for the focus on Councilmember Munson and her desire. This was really important to her, as you all know. And so it's really wonderful to be able to support Harrodsburg in this way, as well as a lot of the food insecurity issues that you all were touching on. Those were really important to her. So again, thank you to my colleagues who served on this as well.
Councilor Henry, and then I'll go Hawk.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you again. Yeah, and I echo Peter's sentiments about the hard work here. It's no easy task to try to divvy up a small pie. I did, maybe just to be clear one more time, what was the total amount requested by all parties again? How much was that amount? Do we have that?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we say it out loud.
Yes.
Is it? It was 328,561. Is that? Okay.
Yes. I was gonna say, I had it in the notes somewhere.
And I would just,
Yes.
I would make a note, again, as we just went through, a very long budget process in the county, and we did manage to hit a surplus in the manner by which we budgeted using the economic development lit that I have no doubt we could have plussed up the fund this year, and I really encourage my colleagues next year to really look at that as an opportunity. I agree with Councilor Iverson's concerns about the SNAP program. I mean, the money that's been presented here will be burned through pretty quickly in terms of food benefit in the community. half the kids in our community are eligible for free and reduced lunch in the public schools, and it's always on my mind. My only question is, how soon do the checks get in hand after the vote? And I think that's really what I'm concerned about tonight.
The procedure that we're doing this year is that if council approves tonight, I will add this to the commissioner's agenda for the 13th. And then any agency that has signed their contract on the 13th would be eligible to receive their check on the 13th, contingent on commissioner approval of the contracts. So
Fast.
yeah, November 13th.
The speed of government, but we'll get there. It should be very soon. Okay.
November 13th is the goal.
That's good. No, thank you again for your service on that. And thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Hall.
Right. Just as a little history reminder here, these decisions used to be made in the commissioner's office, and when Sophia Travis was here with us, she thought that it was more appropriate to bring it out to the council and to have it in an organized fashion and be decided in a public meeting and have a committee to help decide that. And I was privileged to serve on that committee. I think it was a couple of years. And let me tell you, I know it's a lot of work. And it's heart-wrenching because you have to remember we're using the people's money, right? It's coming right out of that tax money that helps support county government. So you can't really do all perhaps you would like to do. But I appreciate the hours and hours that you have spent on trying to decide how to, as fairly as possible, split these dollars around to all these different units. And in the past, there's been times when I've just let that vote go through and I didn't ask for a separation. But I really appreciate my council colleagues allowing me to support these other areas that it just is near and dear to my heart. So thank you for your service.
To my left, anybody got something to say? I'll go Councilor Vital.
It's been my pleasure to serve with all of us on this committee, community and counselors alike. And I just want to say the requests that we got were practically double what we were able to hand out, and that's the disappointing part. But I am delighted that we're able to be able to support many of the organizations, at least to some level, and I think we tried to be as fair as we could about all of it, and I'm proud of that as well. So thank you for all serving, and I'm happy that we will proceed with enriching some of the agencies with at least a few things they can work with.
Councilor Decker.
I also want to thank everybody, particularly our community members who come into a strange place that is the courthouse and try to figure out all of our stuff while we're all cranky about budgets and trying to figure things out. And these are awful times right now. We're in difficult times, and I think the amount of requests that we received are indicative of a lot of that. The one comment I will have is that much like our budget, it looks like we're heading towards quick passage of this, but I suspect, given everything going on with Saturday and everything else, and it seems like right now in public service, what's up is now down, what was down is now up, and I feel like sometimes I'm on Mars. I can't recognize what the heck's going on. I suspect we will be back in talking about other food, not-for-profit needs at a level much higher than we were during the pandemic, which I never thought I'd say. I can remember then the council had to move alongside the commissioners to get dollars for Hoosier Hills Food Bank, and many other things for local businesses, grants for not-for-profit. We had to do a lot of different things. I suspect we're heading into a period where that's going to be worse. And so sometimes when people talk about the county doing alternatives, particularly about 5 years ago, people are like, you all need to get into this. Due to the leadership of people like Sophia Travis, we have been into it for a while. And beyond this, in the commissioner's budget, with Health Net dollars and rural transit and additional dollars for Stone Belt. I wish more counties were doing things like that. When people talk about why do people come to this area, et cetera, well, people go get help where they would go get help. I mean, it doesn't take a wise person to know that. So other people that tend to mock this community, well, they can go somewhere else. They need to take a page from this, because this is what it looks like to try to figure out taking care of your people. And I'm sure the minute we pass this, our not-for-profits and the rest of us will be figuring out the rest of this. So thank you.
Anybody else? Yes, Councilor Iverson.
I have a question for the committee. On this list, there are 2 schools. In the past, we have traditionally not funded, we've been funding only nonprofit organizations that address a community need, and I'm wondering why this body decided that 2 schools should be included. What is the rationale there?
Seven Oaks, I believe, was a food award. I think that they're trying to build that resource in. And, you know, we're hoping they'll be encouraged to work with Community Kitchen to get set up on some programming that I just think that they don't know that they have access to. So we're hoping in the future.
Or Pantry 279, which is right down the road.
Right, yes.
Okay, and then the project school?
The project school, my understanding of this is they don't have the funding for their special needs, part of their special needs program. So they were looking at alternative funding sources to keep that program going for their special needs students. So it didn't fall into anything where they could get other funding for.
And we gave them a very small portion of their request. We were sympathetic, and it was for children. And we realized that the children are very vulnerable in terms of food and also some educational stuff. But it is a thing that the committee is maybe going to talk about more next year, because we were surprised by the applications. We just wanted to try to kind of help a little bit with their pressing needs.
I concur.
Okay. My concern is that as charter schools and the way that Indiana approaches charter schools, they are increasingly have access to state funding. So for future iterations of this, I'd want to be careful with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Yes, Councilor Wills.
So are both of those entities 501c3s or 501c somethings?
Yes, Molly checked all that out for us.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
I was going to say, as the applications come in, we go to a website or that kind of thing and check out their number, and then we verify it against the federal number. So.
Yes, Councilor Henry.
Thank you. I seem to recall we used to keep a historical punch list of how often organizations have received the grant over the years. I can't remember where that is, but maybe the question tonight is, how many new organizations did we award this year?
We had several.
There were several. Probably 10, 15
maybe more.
Yeah, and it was really interesting, because those were applications we had questions on, because we don't know those agencies, but we looked at the, just the integrity of the idea, the fact that some of the people that were proposing it had done other things in the community, and we wanted to encourage it, especially the fresh food applications, which we were like, that's a novel idea. We know we do a little bit, but we're going to be doing it in more areas, and so we tried to encourage
There was definitely a few
applicants.
of new ones that were gardens, food sources.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so more than we expected, and some of the agencies that didn't come back this year had been agencies that we'd had questions about last year. There was a place that was going to grind food, and we were like, "Are you grinding beef from Monroe County and delivering to Monroe County?" And they assured us they would, but they did not apply this year, and so maybe that was a difficulty for them in their mission.
Thank you.
Yeah, and to answer that question, she hit it right on the head. There were about 10. Mm-hmm. All right. Any other questions for the committee related to this item? Yes, Councilor Wilkes.
This is more of just a housekeeping issue. Yes, thank you. There was just a one word misspeaking when it was being read out loud. So
South
Big Brothers,
Central
Big
Indiana.
Sisters, South Central Indiana, not South Central Ohio. And And I just wanted to make sure for the record it was right. It probably doesn't matter that much, but.
Thank you for that.
My mother lives in Ohio, and I'm her power of attorney, and so southwestern Ohio is right there in my.
We got it. We got it. And again, before we go on to public comment, I thank the committee for all of their hard work and dedication to this. We knew going into this that this was going to be a very challenging year. Obviously, with the November 1st deadline, SNAP benefits that is rapidly approaching, Saturday? That is a major concern. And also, again, to clarify, for me, the idea that we have, people on here that we all were kind of, as we went through the process, it was more of, at least for me, there were some things that I wanted to fund more than others. But again, the big priority was the food justice, and also healthcare justice, which is why I like the idea of funding Planned Parenthood, because they just do more, and they also do healthcare benefits too. So, and I definitely have benefited from that. So that being said, we will move on to public comment. So if there is public comment that would like to make comment on these items here, please go ahead and come to the podium here in the Nat U Hill room. Again, you'll raise your hand via Teams. You'll have up to 3 minutes. After your 3 minutes are done, that's it, nothing else. So please come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room and state your name for the record. You have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Scott Tibbs, and I have been lobbying you for a number of years against funding for Planned Parenthood, which is America's #1 abortion provider. The abortion is now illegal in the state of Indiana, but no organization that has spilled the blood of several thousand babies a few blocks south of here should ever get money from the county council. The local Planned Parenthood is part of a multi-state organization with a huge budget. The national Planned Parenthood, plus all affiliates nationwide, consistently take in revenue of over $1 billion. They do not need this money. And the money that could go to truly local charities is instead going to a multinational corporation. This is not a request for help. This is a request for a political endorsement from the county council, and before that, the city council. At the city council level, they've requested money for gender-affirming hormones, which is very unfortunate. We should instead help people accept their God-given sex and body and not spend taxpayer money to have them deny their God-given sex. And I wanted to thank Marty Hawk, longtime friend, for voting no year after year. And I would encourage the rest of you to not approve this wasteful and unnecessary corporate welfare to a multinational corporation. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to officially meet you in person. I know we've met through the Herald Times, so nice to officially meet you. All right, next up.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. Sorry, my name is Courtney Daly. I am actually a representative on Bloomington Common Council. I represent District 5. First, I want to thank the committee for their work with the Sophia Travis. It's very, very important work considering everything that is happening, especially nationally right now, and I know we're going to need it more and more, so thank you very much. I just want to clarify, rebut a statement that was just made. City Council never requested any funding for gender-affirming care hormones. We've not requested any money for any of that. So just to set that record straight, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Nancy Goswami. I am, many of you know me through other activities, but I am a registered nurse married to a physician, and I'm very aware of the intricacies of the shortages of access to health care in our area, and there are many reasons why that's happening. I do have to say that I am in support of Planned Parenthood because they provide mammograms, pap smears. I'm not sure if the mammograms, but the pap smears, other health benefits. They see patients for a variety of things, not just abortions. And I just want to say that our daughter's included because it can take months to see a gynecologist in this area. In the meantime, people can get sicker because they don't have access to a physician. They may not have insurance. Maybe they can't have access to a physician that will accept their particular insurance. And Planned Parenthood accepts everyone. I don't understand this hatred on an entity that provides health care to people in need. If it was you, you would want to that entity to be funded. And God forbid if you need a pap smear, you are denied access to it, and because somebody doesn't want to Planned Parenthood or fund it. Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Natasha Komoda, and I just want to echo the sentiment that I am for support to fund Planned Parenthood. Recently, I tried to make an appointment with IU Health to have a consultation for birth control options, and they didn't have any availability for months. And I was able to call Planned Parenthood, and they had availability within that month. So that is very important to me. I also want to say I don't agree with funding for the charter schools. It doesn't seem fair. Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else that would like to make public comment on this item?
Good evening, Seth Muchler, resident of Monroe County. I want to start by saying that I echo most of the people who preceded me in giving my full support of providing funding for Planned Parenthood for the essential services they provide. I do want to just note for the record, for the public, I know that this was a notably challenging budget season. I have great empathy for the position that all 7 of you are in balancing this year's budget. And it's on me for not having caught this until this moment. But I remember in July when the New Life organization with the 12 organizations that endorsed their position statement came, and I remember being overjoyed, as many were, that the Sophia Travis allotment was increased from 181,000, or it was proposed to be increased to 250,000. And I was not aware until sort of just today's meeting that it had been brought down to the 190 number. And again, I have the greatest empathy that you had to make extremely difficult choices, but I just want to voice my disappointment that full 250, because that felt like a big win, but it also felt like a small drop in the bucket compared to what we're up against. And I just wanted to share that with balanced against the understanding of the position you all were in. Thank you.
Okay, last call for public comment on this particular item. Again, if you're in person, you can come to the lectern here, the Night Hill room, or you can raise your hand via Teams. And, okay, and we got one more. Hello.
Hi, everybody. I'm back. I wasn't planning to, I didn't come here to talk about this, but I'm just...
Excuse me, can you please state your name again?
Yes, sorry. Yep, I'm back. My name's Reed Hepburn. I just wanted to say how shocked I am that in 2025, in the United States of America, we still have people that are trying to push back against women's health, funding for women's health. I understand that there are a lot of people see moral complexities around abortion itself, but I think ultimately that should be a woman's choice and the government should have nothing to do with that choice. But beyond that, if abortion is your hang-up, the Kaiser Family Foundation shows that Planned Parenthood's funding only spends about 4%, only about 4% of that goes toward abortions. The rest goes toward things like Nancy mentioned, like gynecological health, preventative health, STD testing, STI testing, pregnancy tests. It's not just women that use it as well. I, as a man, have benefited from using Planned Parenthood's services, and I just really am ashamed that people that claim to represent my county would find fault with that and would try to take that money away. So please, I implore you, don't take this money away from women's health and from all of our health in this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Last call again for public comment on these items. And seeing one more. If there is more, please go ahead and line up so you can make your voice heard on these items. Yes. And state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hope I don't take that long. My name is Philip Amerson. I'm a pastor. I've been a clergy person for, goodness, nearly 60 years. I've worked with dozens and dozens and dozens of women and men who have struggled with some very difficult health issues. Personally, I have never counseled anyone to have an abortion. That doesn't mean that I disagreed with some that made that difficult choice. Most often, the choice is made around some very troubling issues that are never addressed when we break this into these simplistic arguments. If we're pro-life, we ought to be supporting food and housing for the people just down the block in Seminary Park. I support funding for women's health, for men's health, for the health of all people, those that are unborn, yes, but don't turn this into something it's not. Anyone that talks about late-term abortions is just playing games with us. We're dealing with serious health issues for women, and I encourage you to support this.
Thank you. Okay, now really this time. Last call. All right, thank y'all so much. And so I know that Ms. Turner-King had something else that she needed to add. So I'm gonna kick it back to Ms. Turner-King.
So I needed to amend Exhibit A that is included in Resolution 2025 and 2545. I've actually amended it to separate the question. So now Exhibit 1A within 2025-45A is the exact same spreadsheet that was included originally but removes Planned Parenthood. And it also strikes language in the second column under People and Animal Learning Services. It should be Equipped Equine Assisted Learning Program and removed YSB because they amended their application so that it wasn't specific to assisting YSB clients. It's all youth. And so that is Exhibit A for 2025-45A, and then Exhibit A for 2025-45B just is the Planned Parenthood Award. And I can display those if you really want to see them.
Yeah. Okay, and before we take the vote here, I'm gonna go back to council to see if anybody has any other final comment before we take the vote. Okay.
Well, I have a comment on one of the votes, the second one, I guess, if it now's the right time. I just wanted to, and I'll keep it very brief. I seconded Councilor Hawk's motion to split the issue, not because I support the vote that she will likely take. It is 100% because I feel like when a counselor asks for consideration in good faith, it's incumbent upon us to, at least consider that. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Okay. I'll give Ms. Turner King a second so she can display, so in case anybody has any questions before we take our vote.
Sorry. Or so you can.
We would be line iteming all night.
We're having technical difficulties apparently opening the item to display it. And so if you want to wait for us to fix it, I don't know how long that will take.
I mean, I think common courtesy, if we were doing the separation, I would hope that people would think that if we're doing the common courtesy of separating this, then we can have the common courtesy to wait. But if council members feel like they are good to go, then I think we can move on. What is the temperature? Do folks need to see the display?
What's the estimated, oh, there it is.
Yay.
Yes, we do.
Got it.
Thank you.
Okay, so what you're seeing is A.
You pinch in for old eyes, please.
I'm working on it.
And you'll want to scroll down to page 2 because that's where Planned Parenthood would have been before it was removed and put in Exhibit or 2025-45B. So Planned Parenthood would have been at the top of page 2.
As you can see, it's no longer there.
And then the second, what's on the screen right now is the exhibit for 2025-45B, which is just the Planned Parenthood Award.
Okay. Okay. So may we please have a roll call vote on Exhibit A?
It's everything.
For A.
And Exhibit A is everything excluding Planned Parenthood. Okay.
Okay, so for Resolution 2025-45A, which excludes Planned Parenthood, Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Feidel,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Okay. And can we have a roll call vote on Exhibit B?
This is for Resolution 2025-45B, which is Planned Parenthood only. Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Feidel,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
No.
Counselor Crossley,
Absolutely, yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
All right, and next up, we will move to the, hold tight, because we'll move to the next items for the 2025 Cheryl Munson's donation funds.
So for the record, the committee had a discussion about Cheryl Munson and everything that she had done to our community. She was not only a woman scientist, she was a community leader, a volunteer. She did a lot to bring into the community view, and she advocated fiercely for a lot of these social service agencies. But in her heart, she was a Harrodsburg girl. That's where she grew up, that's where she lived. And so to honor her, we picked 3 agencies that were near and dear to her heart in a very special way, and we are recommending that $1,000 each be awarded to Girls Incorporated, Grace Center that is in Harrodsburg, and Harrodsburg Heritage Days Incorporated for their festival.
All right, and is there, now I'll look to Council Iverson.
Council, I move to approve Resolution 2025-46, adopting the committee recommendations to award the 2025 Cheryl Munson donation funds as presented for a total award distribution of $174,000.
Second.
177.
I think that it should have been.
That should be 177.
It should have been 3,000.
Oh, 3,000,
$3,000.
right, okay.
That's my bad.
I move to amend my motion to be $3,000.
Concur.
Okay. Are there any questions or comments from council on this item? Yes, Councilor Iverson.
So how does this donation fund work? Will there be additional dollars next year and into perpetuity, or is this the only year that these dollars exist?
That's a good question.
My understanding, this is the only time, because this was collected by the Community Foundation.
The donation fund will exist. I mean, if other donations are received, the resolution that the council passed to establish the fund would govern.
Wonderful, thank you.
Right, so, and that's what I was gonna say. So this is how it started, but unless we have somebody that wants to come in and make donations, you know, we'll just move forward with whatever we collect.
Yep. Councilor Deckard, did you want to add something to that?
I did. I just want to reiterate, as I have in a couple of the committee meetings, gratitude to both the family for remembering this in a time of grief. They came to us kind of in the middle of the night when I was in President Crossley's chair, and wanted to do something. And the Community Foundation, within hours in the middle of the night, did what government could not do quickly. We had people on a text chain trying to figure out how the county could take a donation in. And believe it or not, you cannot donate money to the county, and not that any taxpayer or anybody else necessarily wants to, but we couldn't do it, and the Community Foundation never said no. They had that ready to go by. I think the request went in around 10 at night. By 9 a.m. they had that ability, and they were sending us things, and I think that's just awesome on their part, and was just so helpful. So thanks for all those things that lead us to this kind of concluding moment.
All right, is there any other comments related to this item? Seeing none?
I had a question.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Sorry, that's okay. Actually, I think my question's already been answered, but since I had it, maybe others did too. These entities are also on the Sophia Travis list that we just approved. So this is an additional allocation or appropriation for some of these agencies to maybe round out what they didn't get in their original request and award. Okay,
Yep,
cool, thank
you're
you.
correct. Yes.
For clarity, the resolution delineates that they're each receiving $1,000, but the distribution of that $1,000 is included within the award amounts contained in the exhibit. So for Girls Inc., the total is $5,450, and that includes the $1,000 donation. It's not $1,000 in addition to that.
Got it, thank you. That was my question, got it.
All right. And seeing no more questions or comments from council, this is public comment time. So if you have public comment on this particular item, you could come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill Room, or you can raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, maybe please have a roll call vote.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Fidel,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Henry.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you again to the committee members.
Thank you, guys.
On your work. All right, now we will pop back into the agenda. We will go to the ongoing business, which is from the Health Department.
Council, as a reminder, this item, which is 6A, was tabled from the October 14th meeting. So, Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the Health Department's request in Fund 1159-0000 Health Fund for category transfer of $500,000 from the supplies category to the capital category, and simultaneously create account line 40001 equipment in the capital category.
Second.
All right, and it looks like we have members of the Health Board here with Ms. Kelly, so please go ahead, proceed.
So I think this is just an ongoing discussion of our request to utilize some of these funds to purchase a mobile unit. Some information was submitted to the County Council about some of the ways that we plan to use this unit. So I think that I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, or let any members of the board, of course, speak.
Okay, and I will get to, yes, I see your hand waving at me. Councilor Hawk, please go ahead.
A couple questions. The group that we contracted with in the past, did they have a mobile unit?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. I've been in contact, I think I might have sent you a message about this, I'm not sure, with several of the people in the community about different ways that we can provide the same service, and I applaud you for trying to reach out to folks that maybe are not receiving the kind of service you'd like for them to. But we have so many places, and of course I have memorized more than what's in my district, because I know that we have a Steinsville Community Center in Ellisville. We have more than one place where we could provide spaces for you folks to come and whatever your schedule was. We know that in Van Buren, we have a new community center, which would be beautifully, and I talked with that trustee there, and she said, of course, that would work out great. And then if you go on down and you're looking at Indian Creek, and they have a spot, and so you can just go around the county, and we know that there are places that you could go where the community in that local community, they're used to going there. They're not afraid to go there. That's just like a part of what they do normally. And so they would feel very comfortable walking in there to, get their blood pressure or get a vaccine or something of the sort. And so while that maybe it's lovely to think about having a separate vehicle to drive around to meet with these people, is there some specific reason why you need this? When you go in and you meet with an individual who needs their blood pressure, or they need some, what else do you have to have that you would need that mobile unit for? Because if we've been doing well with the IU contract and they didn't have one, why should we have one?
So a couple things, I guess. I think accessibility, and I think as far as equipment. So all of the outreach that has been performed and is still being performed through IU Health Community Health. We actually had a medical extern who did a project on this. There's a lot of outreach, but it's carrying supplies and using personal vehicles. So loading, unloading those supplies to everywhere you go. So that would be one difference. Additionally, I think really having this unit is exciting for a lot of our employees. It gives them something to think about and have some creativity and new places that they could reach the public that hasn't been maybe aware of these services before. Does that help, I guess, answer some of your questions?
Councilwoman, may I address that as well, please? I've spoken to a number of areas. Cass County is one of the counties that has a mobile unit and has found it incredibly useful. It's not the only county in the state that uses a mobile unit. One of the advantages of a mobile unit is that we would have a refrigerator with actually the temperature control that we need for the vaccines that we are offering around the county. We would have actual exam room should anyone need to be examined by a nurse. But this proposal, 7A, no, is that right? 7A? No, sorry, 6A is simply for funds. It is not for the unit itself. What we suggested to you was that it was potential that we could put in a mobile van, and that a van might be very useful not only for public health nurses, but for identification of this county as a place where people can get services, where other parts of our public health department would be able to serve the public. But this proposal, 6A, simply asks to move our COVID funding from one line to another, not to purchase a van.
Councilor Hawk, did you have anything else to add to that, Councilor Hawk?
Well, it's just really confusing because, of course, they've been saying it was for a mobile unit. Now it's not. Well, and it was like $500,000, and that's a lot of money when we need to be watching every penny that we're spending. I would just like to see it, try it, using all of the available areas throughout this county, and see what kind of response they get before the county would invest in this kind of a unit that might not be as usable as one might think. And remember, anytime you buy a vehicle, whether it's at your home or if it's in the county, there's upkeep, there's repairs. What if you have an accident? I mean, you know, the roads could be bad, whatever. I'm just saying $500,000 when we could use that for providing the services that they're talking about. And I do have a concern about having it, their physical space at the health building, even though I know that's a space that is available for health use, it is difficult to find parking there. And I would just like to encourage the commissioners. I'm looking at Angie, and Angie's not looking back. I would like to encourage the commissioners to consider if there's a spot nearby where the health clinic is for the county employees, so that it would be all on one level, so that whatever. That's just a thought. I'm just trying to think about who is it that's going to need these services. If you live in town Bloomington, if you want to get there by using a bus or something, and you want to use that permanent spot that we would have these employees in, it would seem to me we need to make sure we've got space for them. But I think it's a very interesting proposal to take it out to the county, to take it where people could access these services. I just don't think it takes a special vehicle to do it. And if you need something that's temperature controlled, we all know how that works. It's, you know, can work just fine. You don't have to have a big vehicle for it.
Councilor Henry?
And thank you, Madam President. I'll be very brief because I know that we have a very large agenda, and I know folks that are not always with us are getting quite a taste of government tonight. This is how we make the sausage in Monroe County. I had just the lingering question that I do. I appreciate the emails exchanges from the Department of Health to the Indiana Department of Health regarding the way to use the funds, because that's been the question for the past few weeks about whether or not the COVID funds that were provided to the county were eligible for use for this. And as I have the October 3rd email from Indiana Department of Health that the Health Department shared here, that it looks like the State Department of Health is saying, they support the purchase of the vehicle. I mean, it's an allowable use in their view. But the lingering question still remains that the county received COVID dollars during the pandemic for the purpose of reimbursement. And we've asked, I think this is the third time in a public meeting, if we have verified for sure that the dollars the county got were to reimburse the county during its response period, meaning it's probably been expended, or if these dollars are in fact free to use for future programming like this. And I still don't have the clarity if we need to reimburse rainy day, other funds in the county as the disbursement was made, which means the money's not real, or if it is real, then we can put it forward. Do we have an answer on that yet? The letter here says, yes, you can, but it doesn't explain if this money is still real and actually it needs to go anywhere. Can we get that answer tonight? That'd be great.
Okay, so it's hard to determine. The health department handled the funding as they were directed to do so, but it is commingled with other health department funds in 1159, the health general levy fund. So whether or not it's been used previously, it's hard to say. I mean, it's sitting there. It was deposited there. It's just been commingled. So I mean, there are certainly expenses in the past that have occurred that would probably fit the criteria, but was that with the intention or was it used for that? I can't tell you, unfortunately.
So at best, the worst analogy I can come up with tonight is, money comes in a checking account, money goes out of a checking account. If you didn't create a sub account to stick it in, then we don't know, right? It's just money in, money out at this point. And that's the best we can do with that. Is that the best way to put it?
That is accurate. I mean, I can tell you we were able to account for the funding going in. So I just can't account for it going out.
Does the board have any additional thoughts on that? Because that's really been the blocker in my mind for the questions before us is transferring funds, not necessarily the merit of it. But is there any additional thought on this from the board? None.
The board has no idea in 2020 what was spent by the county on COVID. If the auditor doesn't know, we certainly wouldn't know.
Okay. That's really it. I'll just say I do appreciate the level of effort going into the document. I know we got caught around the axle about business plans. I'm not an MBA by any means. Maybe Counselor Deckard can speak to what they do at Kelly School. I don't. But I will say that for my end, I really appreciate the detail. It helps us understand where you want to go with it. I will share Counselor Hawk's concerns that we do have, township boards have put a lot of money into community centers that could be tried out as the way the Red Cross does its, blood drive type clinics. So I appreciate the comment about putting to work facilities in the community as a trial run. But if that's where we are with that money and we feel confident that it went where it needed to and wasn't really dedicated for reimbursement during those times, I'm good. Thank you, Madam President.
At the risk of belaboring any of this, would you mind introducing who you have at the table today?
Sure. So to my left here is Dr. Hageman. We have our health officer, Dr. Sarah Ryderband, our board chair, Aurora Diorio, and our new board member, Dr. Teague.
Congratulations. So I want to, as your liaison, echo what my co-liaison just said. The level of communication has bumped up. I feel like we've gotten a lot of work done here. I'm not going to make any jokes about being caught around the axle, although that was pretty funny. But I do want to, before I kick it down the line, just come back to the purpose of moving these funds from supplies to equipment, from the twos to the fours. I also thought that this was for the purchase of a vehicle. And if it's not going to be purchased for a vehicle, I guess, are there other thoughts as to what it would be the money be used for in the 400s in the equipment lines?
Yes, so the request is to move this funding into the equipment line because we have been exploring purchasing a mobile unit. So an alternative could be purchase of a vehicle that nurses or one of our staff members could use. But ideally, really, it is to be able to utilize these funds to purchase a mobile unit. These funds, again, I provided the letter from Dr. Box. So really the intention is one-time use to invest in public health. We've been discussing this for a really long time. We really felt like this was a good use of these dollars rather than just spending them on miscellaneous maybe supplies or services over time, but really to be able to invest in area of focus of how we could expand our services for the community. I did also want to note that when I've looked back through some of the documents, I wonder if some of these funds were used to kind of pay back. If you'll see in the packet I provided documentation where funding was provided to Indiana University and to IU Health. So I think that was around $500,000 kind of from this same pot of money. So I guess my question is, what kind of tracing was done with that before those funds were dispersed versus, now how we're trying to figure out where these funds were used. I would imagine that a lot of the expenses in COVID were being supported through grant funding that was coming into the health department. I don't know, and I don't know what dollars may have been spent from the county general fund. All I know is the information that I've been able to capture in ways that we think that using these funds would be valuable to the community and would again really be exciting for our employees.
All right, and a benefit to the community in terms of public health, so thank you.
All right, anybody over here to my left? Councilor Wiltz.
I appreciate the information that you've provided both in the packet and in a separate email. I think it's very clear that this type of vehicle or mobile unit or whatever we call it would be an amazing asset for our community and would just augment the opportunities that we already have in terms of locations around the county that we could do some other things. So I'm very much for this. I appreciate your patience, and I also appreciate your efforts in kind of making us feel okay about this level of expense, because it's a lot. And sometimes we do need to be brought along. So appreciate it, and you have my vote for it.
Thanks also for the detail. And as we work through this, one thing that is coming to my mind, and we've had a couple weeks to think about this, process this. I would really like, on behalf of just people out there who don't think about mobile health units or what the heck goes on in this building or anything else, because they don't have time for that. Life's busy, headaches are there, they need access to things. I would like to see this have just an ability to get very familiar to the public so that they know this is a good thing and not necessarily just something they can't figure out. I mean, I always think about if somebody today were proposing the bookmobile that we all now commonly see, would it pass or not? And I suspect in a hard day of budgeting and electronic this and that, it wouldn't pass, but yet every Saturday, the one thing that gives me peace in life in a difficult world is looking out my back window at the apartment complex behind and seeing the kids running in and out of that bookmobile. Now, I'm not suggesting you'll have that overnight, but that thing's been going since I was a kid, and there's something to that. And I'd love to see in a Steinsville, in a Sanders, in the Smithvilles, the Harrodsburgs that we've been talking about tonight, I'd love to see something like that happen, but we'll have to make that familiar to people. And it may have to wait for better budget times to let more people know about it when we have different dollars. I don't know if that'll come, and I don't know if I'll be here then, but we'll have to do that. The last thing I just generally would say on it is, as that is done, it's going to take time for people to understand what that is, to know what that is, and then how that kind of fits in. And I would never assume what people know and understand about any of this in this function. We are probably going to have an intense discussion tonight of some sort, we already have in some ways, about things being downtown or elsewhere and all that. And it is getting harder and harder to be downtown. I mean, I was late to our meeting tonight. Not everything happens on this block. And so where health is, where people are at in busy lives and otherwise, there's a lot going on outside this Bloomington Township in the city of Bloomington. So I just, with that in mind, I hope that that kind of helps to match what you're saying.
If I could just say something, thank you. What you describe is exactly where we're trying to go with this. We're trying to make health more accessible so that people don't have to just come right downtown. And your analogy of the bookmobile, in my mind, it was the ice cream man. I was thinking the mobile unit would be like, you know, like everybody gets excited when the ice cream truck comes through. That's how we envision the mobile unit going out, and
you'll have a freezer.
Health departments do outreach. That's what we do. So we need to do a better job reaching the people where they are, and this is a tool that will allow us to do that.
Councilor Feigl.
So I'm interested in it, but I would like to know, and maybe you could evaluate, or not evaluate, but tell us what are the hours that you're potentially wanting it to service the county with all this? Do you have some idea of that? You could elaborate for the public?
At this point, we don't know. We would imagine, as a first step, meeting with some of those township officials and some of those community members, community centers that Councilor Hawk mentioned, to find out what they think would be beneficial for their residents, and then structuring some kind of schedule to get.
So there'd be a schedule eventually.
At this, we don't even have the money, let alone the units, so.
Much less the nurses.
Much less the staff.
I didn't hear what she said, I'm sorry.
Much less the nurses. We still haven't approved the nurses.
Yes.
So there's nobody in the van.
Right. I just didn't know what the plan was for availability, hours-wise, for people to access it, that kind of thing.
We don't either. We'll figure that out.
Okay.
Okay. And the only other thing that I'll add to the conversation is I did watch the health board meeting. I had some notes, and I know Councilor Henry made a comment about that, so that one satisfies the question I had. Again, I think people were very hung up on the business plan, and it was mentioned by some of the board members that you're not a for-profit, and I think we get that. And I think the language of us being hung up on business plan versus actual plan, I think that was the difference. I think we have to, I know people get frustrated with council asking all the questions, but that's our job. And we have to do that because we have to make sure that we are being fiscal stewards with the funds that you all are asking for us to approve. So I just wanted to put that out there, that it's not like we're trying to be petty and ask, you know, all the annoying questions, but the first time that this was presented, it didn't feel like there was a concrete plan, so to speak, for me personally. And that's what I'll say about that. But it sounds like there is now, and I appreciate the feedback and the follow-ups that we've received. So if there's any, yes, Councilor Hawk.
Sorry to ask, I should have asked this before. So if, perhaps if this does pass, can you tell me what kind of fuel this vehicle will use? I mean, is it going to be gas? Is it going to be electric?
My assumption is gas, not electric.
And the reason why I'm asking is because we know that in the past we've had problems with storage. You know, you have to have a special, you know, I don't know, I don't have an electric vehicle, I have a 20-year-old car. But I have storage for it, I have a garage. So where will this vehicle be stored? Will it be taking up what little bitty bit of space we have behind the health building? Or will it be where?
No. So I've been communicating with Ivy Tech about storing the location at Ivy Tech.
Okay, so it would just be sitting there, and it's really not going to be in a secure area? I mean, because I'm just saying there's a lot of people who might think, well, it's a mobile, you know, health. They might think there's drugs in there or whatever. I mean, so if it's not going to be in some kind of protected spot so that it'll be ready for you to use, that's just some of the questions I've had. But I'm ready to vote anytime you folks are. We've got
I mean, you have the question, so I was just trying to make sure you had your question answered. So in order for us to do that, we got all questions answered. You're good. Doesn't seem like we got any. We gotta practice patience, y'all, tonight. So we can move on to public comment. If you have public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room, or you can raise your hand via Teams. Looks like there's already one hand that's raised via Teams. So I'll go to Teams first. And again, if you have public comment on this item, please go ahead and line up to speak. So it looks like Ashley Craner has her hand up. So you can unmute yourself, and each commenter will have up to 3 minutes. And TSD, please make sure you have the timer displayed. So if you can unmute yourself, Ashley, again, you can state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. And TSD, can we help her? Can we have her, or have help assisting with her being able to unmute, please?
He has the correct permissions.
Okay. So, Ms. Craner, you have the ability to unmute. Please unmute. While we wait for her to be able to unmute, again, I'll come back. I'll look again to anybody here in the Nat U Hill room who wants to make a comment on this, or Anybody else that has their hand raised via Teams to raise your hand.
Okay, can you hear me?
Please. Yes, we can hear you. Again, state your
okay.
name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, hi guys, I'm Ashley Craner. Yeah, I wanted to comment on this as a former board member of the Board of Health for like 10 years. You know, I want to comment and support Marty in acknowledging that I feel like this group and what their ask is to the county council, it just keeps moving the goalpost. Thought we were getting a vehicle and now we're not getting a vehicle, or maybe we're getting a vehicle. You know, I'm really confused, and I'm not very supportive of the leadership that's going on right now, because there's not a good stream of communication and planning going on here. The Board of Health, absolutely, that's their main job, is to know what money we spent on COVID. Bree in the auditor's office can tell us what we spent out. It is the responsibility of the Board of Health and Lori for picking it up to understand what we spent these dollars on. And I'm sitting here as somebody who has been very committed to the community and has served on this board for many years, and I'm perplexed. You need to provide a service, right? We lost Futures that provided a service. The county council tonight gave, I don't know how many dollars to Planned Parenthood, you know, in order to supplement the services that we lost, which still hasn't been fully explained. I'm just incredibly disappointed, I'm going to say, in the leadership right now when they're coming to the council, when we are under really tight budgetary restrictions based on the changes at the state, asking for $500,000 for they don't know what. I am not supportive of that as a taxpayer, and I'm not supportive of that as somebody that's been on this team. We should know better, and we should do better. We lost services. We gave it up. We can't hire a nurse. You don't have the services in order to, provide employment for the van. This is chaos to me. Right now, I think that the health department should focus on advertising where people can get free vaccinations, free blood pressure checks, because it's welcomed all across this county. You can go to Kroger, you can go to CVS.
Ms. Craner, your time is up. Thank you.
Okay, that's all I really wanted to say.
Yes.
We can do better.
All right. Is there anybody else that has public comment, again, via Teams last call or in the Nat Uho room? There's one more. No. Okay. So, seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Okay, just to reiterate, this is for a category transfer from the supplies to the equipment line, or capital line. Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
No.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
And Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay. And next up is item B.
As a reminder, this item was tabled from the October 14th meeting. Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the Health Department's request to create 1 new position and revise 3 current job descriptions.
Second.
All right. Ms. Kelly, please proceed.
I'm actually going to follow, and I'm going to, since things seem very confusing to people, I thought perhaps I could go from the bottom up. The change in the job description from the Health Services Director. So I've given us a visual. We have a Health Services Director here. This Health Services Director is a position you have already given us the go-ahead for. We are in the process of hiring this individual. If you look at the org chart, you will see that this individual covers many areas. Now, the reason we need to come back to you for a change in that job description is because our public health nurses were not part of the department. They are now going to fall under the Health Services Director as well. And the Health Services Director will need to be able to back up our nurses, one, in case of any emergencies, also because they will take vacations, they will be out for whatever reason. So we need for this individual to be able to cover all of the services that our nurses will cover. So we are asking for a modification of that job description for the health director position.
May I ask a question? Do you want to go through these job descriptions and vote on them individually, or are you going to do them all together so that we should continue explaining how they fit together, or do you want to stop right here?
First of all, do you have any questions about the health services director position?
No, but I think you can proceed to go forward. But initially, when I first said I wanted to make sure, I actually said Lori Kelly. So I wanted to see if she wanted to present. I want to, or if you had anything to add first before the health board took over and did their presentation.
I'm not the health board, I'm the health officer.
Right, and I'm not saying that you can't speak, but she's the department head, so I called her first. So, Ms. Kelly, did you have anything to add first, or can we proceed?
I'm happy to answer any questions, of course, that you have. I know that there were some questions that came up the last time in exploring different opportunities and how we could provide these services. I hope that I've provided some information that helps to explain some of those options and some of the different services that these nurses would be providing. But happy to answer any questions.
Yeah. Okay, and again, just because we have a lot of stuff to cover on the agenda, I don't think we need to stop and ask questions. I think you just can proceed to go. Thank you.
We have 3 nurses. 2 of those nurses are already positions within the department. One is a school liaison position. It's being modified to become a nurse. The other one is a health and wellness position, coordinator position. It also is being changed to be a nurse. And then we have that 3rd position, which will be a new nurse position. That's what makes them different. The 2 positions already exist within the department. One is paid for already. The school liaison position is already under the local COAG funding, and that COAG funding is already the school grant COAG funding is a $700,000 grant that we already have. That covers our school liaison. Our behavioral health and wellness coordinator is a position that is covered by HFI funding. So that one is already covered as well. The 3rd position is the new one, and that is the public health nurse communicable disease position, which is essential to the operation of the public health department and public health nursing. It is a linchpin. All of these people will all cross-train. They will all be able to cover one another, be able to go out vaccinating in the community, be able to cover communicable disease, back up our disease intervention specialists. They'll be able to do many things. But the outbreak investigations are really essential. That's communicable disease, and that is what keeps all of us safe. There is now, again, another measles in the state of Indiana, another case. It's being taken care of, and it's a singular case this time, which is very fortunate. But we have to be able to monitor our communicable diseases, get that information to the state, get whatever backing we need, but we have to control health and well-being in this community. So all three positions are essential. The only new position we're asking you to take through your massive process really is this single communicable disease process. These others are modifications of existing positions.
And this one is the one that's legally mandated because it's got the communicable disease case investigation requirement under state law, and the funding for this comes from the contract that we previously, for 60 years, had with IU Health, and before that, Bloomington Health Community Health. So we also have funds for this because we're not paying for that contract.
All right. If that concludes your presentation, then I will go back to council here, and I'm gonna look to my left first to see if anybody has any questions or comments. Councilor Wiltz.
Thank you. The health services director, the only change that you're asking for is the supervisory and the RN qualification, or was the RN?
The RN was already there.
It was already there. So it's just really the supervisory capacity, and it already had supervisory roles, right? Or role.
It would just be to update the additional responsibilities that we would be taking on and that position would be covering.
I see, so the backup, okay.
Yeah. And just to make sure that the job description clearly outlines overseeing immunizations, communicable disease investigations, those additional services.
And how much of an expansion of responsibility is that on this position?
I would say as far as the oversight and making sure that everything is in compliance with local, state, and federal is pretty significant.
So we can expect that this might then change the classification of the position as well? I mean, I know we don't know. It's a black box. I get that. But if it's a substantial change to the responsibilities.
Yes, I think potentially, but my understanding could be wrong, but I think since it was a recently approved position, I don't think that it can go back for that. I think it would just be updating the job description, no classification change.
When the job description changes, I think that triggers a re-review.
Correct. And that's
Okay.
what I was going to say. If they are amending, adding new duties and that kind of thing, that triggers it has to go back to WIS for a reevaluation.
Yes. So the school liaison position, is that currently a nurse?
No.
No, so that's the kind of the difference. So the person is got to be a different person, suppose. I shouldn't even ask that, it doesn't matter. But we're adding a qualification that's pretty significant. But that position is funded by a grant, is that correct? Yes. And that grant will cover that position even with changes to the duties, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I forget the guy with the beard. What
He's
position
the
is?
new boy.
No, the other guy.
This one. So that is the Health and Behavioral Wellness Coordinator.
Okay, and that already exists.
Yeah, both of these are vacant.
They're vacant right now.
They're vacant right now.
Okay, but how is that one funded?
Health First Indiana currently funds behavioral health and
Divine.
wellness. Yeah, that's what's in for the budget.
Okay. So we've got grant funding for one of these, HFI for the other two.
Currently in the budget, HFI for the Health Services Director, for the Behavioral Health and Wellness Coordinator.
Okay. And then the new position, and this is one that's the statutorily mandated one, is that, I'm sorry, I know you've told me this, but I'm just trying to get it all in one compartment in my brain because currently it's all over. But this one, is that necessary because of the closing of the clinic? Is that why we need to have that, because it was being done by the clinic folks?
There isn't a clinic closed. IU Health is still IU. They still have a clinic. They will no longer be doing communicable disease case investigation on our behalf under the contract.
And that's the statutory thing that we have to cover.
Yes, yes. They're still also going to be running their vaccination clinic. So, which is why we believe we don't need as many nurses as they have been doing, because we think most people who have been going there for their vaccines will continue to go there, and we will just have to pick up probably some new folks we get through the outreach to those other areas, maybe people new to the community that don't know about IU Health and have never been there.
What is it that you just said that this person is doing? Case investigation?
Communicable disease case investigation. It's a unique entity.
Yeah, it sounds pretty important.
It's really important if you don't want to have E. coli or hepatitis A, yeah.
Right. Is there nobody else doing this in the health department?
No, because we had always contracted out for it for the past 60 years. Because Bloomington Health, back when it was Bloomington Health, they had a group of community health nurses. There used to be this model called visiting nurses, and they would go into people's homes.
Right.
It made sense 60 years ago for the health department, since they had those folks anyway, and they were doing this anyway, to contract with them. That option is no longer available to us. So now we have to do what every other county health department in Indiana does and do it ourselves.
So for this year's budget, that would be under contracting and services. So because you were paying IU Health to take care of this duty. For the future, that money then would be redirected to a personnel line to pay for a position. How does that compare financially? What's the difference fiscally?
So the estimate, it's a few $100,000.
I'm sorry.
A few $100,000 less expenses, or less. Yes. So we would be saving. The county would be saving money.
Okay, thank you.
Can I also, if I can just clarify something, because I think we're talking about a couple different things. So definitely the communicable disease, we do have to do that. Of course, every local health department does. But I don't want to distract from the core services that we are required to provide under Health First Indiana. And I feel like that is sometimes getting lost kind of as we discuss things. So we are required to still provide those core services under Health First Indiana as a part of receiving those additional funds. So all of those services that you see laid out here in the agenda request, a lot of those are directly aligned to Health First Indiana.
I'm gonna keep the train moving along here. Did you have any?
I'm gonna pass for now.
Okay. Yes, Council Iverson.
All right, I'm going to be the nuts and bolts guy. So this is going to be the same thing that we talked about last time you were here. In the packet last week, you had red line job descriptions, which means simply you just went through the job description and red lined out things that were going to change. That hasn't changed, right? There's been no changes from last council meeting to this council meeting in terms of those red line job descriptions? Same is true for, we ask when you are creating a new job or editing a new job, you go through a quick little questionnaire to rate, like, how important is this job or what are the duties and all that. That was also in the packet last time. Anything changed between last council meeting and this council meeting? Okay, so the reason I ask this is because should we move forward with this, those are going to be really important documents to expedite the process. We already have those. So each one of these 4 caricatures that we have in front of us, we've got good job descriptions that haven't changed in a couple weeks. The WIS questionnaires are good to go. So in my mind, the next step is we need to talk about the hiring freeze and how the hiring freeze impacts all of this. And I think I wanted to broach that topic because that is the next hurdle. And last council meeting, I offered an amendment to move it forward, and then there was an amendment to my amendment. And so we're back at that place again, where we have everything we need to, we have everything we need to move forward. We've got this hiring freeze, and then we've got this idea of a contract and all that jazz. So any new thoughts in the past? I mean, you've had a board meeting. And I wanted to offer that to you before we start launching into those other topics. No? Okay.
Councilor Henry.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll focus my attention on the contract discussion because at the last meeting we had kind of a 2-track process. We're going to pursue how to create these positions through the WIS process, which is, I believe, as you said, mammoth, but also our data-driven process to figure out how to fit these positions into county government. So I know it's arduous, but I trust the PAC president's fidelity there in trying to get that through. But I want to talk about the contracts. So it's my understanding that you have looked out for quotes for potential, or have started to look at quotes for vendors that could provide a similar service to what IU Health did for 60 years. Is that process started? I believe it was discussed at the last Board of Health meeting. I'm not clear what's been going on with that. Have you been looking at quotes for providers?
Yes, so I submitted 2 different vendors, I think to Molly. Molly should have that, I believe, that she could provide. And so that's something that we've been, yes, looking into, but other than using a staffing agency, there's not anything that we could move forward with tonight.
Okay, so because again, just for our understanding, right, we're up against a timeline, so that's what we're aiming for. How do we get the coverage, understanding we have to do this due diligence? There was that. Has there been any communication from IU Health about extending or going to a month-to-month relationship while we close this gap? Have you heard anything back from our partners there?
Yes, so there was a discussion that they could extend an additional month and in exchange for the equipment. For some of the equipment.
So I guess that brings us back to a question we had a few weeks ago about the closure of the clinic and what's ours versus theirs. And so are they getting a in-kind payment to continue services using our equipment? Is that your understanding?
I have very little understanding at this time. I believe it's something that the legal department at IU Health was going to work on drafting up.
So it sounds like there's some conversation going on to get coverage while we figure out the nursing, the structure and the positions. I mean, are you still pursuing a way to get coverage while we're doing that? I guess is really my question. Through a contract or some arrangement through IU Health or another vendor.
So we're exploring that additional month extension to the current contract.
All right, well, I very much look forward to hearing if there are more months available. I mean, 1 month buys us a month, but there could be this scenario. It seems like we don't have coverage, but we don't have positions either if we're leaning on IU Health, right? So does the board have additional, or Lori, do you have additional thoughts on this?
The only other thing I would add is that I contacted the Association of Public Health Nurses and asked specifically whether they were aware of any contract public health nurses. And essentially I was told no, and they guided me to the director of public health nursing for Purdue and for IU. So this is not, contract public health nurses is not a thing. We can get a nurse, and then that nurse will be trained, but that doesn't get us down the road. actually.
Well, it's interesting to say it that way because neither are apparently county employee public health nurses either, because you're hiring an RN or an LPN or somebody to come in and we're doing additional training around it. So I just, it's an interesting comment to make because that's what you're marketing, right? Are nurses that are.
Well, but when we hire, we would put it out as that, and there may be public health nurses in the community, in the state, or around the country who are interested in coming here to work as public health nurses who may already have some background. But that's different. And indeed, what I heard from the head of nursing at Purdue and the head of nursing at IU Health was they were going to be looking for who is interested specifically and who is ready to take a position. So that's very different from just saying, we'll pick a random nurse and start training them and then they'll go away.
I feel like we're still on the same path of trying to get coverage and be lawful and meet it. It sounds like there's some conversation about IU Health helping us there for a little bit longer, or some quotes have been passed to county legal that we need to evaluate. But I'm going to continue to assume we're trying for coverage of some sort while we're trying to figure out the WIS process. But that's it, Madam President.
I think we are on that dual track because we only have 2 months. At this point, even if we hired nurses tomorrow, they would not be trained January 1st. So we have to be doing both at the same time, and I think Dr.
Got it.
Yeah, and I was just going to add, like contract nursing is also substantially much more expensive than hiring our own and training our own. You know, when we approached IU Health, it was more hey, it's going to take, we've been delayed, can we get another month so that we can maybe hire these folks, get them trained, get them going so we can be in compliance with the law.
Okay. Does anybody else have any questions or comments? Yes, Councilor Decker.
I would just say that additionally, and I'm sure this is factoring in, and far be it from me to tell anybody how to run their department, but when you leave the contract system, there's now a management component of that, right? There's accountability of people in-house and knowing what they're doing so that we can say to the public, here's what happens for every square inch of their day. I mean, everybody in this building has to answer that question. If they can't answer it or it's alleged something else, it gets them in serious ramifications. So that now all moves in-house. I throw that out because I think that's going to add other complexities that we've not had for 60, 70, 900 years or so, and it's or ever. And I don't want to demean that or you or anything, but that's a lot.
I think that that's an important point. The good news is every other county in the state has been doing it. So we have a lot of people that we can go ask, hey, what were you doing? Because we in Monroe County were the exception to the rule. So I think it's a good point to think of, though.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Wills.
Just to be clear, because I've looked at the information that Molly Turner King forwarded on to us about the staffing options from these other companies, and my understanding is that they're not just going to grab a random RN off the street and hand that to you. They do work with you a little bit, but they balance that with the fact that we're asking them to do something quickly, and so they'll try to find someone who has an interest in public health nursing and has, and you don't have to take the first person that they throw at you either. So, I mean, I think I mentioned at the last meeting, my husband has worked in this type of position before, and they match you to what their needs are, and then you become embedded in the host agency. And I'm even seeing in one of these communications, they're talking about, temporary to permanent options and things like that. So I hope that we're not just throwing that out because, yeah, it's expensive. It's not the first choice. But if IU Health can't help us out for another couple of months, this might be what we have to do just to meet the mandate, right? And so I guess I don't want it to sound as though it's not the first choice. I get that. But at the same time, I don't think it's necessarily undermining your statutory obligation to hire someone through this, I guess.
I think everything you said, we agree with.
Okay. I just want to, clarifying in my head.
I mean, under a great scenario, we would get a wonderful candidate who loves the job and then wants to take a position and stay. Our concern, of course, is that we get someone who does it for a month and we put in all that training and they say, I hate this, and we're back in the same old boat. But we're not discounting contracting as an option at all.
And Kate, the other part is that people who do locum tenens, which is basically what this is, actually like to move around. Yeah. They like to stay on the road. They like to investigate different areas of the country, but they don't have any intention of staying there. They really like that sort of mobile life. So it's 6 of one, 12 of the other.
Travel nurse lifestyle kind of thing. Yeah, I hear you. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Iverson.
Council, I would like to move approval of the Health Department's request. Well, I already read this, but what I'd like to do is move it to the next step to send these 4 positions to WIS. We've had a motion and a second, so I think I'm calling the question.
Okay. All right. Well,
No.
we do need to take public comment first before we do that. So I'm going to go to public comment. I already see a hand raised. And so, again, if you have public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Net Yield Room, or do like the person that has their hand raised, raise your hand via Teams. So I don't see any takers here, but again, I'll go back to, it looks like Ashley Craner has her hand raised. Again, state your name for the record, and you have up to 3 minutes. Please unmute. Ms. Craner, you can unmute. TSD, I'm assuming she has abilities to unmute.
She does.
Okay. Give it another shot. George.
Does that work?
Yes.
Okay. All right, 3 minutes, huh? Okay. So, as I mentioned, my name is Ashley Craner, and I served on the Board of Health, and I've worked for Monroe County for over 10 years now. George, babe, it's time for you to go. I don't understand why you're up here. This new leadership has done nothing but rewrite job descriptions. And I'm really confused as to why they're presenting them to you tonight during budget hearings. This is not the time or the place for this. Secondly, I am just incredibly overwhelmed and embarrassed by the paper dolls that are in front of us to make an argument about nurses that we need. Guys, I served with you for 10 years. Sarah, what is the paper dolls? I don't understand this. It's time to just stop rewriting the job descriptions, and you guys need to figure out how we recover as a community post-COVID. The money's there. We don't need to rewrite everything. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with the time spent arguing with council about job descriptions and the need of the community when you guys literally have lost a service, a big service, and you can't account for your budget. You don't know where your money's gone. I am frustrated. I think the council needs to hold the Board of Health accountable, as I would hope to be when I was on the Board of Health, to answer to these questions. We do not need 4 nurses. We do not need to provide all these services that you guys are saying that we need to. I'm frustrated. I am an upset citizen. As a former, like I said, as a former Board of Health member, I'm really disappointed. George, you've been sitting there all night and you haven't said a word. It's time for you to step down. We need new leadership on this board. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, the level of decorum with public comment, we need to make sure that we are very respectful. Nobody should be referred to as babe. And I think that is just a little disrespectful there. So I apologize for the conversation that just ensued there. That is not reflective of us. That is a public commenter that I do not agree with how she presented herself. So I just will say that. So if there are no other public comments, yes, Ms. Turner King.
I think before we move, I think you're getting ready to ask for a roll call. And
Yes.
before we move to a roll call, we need some clarification. I believe Councilmember Iverson made a motion to send the 4 job positions to WIS. Was there a second?
The motion on the floor is what I read at the very beginning. I was trying to clarify what that would entail as to, so it wasn't a motion to send it to WIS, it was that approving this tonight would send it to WIS.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's what we were trying to make sure.
Yeah.
So-
Okay. So now I'm going to call, ask for a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Counselor Feidel.
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz.
Yes.
Counselor Henry.
Yes.
Counselor Hawk.
No.
Counselor Crossley.
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And Lori,
Thank you.
I will call you because I want to review some of the stuff with you before it's sent on. Okay?
All right. Thank you. And again, apologies for that. All right. Next up, we will go to item C, which is from the Board of Commissioners.
As a reminder, the first reading of these ordinances took place at the September 23rd council meeting, with the second reading and discussion at the October 14th council meeting. Council, I move to approve ordinance 2025-30, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds, and ordinance 2025-31, an ordinance appropriating the general obligation bond projects which include but are not limited to, there are 10 of these. 1, design plans for improvements at the Monroe County Airport. 2, remodeling of the Showers Building, Justice Building repairs, primarily for renovations for voter election services. 3, vehicles. 4, street sweeper. 5, highway vehicles and equipment. 6, software, computers and computer equipment. 7, facility improvements at the Youth Services Bureau, courthouse grounds. 8, body cameras. 9, equipment for the Sheriff's Department. 10, airport furniture, tools and equipment. 11, emergency management, sirens and equipment, and all related improvements, and the incidental expenses in connection with these projects.
Second.
Thank you for being here. Do you want to walk us through kind of what we talked about last time and any updates this time? Well, you don't have to walk us through last meeting, but yeah.
I wasn't at the last meeting, so it'd be hard for me to walk you through. If TSD can give me the ability to share my screen.
You should have the ability now.
This is where it gets interesting because I have to do it through Teams?
Yeah, you have to open Teams.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then from there,
Says it's-
tell it to share. There you are. Okay.
There we go.
You got it.
All right. I did forward this to council last Friday so that you could have this in advance of this evening's meeting. I'm just going to go through these slides, and if you have questions, don't hesitate to ask. But these projects, if you will, came about as a result of the Board of Commissioners hearing from maintenance, hearing from department heads, and other elected officials about needs specific to their departments. The Board of Commissioners approved a resolution allowing bonding up to $6 million, thus providing the council with the flexibility to approve a bond that contains a project list in excess of the normal $3.1 million. And this next slide basically is just talking about how the GO bonding is handled. And GO bonds are issued for a short-term period, and that's what we have done up until this time, for not more than 5 years. So that's important as to why we are talking about a 6-year bond. So Senate, and what happened is, the reason we're talking about a 6-year bond is because the Senate Enrolled Act 1 imposed a 1-year cooling off period after a short-term bond expires. We just identified that a short-term bond is from 1 to 5 years. That's why we're at the 6. We currently have a 2024 $3.1 million bond. That bond expires in December of this year. And the 1-year cooling off period would be 2026, which means that we would not be able to bond again until 2027. That is why we have presented the bond at this point in time at up to $6 million. This is just a slide of the actual statute regarding the small division bonds. The bond that we're presenting to you this evening has been modified.
That was me, sorry.
Okay.
I was just trying to see the slides better, so I was sorry.
No problem. Yeah, so the project list has been modified. There was a large reduction of $800,000 that we were able to put into play because the bids came in on the North Showers project much lower than what had been expressed to us by the architect. And the Board of Commissioners is going to move the nature preserve to the food and beverage funding, which is a savings of $905,000. The YSB projects, I think there was some understanding at the last meeting that that was going to go back into the juvenile special lit. I've taken it out for all purposes here. It's $55,000. It can go back in if that's what you want to do. I do know that at the last meeting, the sheriff, I think they spoke about the Guardian RFID software. We had already been in conversation about that prior, and that's something that would come out of CUME. It's not that expensive, and it is something that we're going to have to take on for the rest of the ownership of that particular software program. I've talked with the sheriff, and he had indicated that he's comfortable with that way of supporting that project. So as a result of moving the various projects around, what they did do is they also added the 2 jail transport vehicles, 1 body scanner, and increased the amount of funding that's going to be made accessible for the Justice Building repair, and that's to cover those costs associated with the ongoing proactive testing, remediation, creation of a long-term stewardship plan, and departmental HVAC controller programming. So that's going to, once all that has been added, we've resulted in a new total bond. It's less than $6 million, and the new total project list is $4,667,775. So the bond number's down. The next slide is just a picture of the new nature park for you to kind of see. That's been removed. These are the items for the YSB. It's the card swipe locks. I don't have a picture of that because y'all, you know what a card swipe lock looks like. The other is the tamper-resistant light fixtures, which those kiddos need. And the other is a dishwasher. And if you want to know more about the dishwasher, I know that Mr. Kreider can give you that information if you like, but I believe it just does a blast sanitization, and it's a wonderful thing for ensuring that the dishes are clean. This is an itemized list of the projects. Again, it's including the sheriff's request of 2 jail transport vans, 1 body scanner, and it does not include the nature preserve, and it also does not include the YSB projects. They're $55,000. Those can go back in, if that's what you want. Administrative costs. So we actually have, this has been, I believe it's $120,000. Do you remember, Jeff?
I guess if we're at the 4.7 level.
Yeah.
In discussions with Jeff Cockrell, County Legal Department, in discussions with our financial advisor, this would be what he would believe would be kind of a worst case scenario, and worst case scenario would include underwriting fees as well as a bond rating cost. If it gets placed at a bank, local bank, which historically we've done, those costs aren't as high, but this would be a worst case scenario of $120,000.
Thank you. And so just also for your information, this is over 6-year periods. We can get a bond. We're going to need to get a bond, or you guys are going to have to find another way to support the tasers, body camera, and in-car, the body camera and the in-car cameras, because that is a $2.2 million project that they are splitting over 5 years, so that's at $440,000 a year. So that is, and that's a full refresh, and I'm sure the sheriff would be happy to talk to you about those items. I know that they were in conversation with Mr. Cron, and prior to all of this, and so I know that they were working together and trying to get the best deal, but this does include also the in-car body cameras. Let's see here. And the going in alphabetical order, the airport, this was actually something the council had requested be put into the bond during the budget process. This is $185,439 for the air traffic control design project that's required for their FAA grant eligibility. And if you have questions, again, those would be best presented to Carlos. There was $102,000 that you actually moved into, or somebody asked that it be put into the bond, and that they were able to reduce that to $101,431, and that gets them 2 breathing apparatuses, 2 radios, 4 chairs, and 2 Polaris vehicle type things. And the justification is in the packet, but I can read it for you. The vehicles will replace 2 UTVs disposed under a prior grant, essential for airfield operations, snow removal, and emergency response. The ARF equipment, which I believe is the breathing apparatus, replaces aging units nearing end of life, ensures some kind of compliance and firefighter safety. Again, if you need to know more directly what that is specifically to Carlos. Finally, the radios are for the airfield coordination. Tower chairs are just clearly a replacement of chairs that are in the tower that are desperately in need of repair. I included one schematic of the proposed draft design of the new ATCT, Air Traffic Control Tower. Yes. And I included some pictures of the things that they are requesting. These are them, the chairs, the radios. There's also the invoices that they've presented as what meets those particular expenses. The Board of Commissioners, the list specific to the Board of Commissioners is obviously the North Showers Early Voting and Voter Registration Project. Clearly, the early voting is the priority. My understanding is that we've already been in communication with the clerk's office, and they understand that the movement of voter registration in itself would occur after the primary, but well before the general.
26.
Yeah, next year.
Yeah.
Yeah. The next one is the sprinkler system. That's repairs for this historic courthouse grounds. The increase the amount for the Justice Building repair to $418,987. That meets the ongoing mold inspections and remediation and sampling. That's at $134,987, not to exceed for the year. And then the individual department HVAC software control repairs, that's $284,000. That's based on estimates that were given to us by HFI by department in the Justice Building. $50,000 for the steps, but that's actually being supplemented by the foundational funding that I do believe you guys approved to be appropriated. And $160,000 for 4 trucks, 2 for the building department and 2 for our county maintenance. These are some pictures. I believe that the sprinkler and the little controller thing on the bottom right is the actual items that we're looking at, trucks up there, and then below is the schematic design for the new voter registration and early voting. Emergency management, and I believe all of these people are actually in attendance. If not in person, they're online, and if you have questions, they're there. Emergency management has 7 siren replacements at $324,141, and an encoder, which is a programming and installation item, which is $11,379.94. And I'm not going to go through it all, but Ms. Niebel has provided her information regarding the replacement of current sirens, and also the list as to who's on the going to be replaced. And then we also included the proposal from ERS regarding these particular expenses. Highway, they have a total of $861,000. They want 7 spreader boxes and stands. They need to replace an old John Deere boom mower. They need to repair their own highway parking lot. They need to replace a bridge, or not a bridge, a truck for the bridge crew. And they also included in this, as part of our ADA plan that we submit for the county and for continued funding, to do $80,000 in sidewalk repairs around the county. And we've also added, and I believe this was also requested as per council, the $450,000 for the street sweeper, and that had originally been in Stormwater's budget. These are pictures of the spreader and the stand, and Lisa laughed at me when I asked her for pictures, but she did get them for me. And so that's the spreader and the stand. Right below that is the street sweeper, and the other is clearly a John Deere tractor. The sheriff, so the sheriff, $440,000 for the tasers, body cameras, and vehicle cameras, and that's a full refresh. And that's the thing that requires continued funding at $440,000 for a total of 5 years, unless you want to pay $2.2 million now. It also includes $500,000 for the in-car rugged laptops. That's also a full fleet renewal. And again, Those are questions for the sheriff. We have added, because before that had not been in this particular list, we added the body scanner, and we posted that at about $180,000. I believe I was given a range of 150 to 180. Nothing's getting cheaper, so we went with the higher one. Two jail transport vehicles, and those total $160,397. Here's some kind of cool pictures of your tasers, of your view, of your in-car camera, of your rugged laptop, and your body cam. And then this is a view of jail transport vehicles, and the two really geometric kind of looking things, those are the body scanners. And these are the quotes on the vans. Those were provided to me. And so that's kind of it. We're at the end.
Thank you. Councilor Hawk?
Right, the things that you added in there toward the last having to do with the jail, was that a part of the total that you'd originally given us?
The 4.6,
Okay,
yes.
because I thought, of course, I'm not going to support the script big bond. I said that from the beginning. But there's also the jail fund that these expenses for the jail could come out of, because that revenue is like about $8 million a year. And I don't think we've budgeted so much that we couldn't cover that, because this would be just a one-time spend out of money. It's just a thought. I didn't know whether anybody wanted to consider doing that with cash we have on hand rather than putting it in a bond that we're paying interest on instead of paying for it with money we already have in hand. But that I did send out that email. I forget who all I sent it to, probably just the Sheriff's Department. But I hadn't heard back. Anybody would think that was a good idea, but with something they could move forward and go ahead and purchase those items now, because the cash is sitting there and would, I believe, it would work. I mean, we'd have to look at all those numbers, but it would save paying interest when we already have cash there. And it wouldn't spend it down to where we can't use it for employee expenses the following year, because it would just be a one-time spend down.
Yeah, Councilor Iverson?
Thank you so much for moving the park to food and beverage. That is such a wonderful, it's going to be a wonderful park. And I'm so excited that we found a place for it. So thank you.
Oh, Councilor Henry.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief because I did have another item this evening that I wanted to use to talk about how we talk about bonds in the future. I may move to table that until another week so we can give it its full course. But I appreciate the effort put into this. 150 slides helps to illustrate, I think, the granularity similar to what the health department gave us about what we're after when we ask for these bonds. I appreciate the effort to reduce the cost down in there, but I'll just acknowledge we're, I think, at our fourth meeting about the bond at this point, where it took to get to this level. And I think this is part of the new normal after this budget and what's coming, that we really do need to start getting this level to understand how we use those resources in the community and how they're getting used. I mean, we've moved a long way from just the line items themselves. I appreciate the effort. I'm going to withhold the rest until we can get a better conversation time about how we memorialize this process so it looks like this for the first time and not the fourth time. And I think that's really it. But thank you, Madam President.
Over here to my left to see if anybody has Councilor Fidel, and I'll just kind of go up the line.
Thank you. So I'm wondering about the vehicles purchases. I see there are 4 vehicles, 2 building and 2 maintenance, and then the transport vehicles. So I'm wondering, it looks to me like you're buying the transport vehicle from someone in Salem, Indiana. So I'm wondering if all those can be purchased locally? No.
No. The 4 for the building department and maintenance, and Mr. Kreider would be better served to speak about this, but my understanding is that we have to go through it's a, what is it called?
The state QP
The
process.
state QPA.
Right.
And so depending on who has those vehicles, depends on where we can get them, right? So we have to meet the QPA. The vans for the jail are a very specialized project, and that's where we are currently getting our squad cars. But again, that would be a question best posed to.
Law enforcement vehicles are not the same as other vehicles, so.
I understand
yeah,
that, but I
so-
didn't know if
so-
the local dealership here could work
They
with
don't.
whoever they work with to make the adjustment.
Counselor, Wiltz, sorry. Are we still?
I thought I would.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yep, proceed.
So the trucks are trucks that you can go buy anywhere, but you receive quotes to try to get the best rate. These 2 jail transport vans, they're specialty vehicles that require police outfits and that type of thing. You know, you're not, I guess at the end of the day, you could probably submit an order through someone, but then I've got to take it somewhere to have it upfit and all the things. And John Jones in Salem is kind of a one-stop shop for that.
Did you ask the local people if they
No.
could provide the one-stop?
I didn't.
Okay. Might be something to think about in the future. I like local.
Yeah, I think we all like to do the local, and I would again defer this to the sheriff's office. They're the ones who pretty much provide us with the information on what they're looking for and needing.
Yes, Council Wiltz. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Really quick, locally, that service does not exist.
Okay.
Period. That's why we can't do it here. And what Richard said is 100% correct. You have to be a particular certified provider to provide that police equipment. But locally, I would love it, but it does not exist.
Okay, thank you.
I want to echo the thanks for making a lot of changes. I appreciate this level of presenting the details. It's not paper dolls, but you know, you got to work with what you can. I really don't think I have any questions, except that if we're bonding for this amount, are we saying for sure there's no GO bond next year?
No, we can. I'm sorry, I did not. And you're going to need to, unless you can find $440,000 for 4 more years for the sheriff. That's just, it's not, we're going to have a bond of some sort, because the tasers and the body cameras and the in-car cameras is a $2.2 million purchase. And I think it's Axon. Again, they'll be able to speak more better, but they're allowing us to break it over the 5 years. So that's where the $440,000 comes from. So we can, but we don't have to bond as much. We can bond for what we need. It doesn't have to be the same level at each year, but we can continue to bond, but it's going to have to be 6 years. Right? Yeah, 6-year term. So we get the money and then it's paid off over 6 years.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm a little uncomfortable raising the amount that we typically bond for. I mean, we've been holding it very consistent.
Right.
And I've thought that was a good strategy. You know, you're not impacting, you know, what we have to have in terms of the debt servicing. It keeps it fairly constant. And so we're upping the amount and we're upping the time that we have to pay it back. That's true. But it's ultimately financing more and more and more if we don't take that cooling off year and wait.
I guess at the end of the day, right, the tax rate associated with this individual bond will be less than what we have been paying per bond historically. That changes in 4 or 5 years if you continue to do a bond above $3 million, right? So in year 5 and 6, or definitely year 6 and beyond, this would potentially increase that rate. There's a lot of, property tax and all these other things associated with it, but yes, it would. And so I think that answers your question.
I think it confirms my fears, right? I mean, I'm just uncomfortable with that.
Councilor Decker?
Now I'm losing my voice. Here's what I appreciate about our process on this. What was it, 4 meetings that we've talked about bonds? I appreciate that we, in a very public fashion, have scrubbed this back and forth in a lot of different directions. And that scrubbing sometimes can be a little bit difficult, can have some friction. But I think that in that, we've got an answer here that represents a whole lot of different things in here. And I won't go through all the ones that I think are very vital and key, but I like that we are answering tough questions around emergency management. Because literally, if that goes wrong, none of this matters. And I like the fact that we're thinking about obligations for which we would not have had 10 or 15 or 20 years ago when different values and different technology were there. The fact is, anyone, right, left, independent or otherwise, wants a body cam on everybody. They want to know all of that. And they not only want that out there on that street, they want that in that jail in all fashions. And we want it too, because we want to know. The public wants to know. And I like that we're having that in a very public way, going back and forth. I like that we had back and forth led by President Crossley on the Justice Building and obligations there. And again, not easy, difficult, but again, publicly vetted, and here we are. And perfection probably not here, but I think we're getting a little bit better to good to great, and that's not too bad for the courthouse.
Okay, thank you. All right, so if there is no further yes, Ms. Turner-King.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Before we move to vote on this issue, I do think we need to amend Exhibit A, specifically moving the Justice Building repairs language in the 3rd line to the 4th line after election services and before vehicles, as that primary for renovations language is modifying the showers, buildings, repairs.
Got it. Okay, so moved.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. So all those in favor of amending that language signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. All right, motion carries. Now, coming back, if there's no other further questions or comments from council, we will go to public comment. Please come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room or raise your hand via Teams.
This is on the underlying motion, not the motion, right?
This is for
Or
the
the- or
overall,
the
for
amendment.
the,
Yep,
no,
okay.
yeah, yep.
Eric Spoonmore, Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce. I listened to the list last week. As you know, I think this list sounds better. Appreciate that. But I do agree with what I'm hearing from some council members. Let's rely less on bonding going forward in this very uncertain fiscal environment. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Is there anybody else that wants to talk about this item? Again, come forward to the lectern. And if you do feel like you want to speak on this item, again, so that we can move expeditiously to the greater topic at hand that we all are still waiting to hear, please line up. So, thank you.
Hello, I'll try to keep it quick because I know we got a lot. I do just want to point out that in Exhibit A,
that is listed as non-lethal force equipment, and I think that is a misingenuous use. Tasers are less lethal. They are not non-lethal, and they are actually quite dangerous. I'm reading here from Taser Safety Issues on Wikipedia that at least 49 people died in 2018 in the U.S. after being shocked by police with a taser. So I do just want to say that they are less lethal, not non-lethal weaponry. Thank you.
All right. Any other public commenters? Going once, going twice. All right. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Point of information, Madam President.
Yes.
This is on the amendment, correct? Or the whole
No.
bond? This is on the whole bond?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I was just gonna.
Yeah, because we voted on the
amendment, but I just wanted to make sure
Correct.
everybody understood. Okay.
Right.
So, yes, this is on the overall resolutions for the bond and the appropriation.
Correct.
Counselor Fidel,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
No.
Counselor Henry,
Pass.
pardon?
Pass. Come back.
Counselor Hawk,
No.
Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Yeah, I passed, so
sorry.
it comes back. Yeah, so
Counselor Henry,
that was yes, thank you.
sorry. Motion passes 5-2.
Okay. Thank you. All right. And I'm going to go to Counselor Iverson next.
Council, I move to table this discussion on establishing timeline and procedure for future bonds to the meeting on 11/10/2025.
Second.
Seconds flying. All right. So any discussion on this? All right. Seeing none, all those in favor of tabling this item to November 10th, 2025 meeting signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Councilor Iverson.
After consulting with the Treasurer's Office, Council, I move to table this item to the meeting on November the 10th, 2025.
Second.
All right, we got a motion. Are you?
Did you hear the motion?
Are you sure that's what she wanted?
So there was a motion and I don't know if we had a second yet to, okay, so we had a motion and a second to table the treasurer's item. I thought,
She's here. Does she want it?
hold on, y'all. So she had, Council Iverson said he consulted, but we have the treasurer that's here, so I want to give her the opportunity to say her piece. Again, let's practice patience so we can move on, y'all. Yes, Treasurer Smith.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. Last weekend, last meeting, I think there was some confusion. I was under the understanding that you guys had to invite me to come and speak. And I did not get an invitation because it said we'd be asked to speak. And I thought you guys had to discuss it before you invited me. In addition to that, I had a major medical family emergency. So either way, even if you'd have heard it, I couldn't have been here because I was with a very, very, very critically sick person. It's not that I didn't want to be here. So what this is not, I guess, I'm not really asking you to fill a vacancy because this person has always worked here. We have the same people working every spring and every fall. Last year, for the first time, we were asked to allow them not to be on the payroll for the months between after tax billing, after tax collection in November to the beginning of March when they come back in. They only work a few weeks in the spring and 2 weeks in the fall. So I'm only asking for 2 weeks. Money's in my budget.
Right.
So I was confused because this is not really a vacancy. It's the same person coming over and over and over for multiple years. And these are senior citizens who only make $15 an hour And they do this out of the bottom of their heart to be nice, kind of like voter, people that work at the polls. And the work that they do is not something I can teach somebody in just a few days. Taxes are really confusing. You pay in arrears. You have to understand the difference between the years. You have to understand assessment changes and tax rate changes. And there's so many variables. It takes a long time to learn this. So what I'm asking for is to allow this person to be able to come over the next 2 weeks. Taxes are due on November 10th. They usually work 1 to 2 days after taxes are due while the mail comes in, and that's it. And then they wouldn't be needed again until the spring. So it's no additional money.
Sure.
It's the same person, and like I said, I never terminated them, and they never quit. This was something to save money. I think it was unemployment insurance. It wasn't meant. And I gave you guys a package. Every time we do this, if this is going to be how we do it moving forward, these people have to fill this out, all of this, every time now. Before they just were inactivated, but their stuff was still in there. And so I don't know how you guys want to move forward with these repetitive same people, but I don't want to lose them because they're trained and they're wonderful, wonderful people, same people. So I'm happy to answer any questions or to explain further if that doesn't do it for you.
Okay, but just to clarify, there was a motion and a second to table that conversation. And so since you've already expressed, then it sounds like you need to amend your motion.
Actually, I want to stick with the motion because the idea of having a giant packet like this means we need to get some of our ducks in a row. And the idea is that future conversations need to happen, or additional conversations need to happen to ensure that, that giant packet isn't going to be required of every single time you've got to work, get an employee in the pipeline. So
I understand and honor that. However, this happened and it clipped us right before this person was to come back to collect taxes. Which is how we fund the government. It's very, very important. So I'm kind of stuck.
Okay. So again, Councilor Hawk has her hand raised, and then I feel Councilor Wiltz, go ahead, and then I'll go to Councilor Hawk.
Me first?
Yes.
Oh, you're saying, okay.
Yeah.
I just have a point of order and question, because at the beginning of this meeting, we amended the agenda and we tabled this item, didn't we?
Not mine, you didn't.
I specifically left the treasurer out of that original motion.
Okay, well, so what, who did we table? Because I just went.
Prosecutor part.
Prosecutor and highway only?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Hawk.
Okay, I think time is of the essence here, and to be clear, this is just like for a 2-week, go in there and help collect the taxes, and it's $15 an hour. There's no overtime, there's no longevity, there's no health coverage. It's just 2 weeks of a live body standing there taking in the taxes so that we don't have long lines of people waiting to pay their taxes. And she doesn't need her the rest of the time. And it's not necessarily for this person because, this person could decide to go to Timbuktu. It's for somebody to help collect the taxes for 2 weeks, $15 an hour. That's it. No benefits, no overtime, no anything else. And I think time is sort of the essence because, it's going to be time to start paying the taxes, and she needs to make sure she's got somebody in there.
Okay.
People pay. They don't wait till the last day to pay. They start paying a little early.
I hear you, Councilor Hawk. I understand. I just know that there was a motion and a second to table this item. So if somebody wants to withdraw that motion, or we vote on it and vote it down and go back to opening this discussion up, and that should go quickly because she's already presented the item. So, somebody.
Okay.
like,
We
the
have a
motion was to table the discussion.
Does it need a second?
He seconded.
And, okay, so we're gonna vote?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm just,
Does it help if I withdraw my second, then we go?
There are two other departments that are in the same boat here, and we cannot, we tabled those other two departments. I think we need to table this one as well.
But she also just mentioned of the things that needed to happen, like what happened, like the payments and things of what needs to happen in the treasurer's office earlier during department updates. So I'm gonna call the question. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Madam President, point of order.
Yes.
Did Mr. Deckard rescind his second?
Yes.
Okay, then there is no motion,
Okay.
right? So we're not, there's no, so what is the question on the floor that we're calling order on?
Well,
So right now, where are, this is really important because, so there's no motion.
okay. It's all right. All right. My bad, y'all.
It's okay. I just
Don't
want to
at
make sure.
me. Like, we're all doing this at the same time. Doing this under the weather right now. So forgive me. Okay. So then, since that was withdrawn, then
Yeah.
yes, Councilor Iverson.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval the treasurer's request in Fund 1000-0003, County General Treasurer to fill a part-time vacancy.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. The treasurer has already given her presentation on it. Is there any other further question? Councilor Henry.
Thank you, Madam President. So just to be clear, this is a 2-week job because of the nature and how we clipped it, as you described it. I don't understand how we got to a process where ESD is eliminating positions and then bringing them back. You said this is a new process for your office.
I think it's a new process for,
You're
for
here.
everyone that
Can you
is
speak
in
to
this
this so we can
situation.
understand or get clarity, if you don't mind? And Madam President, if you don't mind, because it seems to be
Sure.
really important, and if we're not going to get taxes in, I kind of want to know. So, thank you. I appreciate it.
This is not a new process. This is a process that we ask if there are going to be employees that are not going to be paid for an extended period of time. We ask departments to submit the termination paperwork for those employees and then for them to be rehired. One of those reasons is because we have to report the number of employees that we have on a monthly basis. And so that if we were to allow all of those employees to stay employed, we would be inflating those numbers that we're reporting to the Bureau of Labor Statistics is one place that we report that. Another reason is that we have employees that are in this situation, they go 6 months without working, being paid. We want to make sure that we are getting, when they come back, that we're getting updated information, like direct deposit information. We want to make sure that we're getting an updated background check because they haven't been employed for 6 months. There are various reasons why we ask departments to do that. And another thing that I will say is that we have asked departments to do this. They don't always follow through and do that. We have more staff in our office now, and so we are making sure that departments that do not have people that they aren't paying for an extended period of time, that we are monitoring that. We're asking departments to submit that termination paperwork for seasonal, temporary employees.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarity. And just to be clear, Treasurer, you're saying that this is new this year to you, or has it been, what? Okay. Okay, that seems to be.
Yeah, I think that the request has been made. Our department was overwhelmed with monitoring those requests that we make of the departments. And so we have the ability to monitor that more now with the addition of staff in our office. And so that's what we do.
That's okay. Thank you for that. I mean, I also hear that sounds a little inconsistent because clearly it continued even if that was a problem. And now it's, so okay. It sounds like there's a bit going on here. Thank you, Madam President.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Seeing, yes, Councilor Hall.
Are you ready for a motion?
Well, I'm asking for questions or comments for anybody, and then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll vote. Okay. So, If there's any public comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here, then at your Hill room, or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Can you restate what we're voting on, please?
Okay, this, it is a motion to approve the treasurer's request to fill a part-time hourly position in the general fund treasurer.
For 2 weeks. Don't leave it so wide open. There might be some other treasurer someday.
Well, but that was not stated in the original motion,
Well-
so do you need to amend that?
Motion. Well, never mind. I don't care. Just vote.
Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel? Counselor Wiltz?
No.
Motion passes 6-1.
Next up.
Thank you very much. I do want to say I was caucused in last year, so that was my first year as treasurer in a very, very long time. We never did that before, so it was pretty surprising to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank
But I'll
you.
follow all the rules, I promise.
Okay, thank you, duly noted. All right, next up is new business.
Council, I move to approve the Health Department's request in Fund 8115-9623 lead case management for the creation of a new account line 32410 personal health care, and simultaneously approve an additional appropriation of $46.15.
Second.
Ms. Kelly, proceed.
Good evening. So this is essentially like a housekeeping item. So there was an expense that did not go out with our claims during the previous year, and so we paid this out of the county funds. So we'd like to just receive approval for this additional appropriation and essentially make a correction so that we can close out this grant.
All right, questions or comments from council? Councilor Iverson.
Just wanted to confirm we had a really healthy discussion with the auditor's office and the health department to go over this grant. So this is indeed just that housekeeping issue.
Yes. All right, seeing none, if public wants to make comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here, then at you Hill room, or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry? Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you. Next up, item C.
Council, I move to approve the sheriff's request in Fund 1156-0000 firearms training for an additional appropriation in the amount of $20,000 in the supplies category.
All right. Hello,
Hello.
welcome. Hi.
So we are just requesting an additional appropriation into this firearms fund so that we can buy some rifle armor plates for their body armor. This is in addition to the ammunition that they already purchased out of there. That's why we need 20,000.
Okay. All right. And I'll open it up to council for any questions or comments. Anything else y'all want to add? Thank you for your patience. We appreciate it. All right. Seeing none, if public would like to make comment on this item, you could come forward to the lectern here in the Night U Hill room, or you can raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, Ms. Turner King, are you able? Nope. Michelle is racing back to the computer here.
I'll just do a roll call before she runs back. Counselor Hawk?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Feidel?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, that
Thank
was
you.
easy like the button. Thank you. Have a good night again. Thank you for your patience. All right, we are next up on item D, which is from the Board of Commissioners.
Ready to go?
Yep.
Council, I move to approve the Commissioner's request in Fund 1112-0000 Economic Development Lit, the creation of account line 30013 Professional Services and account line 45151 Property Acquisition, and simultaneously approve an additional appropriation of $4,721,029.46 in the services category and $3,378,978.54 in the capital category for a total appropriation of $8,100,008.
Second.
All right, welcome. And we have Mr. Cockrell and Ms. Purdy and two of our commissioners present. Please go ahead.
I'm going to let Mr. Cockrell do much of the speaking this evening.
Okay, yes, I thought I'd start off. This is for our Justice Center project. And I'm going to give a little bit of history. I'm going to give a little bit of the logic, and then we'll see where it goes. This all started essentially in 2009 when the ACLU filed we have an agreed order with the ACLU through the courts. In my mind, it started in 2019. So at the end of 2019, we were working with the Indiana Civil Liberties Union to extend our agreed order, and they essentially said, we think you're using this as a crutch not to do any improvements, so we're going to make you, in order to extend this again, agree to do a review of your justice system. And so in 2019, we began that process. COVID hit. We didn't get the document back until June 20th of 2021. And so that was a RJS report. It essentially, it did say, and this is a quote, the jail facility is failing, right? And so we looked at that and we were trying to figure out what to do, right? And so we started the first conversation, do we rehab or do we find a new facility? And I'm just going to pull. In that report, it indicated that it would be $56,489,000 to rehabilitate that facility. And so now I'm going to read the list of things in that says we needed to add space for into the facility, and I think anybody who's been in that facility realizes there's not a lot of space to add. And that 56 was the high-end number. There is a lower-end number. Inadequate housing segregation. Inadequate counseling space, inadequate housing space, inadequate program space, lack of medical interview space, lack of medical treatment space, lack of suicide prevention cells, lack of separation of contagious inmates, no segregation of sexes or special needs inmates, no sick beds, inadequate isolation cells, inadequate process and booking. So of that $56 million number, if you added up the high end of all those, it's $42 million. So 75% of the cost associated with the high end, roughly, equate to things that we needed to add space for in a building that we really don't have any space to go into.
You added 56 and 42, correct? How did you get, just to help them understand that?
Each one of those items had a high-end and low-end dollar amount associated with it. So I added the high end for each one of those individual things. And if you want the individual breakdown, I've got it. It's in the report that I think everybody's seen. So roughly 75%. So at that time, we started looking for properties to build this new facility. And so that was the summer of 2022. We really began in earnest. And during that time, we looked at 3 different properties. And when I say we, the county looked at 3 different properties. More specifically, the Board of Commissioners with the County Council and in consultation with the Justice Departments looked at those. And I think for the first round, it was much more County Council, County Commissioners with some reach out to the sheriff. We narrowed it down, that group narrowed it down to the Fullerton site. We had all the county departments visit the Fullerton site. We had a purchase agreement with the Fullerton site. But it was contingent on getting it zoned appropriately with the city of Bloomington. We took it to the city of Bloomington. The city council said, this isn't the right spot for this facility. All right. So then we had to go back and do that process all over again, right? So we kind of working together with the council, the commissioners, and I think we did include more of the Justice Departments in those kind of conversations. We looked at 4 different sites. We looked at the Thompson site, which is later on in this agenda for a different purpose. We looked at the Hopewell site, which was owned by the city of Bloomington at the time. We looked at the North Park site. Those were the 3 primarily ones we narrowed it down to. And then, kind of a few months later, we learned about this a site on Vernal, which happened to be in one of the first 3 we looked at the first time around. So we looked at that again, and that group came up with the North Park site was chosen. And then on October 8th of 2024, this group increased the lit correctional tax to 0.17 and my understanding is that was to cover the gap that edit would not fund towards the facility. And then on 10/25/24, the commissioners approved a purchase agreement with the owner, subject to council's approval. And then on 11/26/24, the council approved ordinance 2024-54, which said this is the property we're going to buy, and it had all fixed the terms and conditions to that. All right. So at this point, the question before you and what we're asking for is an additional appropriation to cover those costs, plus to cover the cost of the design work that we have had ongoing, in which you guys have had the benefit of presentations and had the benefit to discuss those. I mean, the end result, the end goal is to, and this is somewhat optimistic, I would say, as I was preparing for this, I was looking through some of the old meetings. When we were doing the Fullerton, I said we'd be done by the end of 2025. So that's how optimistic I can be with these things. But I think reasonably optimistic if things shake our way. We have this thing completed sometime in 2029. And at that point in time, I think the intent is, at least for the current Justice building, is to sell that back to the private market and let the private market take over that building and determine through their processes of what it's going to be for. I guess one of the questions is why are we talking about this now? I've heard that I've gotten some emails about Senate Enroll Act 1 and all those kind of financial constraints that you saw through budget times. And the number one answer is we're under contract. We're under contract at appraisal rates from last year. Speaking with the county assessor, land values are going up. So it's going to be more expensive. And I think the other thing is we've gone through enough iterations of trying to determine what's the proper site for this, that we've kind of looked at everything that's available that fits the needs, that is adequate size, that we can use.
Can I add, just for clarification, especially for the public, Jeff talked about the RJS report with the amount of money it would cost to rehab the facility. Obviously, we know that an engineering study that we had done subsequent to that demonstrated that it's impossible to add that space to the current building. The current Justice Center building is poorly designed. There are a number of issues with it, but it cannot be added to structurally. It is impossible. And we have that study done as well. So just to be clear, even if we have somebody throwing out numbers for what it would cost to add the space that we know we needed, in addition to what we have now, it didn't mean that we could actually build it. And so we did that subsequent study, and it demonstrates that. So in essence, this council and this Board of Commissioners approved the purchase last year. The question is, are you ready to pay the bill? It's an appropriation. This is an appropriation request. The purchase request has already been heard and voted on. So with that, anything else?
No. Sorry, I have laryngitis. I hear you. All right. Thank you very much. I hope, Commissioner Madeira, you feel better. As one voiceless person to the next, we're in the same situation. All right, so I know we got lots of thoughts and conversations here. So I'm gonna start over here to my left and see if anybody wants to start first. Okay, I thought I saw Councilor Walt's hand raised, so you go for it.
I think the first question I have is, if everything was in place a year ago, why are we here still not having made any movement forward, at least that I can tell from the story, till now?
Well, I think there are a lot of contingencies in our purchase agreement. The biggest one, and I think the most time-consuming one, was that it needed to be rezoned to make it appropriate for our use of the property. And so the developer was rezoning that, and it's in a PUD, and they were rezoning that entire PUD. And that was finalized late spring, and then I don't have a good answer for between late spring and now. But
I think it's just an oversight, frankly, as to bringing this to you.
And the purchase agreement itself had an expiration in the summer, this past summer, is that correct?
June 30th.
June 30th, right. So technically, one or the other party should have said something legally, right? To either continue it or kill it. I mean, we're in kind of this weird limbo that I don't think it's completely invalid because we didn't say anything, but it's also expired.
Well, and I've spoken with the owner, and he is still interested in moving forward.
If we get into a situation where that purchase agreement gets invalidated, I don't know what property we build a justice facility on, A, and B, we go out for new assessments, and those, as Mr. Cocker pointed out, are going to be higher. So it's great that he's willing to continue the purchase agreement at last year's price.
And only part, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go for it.
This, my last one for now. Only part of this request is about the purchasing of the property. There are actually two parts to this request, it looks like. And one is for the property acquisition, that was about $3.3 million. And then there's a $4.7 million for professional services. Is that specific to professional services that have already been provided, or is it for future?
Not provided, but under contract for. So that would be the DLZ contract amount, and it is based upon a percentage of the overall project. So I think it's at 4.5% of the overall project, and I think if you look back, the average cost of those services between the CMA and the design team is between 7 and 10% of the total project cost, and we're right in line with the low end of that. I think we're at 7.5% for that. And when we talk about the $225 million budget that we've talked about, all those costs are included in that budget.
These costs.
Okay.
So what we're talking about tonight is included in that total project number.
In purchasing the property, DLZ, professional services, all of that is part of the soft costs.
Follow up. So when is the $4.7 million bill due?
We will be invoiced on that as we continue to progress through this project. I'm actually holding 2 invoices for services rendered because we needed the ban number to remain static when I was asking for the 3.378, so we would know, because that's exactly what we need to pay off. Purchase of property. That includes closing costs.
Okay, so you're paying as you go. You've got some outstanding invoices that we owe DLZ. How much do those amount to?
$100,000.
I'm sorry.
I think about $900,000.
900?
So I didn't hear it. What was it?
About 900,000.
Thank you.
So right now, we owe that. We're under contract for the rest of it. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Deckard.
Thank you for these answers. Some of these were questions that I had as well to get kind of up to speed on it. I want to go back for a second because this council a year ago, same time of year, I was in that chair and you were having easier days. But we were no, I'm not in a hurry to go back in that chair. We were in a hurry to get that correctional tax as part of the funding so that the jail portion could be, so that we'd have a plan for that. My question kind of goes to somewhere where Councilor Wiltz was, I think, in that what took a year on, if the purchase agreement was approved, what took a year to get it to here? I don't understand that. Because we were under a gotta go, ACLU, all that. What slowed this year?
My answer would be Senate Bill 1 and trying to work through what all those financing questions were. That took a lot of time in the spring. I'm not saying that it should have delayed this conversation. I'm saying, but that is where our focus was during that period of time. There's no doubt about it. Plus, we needed to we had to make sure it got through the zoning process and the zoning got changed. And if you guys remember March, April, May, that was trying to figure out what the state was doing to us, and that was, at least in our department, one of our highest priorities.
But if I
Can I add to that, if I might? I just want to also say that the way the question was asked, just for the public's edification, I want to be clear that design work has continued. DLZ has continued work. We have not stopped making progress on this project. Just because this appropriation hasn't come to you yet, we certainly are working on other aspects. It hasn't held anything up. It hasn't delayed anything. It's not a stop. It's not a delay. This is just, we just need to keep moving forward, and this has to get done.
And the legislature question still, ultimately, remains. I mean, citizens of the state don't even know what congressional districts they live in. And they won't for 3 weeks, let alone any fix on property tax, any fix around that. And there's a lot of public, maybe even some here tonight, that would say, I don't want them to fix anything on property tax because I don't like any of you people. I was looking at social media commentary around the Avon school referendum, and I thought, my gosh, people don't like schools, they don't like public, they don't like anything. So I'm not optimistic on things. I guess we're still in a murky state as far as the state and what they're doing, not doing.
I would say we're in a murky state as far as timing, right? I mean, I think what the end of the day question is that the tax rate that you guys have and the city and the income tax council, which is controlled by the city of Bloomington, they did the edit tax. And then you guys looked at that revenue from the edit tax and decided on the correctional lit, and you add those two together, we are on track, right? With those two together, we are on track. our current tax rate, income tax rate, because this is what we're talking about, paying for this through a revenue bond through income tax, our current income tax rate covers it. When the big income tax switch happens, our current rate is below what you're allowed to, what your max is. So that flexibility is still there. It's the language of the legislation does not allow for us to commit more than a 25% of that income, and we can't commit that for more than 2 years. So, and if that doesn't get worked out, then we're looking at 2028, revising, seeing if we're still on track, because prices are going to change. And so we will have to reevaluate all that. And then in addition, there are a couple other legislative changes that need to occur if we want to do it prior to 2028. But once we hit 2028, I think the revenue stream that you have allocated today should still be available for this project.
I'll be quiet for now, thank you.
Okay. Councilor Everson? No? Okay. Councilor Henry?
Thank you, Madam President. There's going to be a lot to get into, and part of me just wants to eat the whole pie. I think I'm just going to take a slice here and share today. I want to focus my attention on the purchase agreement itself. But before I get to that, I just want to make some comments here because I know we have some guests in the room. I'm one of the 2 new members of council here, and I do have a different philosophy about when we use the royal we, when we discuss what council does and what commission does and what we've done here. It's kind of like, when I watch, sports teams, and it's like, is it the Hoosiers or is it the players this year on the team? And so I want to be clear that a council and a commission in a configuration made a decision about a purchase agreement and tax code and the like. And I know that so when we talk about this as a way as if it's all the same people and players up here, it's mostly the same. It's 28% new up here. It's a third new across the aisle in the commissioner's office. So I think that's really important to keep in mind that the royal we confuses even me sitting here. It wasn't this council that has agreed to this purchase agreement. I want to appreciate the analysis, Mr. Cockrell, that you presented. I think we need to be careful about some assumptions in here. The timeline omits some other really important things that we have to consider in discussing this. For example, in the last version of council, when they approved the purchase agreement, the estimated hard costs were somewhere around 120 to 140 million. And then that has increased and ballooned with soft costs to the 250, the 7 that we saw, and back to 225. But to say that the cost a year ago are the same as today does, I think, need to be put on the table. There's also the fact that an election happened after the due diligence period. And the commissioners and the council then felt that they had economic feasibility to proceed, but we had an election the following Tuesday that had consequences, and of course we've mentioned one of those is Senate Bill 1, which has fundamentally changed the way we can raise revenue for this. According to FSG, our financial advisor, the 3 options we have available to us do not get us the design that DLZ has put forward. I appreciate you have a different interpretation of that. I do not see a pathway to the full facility as you've described. Thirdly, the purchase agreement was decided in the white heat of the election in October. And frankly, some of us were engaged in other work trying to either get elected or people elected. And I got to say, I appreciate the friction and the frustration up here to get something in place. But some of those codicils in the agreement need to be discussed and teased out today as to why I think we are where we are. And most importantly is the idea that if, yes, the design phase has continued, it hasn't happened in public view. There's been 2 presentations of the DLZ design, one in the early winter and one in August, and everything else has been outside of the view of this room and outside of the council, and I have not seen it myself as a sitting member of council. So whatever decisions have been made behind closed doors that remove stakeholder items and requirements and add requirements have been done behind closed doors and presented twice to the public. And I think that's probably why there's interest this evening in how we got to where we are. So I preface all that to then get to the questions on the purchase agreement. And I'm happy, I don't know who would like to answer these, I presume Mr. Cockrell. I'd like to focus on the due diligence piece at section 3.4. Can we actually get the purchase agreement on the screen here to take a look at? Maybe I'll hold here a second, just hopefully it doesn't take too long to get up. question, and then we'll catch up as it's
please
there.
do.
So second, there's 3.4, which talks about the due diligence clause in the contract. One of those things talks about economic feasibility at the time, which would have been November 1st, 2024. I just mentioned we had an election after that, and of course, a lot of things have changed. Inflation, tariffs, and taxes at the state level. So it would seem to me that economic feasibility after SEA 1 is really questionable. We can't actually develop the parcels as envisioned initially. Can you walk me through what the standard is for economic feasibility for the purchaser and what standard you're using to evaluate that? What makes it feasible?
I would think that is and it's at our discretion. In my mind, what makes it feasible is, one, whether we can afford it, and whether the property still meets our long-term needs as an organization, and whether we can financially afford the property and some concept of that in the future.
Okay.
And I guess before we move on, I want to just correct that my understanding when last November you said you thought it was 120 to 140 million. My understanding the whole conversation with the 0.17 was a $2 million cost of the project and not 120 to 140.
I can't speak for the counselors that voted on that tax. If memory serves, some of them had interest in using those dollars for prevention and mental health services, of which are not evident in the most recent design as a non-law enforcement activity. So I'll leave it to them to ask the questions about the 0.17 or the 1.7. I may have garbled that. In terms of the design, section 3.7, if we go to 3.7 on the purchase agreement, and this piece here, the purchaser's use of property. Purchaser intends to use the property for a justice complex, which includes a new county jail and court space. The county intends to complete the jail structure first. However, it will not operate facility until contracts are awarded for courtroom construction. This infers to me that, and as the authors, you may be able to describe to me that there was an understanding of phasing the project at some point, that jail is built at one point, courts are added later. Is that a way to think about that particular item?
Absolutely. That section does allow for phasing of this project.
There seems to be disagreement at the table. Is there a contrary opinion? Commissioner?
Because you can't operate the jail portion until the other portion is completed.
Well, that was written into the agreement. That's a
Right.
codicil. That
So-
seems to be added in. That doesn't, I mean, is that a law or is that a mutual agreement between purchaser and seller? So I just heard Mr. Cockrell say, in fact, it is feasible. You're saying it's not, which is it?
I think the contract allows for it.
Okay.
Whether that is practical or not, I think is.
I would also note that it does leave out the sheriff's office as part of that. It also leaves out other facilities as part of that. Was it the intention to leave out the sheriff's office in the acquisition of the property? Because that office isn't even listed. It's courts and jail. I don't understand why we wouldn't list the other pieces parts as a requirement for acquisition.
Because we were making a commitment to the person selling the property that we were going to have at least those two components on the site.
Okay.
If we would have included all those other facilities, that would have been making decisions at that point in time before we were far enough along the design process to know what's feasible, where is feasible, and all those kind of considerations. So we did not basically say we are going to build everything we possibly can, because we wanted to make sure we had flexibility to make tough decisions if the financing was different than what we anticipated it to be.
Okay, so, but again, the required things in the purchase agreement are the jail and court space with no finite amount of courtrooms. Could be 1, could be 12. Okay. Moving on to the other clauses here, what I'll just call the out clauses. 3.1 up at the top indicates for the county council, I believe, and I'm no lawyer, I'm just asking questions. 3.1, financing and county council approval contingent upon approval required under code and funding appropriation. I tend to read that as this doesn't happen unless we appropriate. The agreement doesn't happen unless we appropriate. Is that it's like if I'm turning the two keys on the nuclear submarine, is it the code and then appropriation that makes this live?
It says and, yes.
Okay. And then the last thing, I don't, again, hog the time, but the purchase agreement does have a lot to it. 10.1, I think way at the bottom, this is the closing date, and I think Councilor Wiltz had already brought this up, and I just want to maybe reiterate it and completely understand it. So 10.1 is to be closed by June 1st, 2025. Has the commission or either the seller asked for a 30-day extension during this time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so we've never received, the commission didn't ask for it and the seller didn't ask for it. It is now October 28th. This was supposed to be wrapped up June 1st. I mean, if I were selling a house and it was just dangling there until, I guess, we got around to buying it, I would probably be concerned about finding another buyer at some point. I just don't know what the urgency is. I think a reasonable person would say that it doesn't seem like there's an urgency to get that done. You know, that's enough for now, I think, to get just to the meat and potatoes. I know you didn't mean that. No, we're good. Thank you, Madam President. All
I don't
right,
know what you just said, but okay. All right, let's keep it moving. Councilor Hawk.
As most of you know, I've already made the commitment not to support the North Park, and so you might just want to just ignore everything I have to say. However, even if I'm not supporting the location, I still have an obligation to look at what the total cost is going to be for the taxpayer and what the result is going to be for county government. So even if, when you went to the state and the state said, oh, well, we're going to let you do more than what we said before. Now, instead of it being like the point, what was it, 0.25 of the revenue, well, maybe we'll let you double that or something. We have to look at not what's happening this year, but what's happening in 2028, because what we have to work with is a 1.2% income tax, and at the same time, we're losing property tax revenue because of the law changes. And do we really want to take that much of a chunk out of the 1.2 when we still don't know for sure what our other expenses are going to be? And at the same time, we're still dealing with the fact that the city might continue to annex. That might happen. If it happens, that's going to change some of our revenue projections for some of our other departments, like the stormwater and so forth. But the city is also trying to get additional money at the AIM, well, whatever you call it. It is trying to get the state to say the counties have to give the cities part of our 1.2. So now we're not just looking at 1.2, we're taking a reduction from that. And some of the last, the documents that was presented to us by FSG was saying that they were going to use, instead of the 1.2, they were going to use the 0.95%, so that we would stay under the total max that we could have, because if we take it up to 1.2, then there's going to be no money left in that 0.2 at the bottom of that list of numbers that we can do. That part of that money goes to Bloomington Transit. It could go. It could go to the public libraries, and it could go to the townships. So we can't take that to 0.2 if we take the other one up to 1.2 and to the fire and EMS to the 0.4. So then that gets it up. By the time the city did the 1.2, it would be over the max, because we can only go to, what, 2.9. So that's a part of the bigger picture, and I wonder why we aren't talking about the big picture, because that is our job, to make sure that we don't hit 2028 and put ourselves in such a bind that we can't move forward with something that, because we've already made obligations to do one thing or the other, we have to look at long range. And so that's my 2 cents worth. As I said, I wasn't going to support North Park anyway. I already made that commitment to my folks in the Ellisville area. So you can just ignore everything I had to say, but do that at your own peril.
Thank you, Councilor Hawk. Councilor Iverson.
Thank you, Madam President. Our last work session where we reviewed the schematic design was on August the 29th. Felt like that was a good public discussion. We were able to look at a lot of the budget reductions that we had worked really hard on getting it down to a certain number. There's a lot of work that they did behind the scenes to try and reduce those spaces. At that meeting, we discussed quite a bit, because we were in the middle of budgets already by October 29th, about how we don't have the funds right now to go forward with the project as it is. And there was a lot of conversation about, well, could we have some more information about what phasing out would look like? So I guess, has DLZ started to think about, have you seen plans from DLZ on how to phase this out? Are they working on this?
I guess I'm going to answer that question this way. Is I know they're continuing to work on it, and they know that we have issues with Senate Bill 1 and the financing and those things. So I've not seen. I mean, we saw some thoughts about what if we shelled part of the building and what that would mean. What if we only did the jail aspect? So we're looking at those things. I don't remember what the numbers are off the top of my head. Give me a call tomorrow and I'll find the email and we can sit down and talk about it. I don't know, right?
Yeah,
I remember. I know that shelling out the entire building and not building out some of it was not a huge cost reduction. I want to say that just building jail, sheriff, and maybe within that sheriff space having a courtroom or two, that was closer to the kind of a midpoint between, 1 and 2 or somewhere. I just don't remember the exact numbers, but we have been continuing to work on that. And I guess I want to be clear that all these are kind of when we issue the bond for what we're going to purchase, these are all very important questions. I guess we don't get necessarily to there if we don't have a place to put anything at, right? This is a conversation to buy some property and to pay for design work, right? I can't predict what the state's going to do. Nobody can predict what the state's going to do. We've had to react for the last year on this project. We're probably going to have to react some more. But having a landing point where we can have the design work, we can know what the site costs are going to be, and we can move forward, there's value to that if you believe that we need a new facility.
I guess, sorry.
I'm sorry, I'd like to add something as well. We have not asked DLZ to prepare formal design paperwork and documents for a phased build-out because that is an additional expense and it is more time. Part of this appropriation today is to pay for design work, but that's for the building design as we saw it fairly close in August. Now, the other thing is phasing adds a lot of costs besides design. Phasing adds construction costs because of the way the building has to be built in order to create a phased approach. I'm not saying it's not impossible. It will make the cost of 225 go higher, as will the cost of inflation, which gets added into what we thought were going to be 2026 costs. That cost goes up as well if you phase and you say we're going to do this here and we're going to do that in 2029 or 2030 or whenever it might be. So I just wanted to clarify that we have not asked DLZ to create designs at the detail and scope. They know that this is an issue that has been discussed, so it's not news to them, but we have not tasked them with this because it will slow down their work on the current project and because it will add to the cost. It can be asked in the future, but that's not something we've asked them to do, so please do not look for those documents because they're not coming.
So if we had another work session in the middle of next month, we don't, but hypothetically, if we did, we'd be looking at the same schematic designs for a large building for $250 million?
It is, there are still some minor issues that we're working through with some of the departments. We have a meeting next week with judges and prosecutor office regarding courtroom space, but in general, they are building together, putting together, yes, we are that close that these are minor revisions, but we're getting their feedback on some options next week. And this is not going to change the price of anything. It's some courtrooms bigger, some smaller. It's, overall the materials are the same. But we're getting down to that point where we're ready to move forward. So,
Yeah. If I may, the only thing I would add is that we're moving forward as if everything is on point and is on track, ignoring the Senate Enrolled Act 1. And I understand I can't ignore it, but we have to keep going. We are waiting to hear from legislation as to what will happen in next year, because if they do make the modifications that are requested, then we don't have to phase anything. We're back to where we started.
With all due respect, that's a big if.
I understand that's a big if, but at the same time, I don't think it's an impossible if by any stretch.
So I'm gonna go ahead because I've been trying to save my voice for this moment. And so what I'm hearing is we can't predict what the state is gonna do, which, yeah, we can't predict that because look at what we saw yesterday happen in the news with redistricting, but I digress. So if we can't predict what the state is gonna do, and we're then why not pause on this right now? Why are we continuing? Because as it stands right now, due to the great work, and I say that in a sarcastic manner, of the Indiana General Assembly, they have messed around, and now we done found out, and now we have to work within our means. As it stands right now, we can't afford it. We just went through 8.5 weeks of budget telling people to cut this, cut that, cut this. We did all of these things, and to me right now, I guess, it's just real tone deaf to keep acting like we're gonna continue to move forward in this when we don't have a concept of a fix, and neither does the State House right now. So why would we continue to keep moving and have an agreement where we all sit down in a room and say, I know this is not what we wanted, however, we can take a pause on this and we can look at starting to phase some stuff out, because as it stands right now, I understand it could cost later, or the cost could go up, but it's still too much right now. So I guess, what are we doing?
I guess my response to that would be, if we need to phase the project, we still need the place to put it to begin with. And again, I read the list of things that are not located within our jail facility. I'm not going to read them again unless you guys want me to. I mean, those are the gaps that I think when and I'm going to digress a little bit because I was here through the CJRC. I went to some of those meetings. I mean, really what we hear was a lot of the things with, we need more medical space in the jail. We need more places to deal with people who have contagious diseases, especially when we were talking during COVID. We need more space. We need sick beds. We need these kind of treatment type beds in that facility. And right now, that facility doesn't have any, really.
But we also talked about, and I think myself, and I don't want to put you on the spot, Councilor Welch, I think one of the biggest things that we talked about, because my hesitation of approving a correctional tax, I was a little hesitant, but it was told to us, and I think it was you, Mr. Cockrell, that had made a comment about us being able to use those, the correctional tax for funding for mental health and substance use and treatment. And I guess me personally, I'm looking at how we can do that. I understand the jail is doing it, but personally, how can we do that outside of the realm of the jail? And I guess what I'm hearing is, like, what we had discussed isn't getting put into this project. That's what I'm hearing.
And
After all the CJRC hiccups, after the JFAC and any other acronym meeting that the county has put forth, it's, I guess right now, it's just really tone deaf right now for us to continue to try to appropriate this much money after going through a rigorous amount of hell when it came to budget. And in light of SB1 and not having a fix and not having a word from our state legislators to say, we hear you, because again, they talk a good game and then all of a sudden they can turn around and say something completely different. So in my mind, I want to have a fix first, we pause, and then we can move forward. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. And I understand y'all can agree to disagree, but that's just me. All right. I'm gonna go to public comment, and then what I'm also gonna do, I'm gonna give council members, because depending on what we hear from public comment, I'm gonna give us an opportunity to come back for second round comment and questions. So if you have a public comment on this item, please come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room. Again, start lining up. And if you also are on Teams, you can raise your hand via Teams. So we can alternate. So if you're on Teams, start raising your hand and we can alternate back and forth. But again, please come to the lectern here. State your name for the record. You have up to 3 minutes. Once that 3 minutes is up, I will politely tell you that your time is up and then we move forward. So we'll go here forward. Yes.
My name is Philip Amerson. It's past my bedtime. You've done something that my wife can't even do, and that's keep me up. I want to thank everyone to begin with. And I really appreciated what Ms. Hawk said about seeing the big picture. Some of you that teach know it's a term of art, and I think I've been misunderstood when I've talked about this being a wicked problem. It is a problem with impossible solutions almost any direction you go, or solutions that as soon as you make one decision, there are 20 other things that you didn't anticipate. It's a complex matter, and I appreciate your wrestling with this. It is what social scientists call a wicked problem. I believe that you are beginning to find ways. I don't want to make anybody the enemy. That's a bit of what in this time in our nation, we're so quick to pit people against one another. I want to encourage you to continue to not to move toward the North Park. I want to speak against that and find ways to think more creatively, holistically about locating the services, not only in the existing jail, but nearby, and there are some options. I know that Sheriff Marti has done a good job of lowering the population in this jail, and he's dealt with some of the difficult challenges that were put before him. I want to commend him for that, and I want to thank all of you for keeping me up. Thank you much.
Thank you. I'll take one more public commenter here in the Nat U Hill room. So I'll do 2 here and then I'll do 2 virtually. So the next person, please come up.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kathleen Paquette. I'm a resident of Monroe County. I am here probably to no one's surprise, in opposition to the purchase of the North Park land for a potential location for a jail and justice services. But I come before you not just with a no, but with suggestions on how to move forward. I understand that you are all the budget body, so I hope that our commissioners are listening, which they are because they're here, at least some of them. It seems there is a consistent and unaddressed underlying tension which has stymied action on jail proposals. I would like to name and make very clear the conflict between a community desire to keep our services accessible and our downtown functional and thriving, with jail builder recommendations that modern jails must be built on a sprawling suburban footprint. I believe that until this tension is taken seriously and addressed, we will continue to play whack-a-mole with location after location. There are so many very good reasons to keep our jail and justice services downtown. I am continually frustrated as someone who moved here over 2 decades ago, specifically because I wanted to live car-free in a place with a functional downtown, to see these services consistently moving farther and farther away. In this case, with the North Park site for a jail, people will die walking along 46. It would also be a bizarre and unhelpful move to make courts inaccessible except by car, when, according to our most recent data, the #1 reason for jail booking is failure to appear in court. If we care about justice, safety, accessibility, equity, and sustainability and climate resistance, we need to make an effort to maintain a functional downtown. I believe that a good step forward would be to consult with local architects who are invested in the well-being of our community and firms which have experience in urban jail design. Cities have multi-story jails, and Bloomington is a city. I understand that we have numerous government-owned properties within a block or two of the Charlotte Zietlow building, and I encourage creativity in considering what it could look like to keep these services where they currently are. Not to mention, it seems much easier to act faster and phase renovations on buildings that already exist downtown. Conversely, we could keep entertaining far-flung properties at a massive social and economic cost and keep butting up against opposition. I also can't help but notice the striking difference in the amounts of money we're discussing tonight with this that's on the table right now versus the Sophia Travis grant money that went to so many deserving organizations working to make our community better. The difference in that amount of money is staggering. I believe it is in our community's best interest to honor what we want and need over what the prison industrial complex tells us we need. This is an opportunity to course correct. Thank you for your time and attention and your hard work on this matter, which I do not envy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, as I said, I'm gonna go 2 in that U-Hill room and 2 virtually. So the first 2 that have their hands raised in the order that they did was Daisy Din and Claire Froman. So Daisy will, if you can unmute yourself, and again, you'll have up to 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, my name is Daisy Din. I live in Bloomington. I am not the smartest person to talk on this, but I just want to voice my opposition to this purchase. There's a lot of reasons to oppose it. I think we've heard a lot of them already. One thing that hasn't been mentioned yet is the population of the proposed jail, I think, is pretty obscene. We know from the war on drugs that when there's an option to put more people in jail, more people end up in jail. And that's something that I think we should try to avoid. I think that there's no reason to move forward with the sale until the many concerns that have been raised are addressed, and that's just one of the concerns. Thank you. I think that's all I have to say right now.
All right, thank you very much. Next up is Claire Froman. Again, unmute yourself and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Yes. Just to keep things brief, I just want to really second what the three speakers before me have said. There is so much to consider with how to maximize what we already have and keep the community in mind. There are a number of concerns, there are a number of creative solutions that it feels we haven't fully explored at this time. I initially was concerned due to just the need for improving the conditions for people who are currently incarcerated here. And I understood that a new jail may be the necessary step, but what I understand now is that changes are already being made to the current jail to make things better. And I think moving more and putting our energy in that direction just makes more sense. I also don't feel like I'm the most well-spoken on this matter, but I strongly oppose the purchase of land for a new jail, and I would like to see our community band together to keep our downtown strong, create a safe space for the incarcerated, and focus on harm reduction and reducing the number of people who are incarcerated. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, again, we'll go to here in the Night Yield room. Please come to the lectern here, sign in, state your name, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jana Perot, excuse my voice, and I'm a retired architect and architecture teacher, a professor of architecture, and I know you can do better than what I've seen that's been proposed. One of the things that I think good architecture does is look at the big picture. What does the community need and want? This is a public building. I know people are locked up inside, but it's a public building. It's part of our community. The people inside there are part of our community. We need to respect that. We need to understand how this affects the whole community, not just the sheriff's office or the courts. It's all of us. It's our downtown. It's our residential areas. It's our population. It's how we feel about our community. One of the things that this design apparently does is precludes any idea about decarceration, about making the jail smaller, because we have treatments, we have services that make it unnecessary to jail so many people. I just think that we could, it sounds to me from what I've heard about the reviews of this project, that in fact the community has not had a whole lot of input here. I do believe that if we had a commission of some kind that included people from the community, and I mean all people, including incarcerated and decarcerated people, people who work with these kinds of situations. There's lots of these people in our town. Our town is full of services and knowledgeable people about what is needed to make sure that we don't have so many incarcerated people, that we don't need a 500-bed jail, for crying out loud. We just don't. And there's a better way to do this. And not purchasing this land, since we've got an out, apparently we haven't got a real contract, let's just say, start over. We have made a mistake, and I know it's been a long process. It's been going on since I moved here. So, but we can do better. We can do better as a community. And I think that's been missing from this whole situation, from this whole process. There's a community out there that has strong feelings, passion, concern. They can help all of us, you especially, and these people here, to do a better job. Thank you.
Thank you. And TSD, I've been trying to keep a timer on my on my computer here, but we please have the timer back up? Thank you. All right. Next person here in the Nat U Hill room.
Hello. I'd like to start by thanking you all for your service here tonight and your time.
Excuse me, can you please state your name?
Yes, sorry. I'm Zoe Mantha. I'm a recently returned Peace Corps volunteer. I only mention this because I have spent the past 2 years working on a shoestring budget to do my own work. I made $300 a month, and I had to fundraise for my grant after the loss of USAID this last year. This is all to say, it's shocking to me to see that such a large sum of money being put towards land for a new jail. If the sale of the plot in North Park were to go through now, we're still looking at an extended timeline, years down the line, after another election, for the new jail to actually be completed. I do not think it is a wise use of our money to buy land at a time when our financial security is so uncertain. I would rather put funds towards towards social services that better benefit our community. And I will reiterate, and a lot of people have said this, moving court offices out of downtown will not only affect the people who use those services here, but the many businesses downtown who rely upon the foot traffic brought by those offices being here. But thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. Now I'm gonna alternate and go back to teams. So next up, we will have Speaker John Hamilton, and the next speaker is Tracy Hutchins Getz. So again, unmute yourself and you'll have up to 3 minutes. Mr. Hamilton.
I'm trying. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm really calling to speak for Charlotte Zitlow. Charlotte and I did a joint statement together, and she can't be here to speak or be present, but I want to read parts of it. I can't read all of it, and it is as follows, so please listen to this in Charlotte's voice. We don't need a bigger jail. Bloomington should reject plans to build a giant new jail on the outskirts of town. We too, John and Charlotte, haven't always agreed during our combined nearly a century of activism and experience in local and state politics, but we do now. Our community has no need for, indeed we'd be greatly harmed by, the wasteful expenditure on a huge new jail. Some decisions change our community's trajectory. Protecting our county courthouse from demolition decades ago was one. How much better off are we with a vibrant downtown and a beautifully restored historic courthouse that we're in? We face a similar pivot point today. Several county officials and private jail consultants urge abandoning the downtown Zitlow Justice Building and building a massive new government complex west of town. The cost is mind-boggling. Its $300+ million would be the largest public sector investment in our history by far, nearly doubling the size of our current jail and tripling the overall size of the justice system. Abandoning downtown by uprooting the system is itself a bad enough idea to stop the plan, draining away hundreds of people who patronize stores and restaurants. Doubling our jail size is preposterous. We've recently been as low as 160 and now average a little over 200 inmates. Planning for a jail of 400 or 500 beds is immoral. America and Indiana are dramatically over-incarcerated. We don't need more jail cells. We need better services. Our judges, prosecutors, sheriff, and other criminal justice players have improved what was a deficient jail and system. Instead of building a bloated new jail, we should improve what we have with significant new money invested in social services like mental health counseling, addiction treatments, affordable housing options, and more. We have resources to do better. Let's split the current tax revenue that some want entirely for a big new jail, about $20 million a year, and use half for jail and facility improvements and half for new services to keep our neighbors out of jail. $10 million a year or more would make big changes. In the last 20 years, juvenile incarceration has been cut by 75% in America. If we do the same for adults, we could have a jail for just 75 people for 2040. How about that as a goal? Let's make our community a national leader in humane diversion and alternatives to jail. There's more, but that's all I can fit in. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, next up is Tracy. If you can unmute again, you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I ended up having to use my phone audio for part of this. Thank you so much. My name is Tracy Hutchings-Getz. I am a Monroe County resident and a community organizer with Hoosier Action. I'm here tonight to both reiterate the opposition of Hoosier Action's Care Not Cuffs chapter, which is made up and led by people with experiences of addiction and incarceration, as well as my own personal opposition to the purchase of the North Park land as a Monroe County resident. In fact, one who proudly paid her property taxes during this meeting. Since several other people have already articulated the many problems with the North Park jail proposal, I'm going to share a personal story here to try to demonstrate the human cost in addition to the financial burden associated with this proposal. Like many in this county, members of my own family have struggled with substance use disorder and their own mental health. Members of my family have been locked up and suffered immensely due to the failed war on drugs. I am thinking today especially of my dad's brother, my Uncle Wally, who spent much of his adult life in and out of county jails in Wisconsin and Illinois. The experiences he had of being locked up in county jails, something he often experienced because he simply did not have money to make bail or eventually money to pay rent and stay housed. Being locked up did not make his life better. Being locked up did not make him stop using drugs or alcohol. What being locked up did was ultimately contribute to his early death in 2020 in the winter right before Christmas. At the time, Wally was experiencing homelessness, and he tripped and he fell and he broke his neck in a freak accident. But one which I can't help but think of when I think of folks having to ultimately walk to and from where this county jail is proposed to be located. Yes, Wally's experience was in some ways extraordinarily unique. And also it is the kind of thing that happens all the time to folks in our county who are struggling to make ends meet, who are in pain, and who are turning to drugs and alcohol to deal with that. So as you think about making this decision, I really hope that you will think about the human cost in addition to the financial burden associated with the decisions you are empowered to make on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up, we'll again go to the two public commenters here in the Night Hill Room, and as they are coming up to the queue, if you are virtually and you want to speak on this item, again, please go ahead and raise your hand via Teams. Yes, please proceed.
Good evening. I'm Eric Spoonmore with the Chamber of Commerce. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I don't want to belabor the point tonight. I've been in your seat. I think we can all kind of probably tell which way the wind's blowing on this, but I do want to register the Chamber's position that we also urge you not to move forward with the purchase of North Park property for the new Monroe County Justice Complex, and here's why. First, there's no plan for the reuse of the existing Justice Building in downtown Bloomington. Before we commit $230 to $300 million on this project, the public deserves clarity on what will happen to an important county-owned facility at the heart of our downtown. Leaving a major government anchor vacant would harm surrounding small businesses, reduce foot traffic, and create another dead zone in our central core. A long-term reuse plan should come before we invest hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars in constructing a new replacement for this facility. Second, the proposal would uproot the entire Monroe County legal community from our downtown county seat. Attorneys, financial institutions, titles companies, other professional services that rely on the proximity to the Justice Building and courts. Many of these are locally owned small businesses that help sustain our downtown economy. Moving these daily activities miles away to the North Park site would devastate their business models, reduce downtown vibrancy, and ripple through restaurants, coffee shops, and other retailers that depend on that steady flow of Justice Building traffic. And third, accessibility is a material concern. The current downtown location is walkable, served by public transit, and near other essential services that support people navigating the justice system. Relocating the entire legal institution to North Park would create transportation barriers for residents, especially those with limited means, disabilities, or without personal vehicles. Justice should be accessible to everyone, not just those who can drive across town. Finally, and perhaps most importantly for the council, Monroe County cannot afford this project. At an estimated $230 million, the Justice Complex would be by far the largest capital expenditure in the history of Monroe County. We've been here since 1818. With the financial constraints imposed by Senate Enrolled Act 1, our fiscal flexibility is more limited than ever. Proceeding now could mean diverting funds away from other essential needs, public safety, staffing, infrastructure maintenance, housing, and social services that address the root causes of incarceration. So in short, we feel this is really kind of an inconceived plan at this point. It really raises serious economic, accessibility, and fiscal concerns, all without a cohesive plan for what happens to our downtown. I respectfully urge the council to re-engage the public in a comprehensive planning effort and explore more cost-effective solutions that keep justice services accessible and our downtown vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak. I agree with everything that's been said before me, but a couple of things I wanted to...
Can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank
Yes,
you.
my name is Martha Crossan. I've lived in Monroe County and Bloomington for just a year and a half, but I served for 8 years on the Terre Haute City Council at the time when the jail proposal went through there. And I have to tell you, tonight's conversation sounds way too familiar. But the good news is, that's the bad news. The good news is that Bloomington's and Monroe County are in a very different position than Vigo County was in. You have a sheriff, and I assume other public servants, who have worked hard to keep the population in the jail under control. That was not the case in Vigo County. You also have a situation where the crime rate, as I understand it, went down dramatically during the COVID pandemic years and has risen a little bit, but not much, since then. So what Mr. Hamilton was saying earlier about having a goal of getting it down even further is actually quite possible here. So to build this mega jail just doesn't really make any sense financially. It doesn't make any sense in terms of space, and for all the other reasons that have been listed. So those two things, and I'm sure there may be others, you also, like Vigo County, you have a very rich nonprofit community who stands ready to provide more service if they have funding to do it. So I think all of those things speak very highly to coming up with a different solution here. I really think this happens all over the country, where people are sued because people are being treated inhumanely in jails. And then they start looking around. Oh, who can we talk to about this? And so they start talking to the consultants who are building jails. Now, these people aren't bad people, but what they want to do is build big jails. And here we have an opportunity
to look at, instead, as someone said earlier, to building up perhaps, not out, which would make it much easier to find a downtown or at least in-town site to do this on. And we don't need 500 beds, we know that. So we just don't have to do these things in Bloomington. One of the reasons I was interested in Bloomington, well, the real reason was my granddaughters are here, but one of the other reasons I've always been interested in coming to Bloomington and to Monroe County is that I have watched you very carefully over the years make really creative decisions to really hard problems. And I hope you'll do it again this time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll go back to teams, and the first two people that have their hands raised is Moby Jean Glasser and Elaine J. So Moby is first. Please unmute yourself and state your name for the record, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Moby Jean Glazer. I'm a Bloomington resident, parent, and mental health therapist. I strongly oppose purchasing the North Park location, and I urge council members to vote no on purchasing the North Park location and furthermore any new land for a mega jail. It is incredibly frustrating to hear our county commissioners push for this project in the current situation our country and community is experiencing, and makes me feel the commissioners are not considering the well-being of their community and are disconnected from their humanity. What feels apparent tonight from listening in on this meeting, as well as what I know from my work as a trauma therapist and community member, is that there is a dire need for money to be invested in evidence-based resources, housing, healthcare, childcare, quality jobs, food security that create true safety in our community and prevent incarceration. I invite the council to be a part of creating true solutions to the issues our community is facing. This includes renovation of the current jail and to creating a legacy you can and should be proud of. Funding a giant jail will only further harm our community. It is also bad economic policy and puts our community at risk for all the reasons you have already heard before me tonight. Thank you for your service and for this time.
Thank you. Next up is Elaine J. Again, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Hi. Yes, this is Elaine Jackson, and I'm going to focus on things that haven't really been touched on to kind of save on time and everybody's energy. So one thing we've talked about this evening is a lot of how this will affect downtown as a loss. But I have not heard the point being made about sprawl to this new location, because I do hear a lot at the county government level of being against sprawl. We're against sprawl. And all of a sudden, we're for sprawl. And I just find that interesting. The second point is a little more to the, what I think we're kind of butting up against at this point, because we've touched on the ethics of this and we've touched on the budget of this, but I think there's a psychology to the sunk cost fallacy that we're suffering from here. And I would hope people on the commission and on the council do some introspection on, just because we've gone down this road so far and the commissioners seem to be barreling forward with this, doesn't mean we continue with this plan. And I'm glad to hear a lot of doubts come up this evening, and I hope that the sunk cost fallacy isn't the thing that makes people vote for this, because I think it's a bad move. And the last thing I'd like to say is kind of more towards the audience or anybody listening, is that I would remember that there's an election coming up, and that democracy works in a way as if these people do not vote in a way that their community wants them to, is they should be primaried. And I hope people consider that. So do not go through this. It is the financial wrong move. It is the ethical wrong move. I know we have better options than this, and you've been presented with them endlessly. And I love and appreciate all of you for sitting through all of this. This is such hard work, and I'm still proud to be a part of this community and to fight with you on stopping this thing and being more creative with how we get these problems solved. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, next up, we'll come back here to the Nat U Hill room. Again, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Josie Bowman. I wanted to begin by saying thank you for your work on the County Council and for your consideration in the wide array of operations that happen within this county. I don't think there's anything more that I can add to everything that has already been said, but I implore the council to vote against the purchase of this site and to consider using the money for the purchase of this land to help rehabilitate the current Justice Center and to provide social services to avoid incarceration. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sam Holdman. I will also keep it brief because you've already heard from 20 plus people unanimously tell you that this is a bad idea. I would just like to add that not only is purchasing the North Park property a bad idea, but committing $4.7 million to professional services is a bad idea because this is based on a percentage of a budget that you have not approved, that is not your work, that you don't have a way of paying for. And as has already been mentioned, there are numerous needs in this community for that money. You've had to draw from the economic development local income tax already to balance the budget. And I don't think you should commit an additional almost $5 million for services that haven't been done yet and are based on a purely conjectural budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we got 2 more people via Teams, Chloe and Gwen Greenaway. So Chloe is first. Again, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes. And then before you do all that, please unmute. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Chloe. I could reiterate everything else that's been said, but just sitting in tonight on tonight's meeting, the main thing that kept coming up was how tight funds are with SNAP benefits, you know, shifting, not knowing how things are going to look and shake out. The money, it just doesn't make sense to have that much money. Also just want you to consider everything that's going on a larger scale outside of our county, at the state level as well. Please make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Gwen. Please unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Gwen Greenaway. I'm a longtime resident in Bloomington, and I would like to strongly urge the council to vote no on building this new jail. As multiple people have already said, prisons and jails are meant to disappear people. They're not meant to rehabilitate them. I have heard a lot of this council talking about food resources and wanting to put, resources back into the community. So this just feels antithetical to what everyone has been talking about on this council. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like we have 2 more people here in the Nat Hill room, and you know what to do.
Good evening, Seth Muchler. The Care Not Cages got a public comment sent in from someone who had to work this evening. They sent me a text, so I would like to read it on their behalf with their permission. So these are not my words, just to make that clear. Hello, my name is Emily Yearling. I live about 1.5 miles from the proposed North Park jail site. I am here today to implore you to vote against approving funding for the North Park jail site. There is no public transit infrastructure in place at North Park. It is miles away from downtown resources along a dangerous road. People are released from jail at all times of day in all kinds of weather. Where do you think these people will go? This is a tragedy waiting to happen at worst and a safety disruption to nearby neighborhoods at best. The use of the North Park site as jail runs counter to the envisioned Ellettsville plan as well. A jail right at the entrance of town obviously isn't very appealing. I can't imagine it would do much to help bring in new business or make people want to move to Ellettsville or visit Bloomington. Who wants to live or work next to a jail? Who wants to visit Bloomington when the first thing you see from the highway by exit 120 is a giant jail? The only people who will benefit economically from this plan are the jail construction company and architects, and maybe the bail bondsmen, while the rest of us will be saddled with a generation's worth of debt, all for the sake of a plan no one wants. And honestly, I'll be truly disheartened to watch the destruction of more green space. I thought there used to be plans for a park near the north site. Please use the resources to renovate the current jail to meet ACLU standards and do right by the community. Thank you. And I wanted to add for myself now, I want to say a voice of appreciation. I know that at the beginning of this meeting, we sort of moved away from the process of only taking comment that is not on the agenda. I know there are a lot of people here for whom I spoke to. It was their first county meeting they'd ever attended. They're getting involved in this, and I don't think they had realized they were signing up for a going on 5-hour meeting. So I just want to voice appreciation to the council for allowing the bending of the rules to allow them to share their perspectives with you sort of out of order. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, you know what to do. Sign your name in and you'll have up to 3 minutes. And state your name for the record. You definitely should know.
Thank you. My name is Steve Volan. I was one of the city council members who voted no on rezoning Fullerton Pike. The unanimous vote against that project was quite an achievement in the city council term that ended in 2019 with all of our internal disagreements. Back then, I asked what they would do with all the land at Fullerton Pike. Council members Piedmont Smith and Smith joined me on that tour. And I said to county officials, this might be a good idea if you were to build a new town square around it. But you can see from the design they commissioned from DLZ that they were not interested in a new town square. It's the opposite. It's a sprawling campus. You can also see from the price tag that cost was not their highest priority either. Their reason for not starting with repairing the existing building was that it would cost $56 million just to fix it. That seems like a bargain now. The county built the garage next door to the jail in 2016, 250 spaces for $9.2 million. I told them that they could have bought 250 parking spaces in the garage across the street from the city for the next 41 years in lieu of building that garage. But now half the land for North Park will be used to build 700 parking spaces and the roads to access them. They said that building up and phasing increases costs. So does delay. So does sprawl. We could have afforded a phased project if we had built on the existing site 5 years ago. It'd be cheaper to raise that new parking garage, build a new jail on its footprint, then tear down the existing justice building and build a new office/court building on it, than to do what they're proposing at North Park. And it would not commit the sin of greenfield development. But the commissioners have to abandon their belief that the city is the wrong place. They chose this site like they chose Fullerton Pike because they wouldn't have to work with anyone else on it, let alone to get their permission. The Germans have a phrase. I don't speak German well, but I'm going to try to say it. Die eierlegende Wollmilchsau, the egg-laying woolly milk pig. It's what you get when you try to build an all-in-one solution. Their pursuit of some perfect all-in-one solution to the jail is the enemy of a good enough solution. The commissioners founded the city of Bloomington in 1818 to be the county seat. An urban building combined with the people, the buildings, the urban downtown, and the 200 years of the history of the city of Bloomington are the solution we are all looking for. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we will, since we had two public comment?
I'll wait.
Okay, thank you. We've already had two in person, so I'm going to go to teams. It looks like we have Robert Freeman Day. Please unmute yourself, state your name for the record, and you have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Robert Freeman Day, and I've been here since 1993. I know plenty has been said here that I won't belabor repeating, but I still feel compelled to add my voice opposing the purchase of the property. Seeing the amount of money granted in today's session to services versus building a brand new jail just feels very unconscionable to me. And kind of that's all I really have to say. I do appreciate your time and work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we can come back to the Night Hill room since I don't see any other hands raised via Teams.
See if I can keep this real short. It's long for everybody. Here's what I'll say. I'm the jail commander, Kyle Gibbons, here at Monroe County Sheriff's Office. I don't have any cool buzzwords to use. I don't speak German at all. I'm probably going to get in trouble from the sheriff because he doesn't know I'm coming up here until right now with you guys. Here's what's disheartening. I'm not from here. I've now lived here for a year. I've been working here since the beginning of 23. And the thing that I loved the most about this community was their ability to talk, to have a conversation. I was talking to Councilmember Kate Wiltz earlier. And it's so easy to stand here and talk about what if and what we should do and forget about what is. I've got 240 inmates inside my facility right now, and I have to care about them every day. I don't get to have theories and ideas on how to fix things because I'm the person that has to fix it right now. And the problem with that is sometimes I feel like I don't have help. And it's not your fault. It's not the commissioner's fault. It's not anybody's fault in this room. But what is everyone's fault is we get lost in having a true conversation and talk about what we think should happen. I'm here. I was brought here specifically by the sheriff to do this job. I'm the best jail commander, I think, in the state. I work my ass off. And I'm here. I've been here for 15 hours today already because I care. Just like you guys. And it's so hard to hear everyone talk about what's going to happen down the road. I can't wait for that. And I know you guys can't either, but I'm back here pacing like a caged lion because it's so upsetting. And we just have, we line people up to talk about all these different things and say the same thing. Here we are, 3 years now. We've talked about the same thing. And I have the walls literally caving in inside the facility right now. I'm not saying we need a super jail. I'm not saying we need to spend millions on a property. What I am saying is this is not sustainable. I have 90 personnel working for me, and every day is a battle. We talked earlier. She said, how you doing? I said, I'm not really sure how I'm doing right now. How are you? Because it's a war. And I'm the person that everyone in here wanted to see in this position. I'm the person my mom hoped would work in this job to fix the issues she saw. And I'm handcuffed. And what's it going to take? Does someone have to die? And we could talk about this all the time. In law enforcement, something's going to happen. And we're screaming for the rooftops that we need help. And we're all just talking and not talking to each other. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last call for public comment. Speak now, or literally just line up. Again, if you have final comment that you would like to make on this, please line up here in the Nat U Hill room. And if you have comment in your own teams, please raise your hand. Yes, and we'll go to public comment. Again, state your name for the record, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Christopher Torrey. I spoke earlier. I am not for the new jail. I think if the council values the people and represents the people's values, they've heard that today overwhelmingly, and I'd be very shocked if they voted any way differently. Thank you.
And then I'll go last call for Teams. If anybody wants to make public comment via Teams, raise your hand, please. Okay. And seeing none, as I stated before, I'm going to go back to council to make final comment before we move forward. So I'm going to look over here to my right and see if anybody down the line has any questions or comments. So I'll start with Iverson, and then we'll just go on down.
All right, I'll break the ice. I'm going to make 4 points today. Number one, I really appreciate the language about feeling handcuffed and walking around like a caged lion, I think was the animal. We feel the same way. We had a plan. We had the financing all put together. We had the best people around to come up with the plans, and the rug was ripped out from underneath us. I don't know how we're going to afford anything right now, but we're stuck right now between two composing ideologies. Well, maybe the legislature's going to wake up and realize that we need a new jail, and then they're going to do the right thing. Or we're going to just keep having these conversations about ideas on and on and on and on. We've been through the CJRC. We've been through JFAC, excuse me. We've had these conversations. Like you can go back and watch the videos. Like we've had these conversations. I will say, okay, let me get to my 4 points, because otherwise I'm just going to end up talking too much. Thank you. The timing for this request is awkward. Yesterday, Governor Braun called the legislature back to convene on November the 3rd. It is not, I think, appropriate to take $250 million on the hope and a prayer that on November 3rd that the legislature is going to wake up. I just don't think that's going to happen. I don't have a lot of faith in that. Number two, this is simply too expensive. We raised this on August the 29th. We brought the budget down. We worked really hard together to bring the budget down, and it's just, we're hamstrung. There's no way around it. We cannot afford $250 million right now. We need to go through, Councilmember Henry talked about this, the 3 different scenarios that FSG walked us through, and none of those are good options. None of them are good options. So we're now in a situation where the supermajority in Indiana is banning local governments from doing projects. We don't have a phased architectural or structural design ready to go right now. We don't have a functioning jail where the walls are falling down around people. And I remember that meeting where you brought in that tube of detritus. It is disgusting what you found and where we've been. So I will say, I'm gonna pivot now to my 3rd point. The Substance Use Disorder Advisory Commission exists here in Monroe County. We have commissioned a report on treatment. No such report exists right now. We just don't know where the gaps are. There's a lot of disagreement about where the gaps are. That will come out in June. We have 2 vacancies on the Substance Use Disorder Advisory Commission. If you are interested in doing the work of thinking about what does treatment look like in Monroe County, what does mental health treatment look like, what does substance use disorder treatment look like in Monroe County, please apply for that commission. The last thing I want to talk about is I didn't hear a lot about homelessness. The Supreme Court, of course, has a very recent ruling that now we can simply arrest our way out of homelessness. That is really, really disconcerting to me. I am very proudly a member of the board at Beacon, and we just cannot arrest our way out of homelessness. That plays in my brain a lot when thinking about this as well. As the president pro tem of this body, the biggest point for me, though, is without legislative action, we can't afford this.
Councilor Henry, and then I'll go to Councilor Hawk.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, those are still in the room. I have so many notes here and so many things I could say, and we've been here a while, so I'm going to try to do this from the heart rather than reading off a script. First, I want to make sure for the record Charlotte's letter is completely in our minutes, the whole letter. Do we need to make a motion for that? I want to make sure that her letter is included in this packet when we do the minutes, so I just want to flag that. That's procedural. I think we've had the reason why I focused my comments on the purchase agreement is what that has been discussed is really what we're talking about. You know, it's fulfilling a process that was started before I got here. And I think Councilor Iverson just reminded me about when the first time I was in this room and heard this discussion was years ago when there was a CRJC, and I was sitting on the bench back there wearing a very different hat. And so I'm going to be a little partisan here, even though I think this is a bipartisan discussion tonight. I do need to put my hat back on as somebody who chaired a Democratic Party in this community for years and had to be on this side of the room listening to the conversation where we ended up. I've heard people tell me in the past few weeks that it's a bad look for Democrats in this community to be having this debate out loud, to be going down lists and asking questions in public. And yet I think what we've heard tonight is the idea that so many things have been decided behind closed doors for so many years on this project that we have been cut out, and then I got elected and I've been cut out of those conversations as well. We've been a little polite about this tonight. When we met in August to review the schematic design of the DLZ, that was to be a joint meeting among two bodies, and at the 11th hour, we were told the county commissioners would not be joining us for that. We've gone down a path where we've tried in public and in private to have this conversation on why some requirements still seem to make it into the project and others get removed. And those are the kinds of projects that people have been asking for all night long in this. So I am as mystified as someone must be sitting in this room for the first time for 5 hours, trying to figure out how we got here. So I think that needs to be said. And I'm just not going to accept the idea that because we continue to talk about this and it's going to get more costly and there's time going by, that I'm losing this game in the 2-minute warning of this discussion when we know there are people that have been in government service for a decade and a half that have kicked this can down the road. I am not going to own it. I'm not owning it. And this started a long time ago. So here we are in the 11th hour trying to solve a problem. So I want to be crystal clear on that. So sorry about the sports metaphor again. We also heard tonight about selection bias. I have heard requirements that stay and requirements that get cut without even at the table understanding what it is in the purchase agreement, what we were to have before we get started. That enough should give us pause as to the flaws of the document and where we are today. We do need land, but for what? We have a design that calls for 53 acres, of which we've heard a lot of that is parking lot. I mean, the design is now driving the land as opposed to the other way around. If we had this conversation from the beginning about stakeholder engagement and where it ought to be, we might not be here today, which is to say this, folks, I don't know all of you, but I got here by way of working in 20 years of government project management. And we do not have a shared vision, but what we have are requirements that have sprawled all over the place. And I am very sensitive to the jail commander's statement. We have talked multiple times tonight about why this project should be phased, because the phasing really comes down to what the ACLU asked of this county a decade and a half ago. 2 basic requirements. Is it constitutional, and is there enough recreational space for the inmates in that facility? Everything else has been commentary up to this point. There have been so many different ways we can go on this. And for reasons that I am now still baffled in understanding is how we got here, I could not possibly vote yes for this tonight. I cannot vote for it next 6 months from now. If the legislature figures out how to do tax policy in the state of Indiana, I'm through with it because of the wicked problem described by the jail commander that we need something to make sense now for this facility, and Reverend Amerson's comment that this is a wicked problem we have to solve together. And that only happens when every stakeholder, whether we think they're stakeholders or not, are included in that conversation moving forward. I hope this body not only rejects the purchase agreement, we take what comes what may, we assemble a committee of community leaders to figure out where we need to be in 90 days to solve a problem we've been talking about for a decade, and that the next thing we do at the next meeting is repeal the ordinance that approved this purchase agreement to begin with. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Hawk.
Yes, I just don't know that I want to follow up on that, but just never lose the opportunity to tell people what's on your mind. I've been hearing from a lot of people that are maybe not in agreement about what we should do with money, but then they maybe don't understand where you're going to get the money for services versus the money to build, because it is different. However, we've been hearing also from the people in the city, well, they don't want us to move it out of the city. Well, where were they when we said we found some places in the city, and it was like, no. They simply were not going to allow us to do that. Now we have a whole different group of people at the city. We have a different group of people here on the county council. So maybe we can get the city to say yes and yes and yes. Maybe that's where we're going here, is that the city and the county will behave better together instead of being at juggernauts, because this is going to make a huge difference to our city. Years and years ago, when I was doing appraising and was doing commercial appraisals and so forth, something that we always put in the appraisals, it was just the part you stuck in there, that downtown, pretty much we were saying downtown was dead, everybody moved out the shopping centers, downtown was just closed for business. And thank goodness for Bill Cook and for McCloskey and others, Steve Ferguson, who said we're going to save downtown. Well, if we move all these businesses out, not only is it going to be very inconvenient for everybody moving out and costly, but it's not healthy for downtown Bloomington. So I think what we've decided now, well, from what I'm hearing, we don't like the North Park. I never liked the North Park, but that doesn't mean we can't. We still have to do something. We have to do something, and wherever that something is, to begin with, it was just going to be the jail. It was going to be $70 million. Then I remember one of the commissioners said, "Well, let's put some courts over there. That'll be another $70 million." Anybody remember that? I remember it was $70 million. $70 million. Okay, Kate. Thanks for saying yes. Okay, that's $140 million. How did we get from $140 million up to almost $250 million? Oh, they did try to cut it back to $225, but believe me, they'll just go up again. So I think that, no, I don't want to have this commission and that commission and meetings and meetings. We'll just go right back to where we were. But maybe the city is going to come forward and say, maybe they'll let us build on some place that we wanted to build before. And you said no. And maybe if we need to get sewer hook-ons, maybe the mayor will say yes. Those are some things we could work on together, specific things. And maybe we will have to go up and not out. And I know that's not what the sheriff was dreaming on, but I bet if he had the choice to either go up or not at all, he might say, well, we'll have to get better elevators. So I'm just saying, this is not the end of the story, because it just isn't. And we cannot continue to ignore where we are now. But I hope that we just put a plug in North Park and don't bring it back and not have one more cent spent on it.
Thank you, Councilor Hall. All right, I'm gonna go down here to my left, and I'll start with Councilor Feidel. If you have something to say, sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I don't. Sometimes I wait on the end, but I'm ready.
Okay, go for it.
So I was caucused in, my first meeting was the end of January this year. It's been a real learning experience, I can tell you. I've enjoyed it a lot. I enjoy listening to people and what they have to say, but most of all, I think I'm here to represent. And I must say that this is the issue I've heard the most about from many longtime friends, so longtime community members and acquaintances, and they're not in favor of it. And I don't know what to say about that. I know a lot has happened earlier on, and I wasn't a part of that, so I can't take responsibility. And unfortunately, I didn't attend a lot of those events until I did go to every event regarding the locations. 2 meetings were held in Ellisville at the fire station there, and 1 on Vernal Pike. I did go to those 3 meetings when they started considering North Park and other locations. And I didn't get a real warm reception there either. But I understand something has to be done with the jail. I think I agree that maybe the city is ready to talk about this at this point. It seems to me like they've made they sent a unanimous letter that might indicate they would be willing to talk. And I think that's what has to happen. I think we need to have a community jail. And if we put it out in the middle of nowhere, it doesn't seem like a community jail. So I think I'm ready to say no as well.
Council Wiltz, you're up next.
Thank you. I have so many thoughts, but they aren't surprising. I have been progressively disappointed in where these conversations have taken us over the past couple of years. And I agree with a lot of what my colleagues have said about how we got here and where we need to maybe pivot a little bit. I am not willing to bet $11 million on the state legislature maybe letting us move forward, and that's really, really important. Our job is representation. Our job is deep consideration and communication with each other. But our job is also fiscal responsibility, and it would be irresponsible to purchase property right now when we don't know how we can build on that property. I think, and I will make a motion later after we've talked perhaps to separate the issue, because I do think we have to pay our bills. And we have some bills. But that's really all I'm willing to move forward with tonight. We had, as Councilor Iverson mentioned, we had community input in the JFAC. We had 30 points that we brought forth and said, this is what we need in our community. And it just doesn't seem to have mattered. And that's so very disappointing. And I'll take some responsibility for not carrying that football further. Sports analogy, shout out. But I think we need to pick it back up, and I think we need to look at the invitation from our city colleagues to perhaps open some conversations. I think we need to do it quickly. And consider what alternatives we actually have to the current plan, because not having a plan is not an option. We cannot leave our people in the current building any longer, and so this has to move quickly. I want to have conversations within the next month with our city folks, with other stakeholders who are interested to get moving forward. You know, we can't reuse the same facility. I know that's what a lot of folks have asked for. Please come talk to me. I just, it's not feasible for getting the type of environment we need for those who have to spend time in that building. It's just, I'm convinced it's not feasible, but that does not mean that we can't keep services downtown. So we just need to communicate about that. And, you know, we've delayed this a year, just in the last year, based on potential state legislation considerations, rezoning processes. And if that was enough to delay this, certainly, you know, the fact that we know we can't use our planned financing should be enough to, you know, give us pause. So that's where I am. I'm a no thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Decker.
Thank you. Pardon me. I'll try not to go long because sometimes I go too long and it's late. Nobody wants to hear any more of that from me. But I have multiple thoughts that come up on this issue, and I've spoken over the years, and it's now been years, numerous times, sometimes quite passionately about this and my concerns around can kicking. This didn't happen overnight, and it clearly is not getting solved overnight, and it wouldn't even qualify for half of a consideration of that. I do want to say this before I forget this. I want to thank every person who has emailed, every person that's come forward today, every person that stayed on Teams. Teams is awful to be on anyway for 20 minutes, let alone however long we're heading now. So thank you that you care enough about your community to come with us and talk about it. Gives me hope in tough times, and I've said that more than a few times tonight. I love that Reverend Amerson talked about wicked problems. I wanted to make sure I had kind of a rough, accurate definition before I espoused on something as smart a person as that would talk about. But a wicked problem is a complex, ill-defined, persistent issue that is difficult or impossible to solve because of incomplete, contradictory, and changing requirements. And friends, I will tell you, in the years I've worked in federal, state, and local government, public service many times has wicked problem connotations because things are always changing. You do one thing, it starts another thing, and down the road you go. So I throw that out because every turn that we have made on this or attempted to make, we've had a lot of strange history too. I appreciate city folks sending us a unanimous letter tonight. I will tell you that well has been gone to numerous times and it didn't have much water in it. And I'm going to say that one more time. There has been conversations with city folks. I don't know that it's all city folks. I don't know it's all county folks, but city officials, council members, mayors, department heads, whoever you are, if you have a lot or a spot that you think's better than not, I want you to send it. Now, no, if you send that, it's going to be in a public discussion and people are going to have thoughts about that. So as you send that, I just want to keep that kind of in mind. Not a lot of people object to the location of the current Justice Center, but that's been here for some time before the courthouse here and the jail over there. One thing I'll say is this: I ran for office to help solve problems, whether they be wicked or otherwise, try to figure it out, make it slightly better or a lot better one day at a time. It is October 28th still for about another, we got a little bit more time in the day. It's October 28th. This is not getting solved tonight. If the legislature is doing something, that they actually start work soon. They start work really soon, I think, on something I'm not necessarily happy about at all, but then they're back in January, February, March. So we are roughly 2 to 3 months from seeing if something is happening here with the changes. Other counties are having issues, schools are having issues, everybody's having issues. I hope they listen, but next couple weeks are gonna be a crash course on that one. But we would know, and what I would say is, I always like to preserve every option you have possible, because here's why. That jail commander that got up and spoke, Commander Gibbons, that's a person that believes in his job, has passion for it, and care for those people in there. That's authentic. I talk to my students all day long. They're like, how do you get authenticity? I'm like, you're not gonna get it at the village pantry. You either have it or you don't, and that person has authenticity for that job. I go to bed at night knowing that all the stuff we talk about, I feel better that he's in that job, not me, trying to make that up. So with that, he's telling you things that, to Councilor Wiltz's point, can't just go. And I'll say this: can kicking always starts with the best of intentions. And I've heard it. I've talked to public officials. Shoot, when I ran, I said, what do you think about this jail issue? Don't touch that, some of them said. Don't touch that. That's the third rail. But who speaks for those people who are in there tonight? Who will speak for them to say, yeah, that wall falling down, that is a problem. So can kicking, there's always a good reason. But we have to think about the logistics of how we get to solution. So again, I go back to it. If there is a site someone's got out there, great, send it, say it publicly. Don't just be against it, as my grandmother would say. But on the flip side, I think the council has to keep every option it has available until we aren't in these seats. And we have to do it because, my God, somebody has to do something, sometime, somewhere, somehow, other than just simply say, it's not possible or feasible. So I bring that passion to do that, to say that, and I think that preserving that while figuring out what's going on with the legislature. We do that with literally every other issue we have. And why would tonight be any magnificently different than that? Watching Indianapolis, reacting to Indianapolis, planning around Indianapolis, finding money or losing money or whatever because of Indianapolis. My God, that health discussion tonight, in part, Indianapolis. And I bet you we go down the list, we'd find it all. Hiring freeze, Indianapolis. So with that, friends, I just think preserving this as something to come back to, potentially as needed, as necessary, as whatever, I think is wiser course of action, at least for the time being.
Thank you. So again, to say many thanks to the 50-something people that are still on teams and quite a few people that are here left in the Nat U Hill room at 10:32 p.m. on a Tuesday night. So I appreciate that. That's what democracy looks like. Whether we agree to disagree, that's neither here nor there. But you are doing what you asked us to do and to be held accountable. So a couple of things I wanted to address, and from the public comment that I heard is that I just thought it was quite interesting as the only person of color on this council to tell somebody to have a spine when I'm trying to advocate for people who look like me. People who look like me are disproportionately affected in the Justice Center, period. And I dare to say the other person of color in this room, Sheriff Marte, is doing the exact same thing and is advocating through that by his staff. So please be careful on how you address things because you have no idea what we are advocating for and have a spine. Who I am on the outside is my spine. The other thing that I wanted to address is Council Iverson made a comment about this earlier when it comes to the issue of the unhoused. And I wish, when we talk about these types of things, I think sometimes we have short-term memory of things that have happened in our community in the past. And I wish that the former mayor had a little bit more energy when folks were being kicked out of Seminary Park and the funding that he was using or that he has said that we should be using. Maybe some of that energy and that funding could have been used for those folks that are still in Seminary Park. I only could imagine what this would look like if we put that energy into that some 4+ years ago. Also to Councilor Hawk's point, and I remember distinctly, people were asking, when this lawsuit was still happening and still going on, the former mayor was the current mayor at the time. And so, again, that energy, could we have had Hopewell? I know it was asked, and I also know that we were told no. So again, if we're gonna talk about it, let's be about it, and not just talk at me when you don't have the positions that you hold. I appreciate it, but stronger stance could have been held when we were holding those offices. To my city colleagues, I see some that are both past and present that were here. I appreciate y'all coming in and you all having the conversations with us. But if you do not like North Park and you didn't like Fullerton, what do you propose we do? Also, if mental health and substance use treatment is a concern, we both bodies have opioid settlement money and also ED Lit. How do you help us financially with this problem? Because I do know that there are city agencies that also use the facility as well. The other thing that I want to highlight, since the Joe Commander Gibbons made a comment about this, and we were talking around everybody, to those that on the city council, and I've spoken to some of you about this particular issue. Have you toured the facility? Have you talked to the sheriff? Have you talked to the jail commanders? Have you talked to the judges, the prosecutor, the public defenders, the everyday people that are in that building? Or do I dare to ask you, when is the last time you stepped in that building? This is a very complex situation that county government is facing. And just like we've heard much today, I really urge our city council colleagues to not just talk about it, not just talking to me through a letter, but talk with us, join in this conversation. And I do remember last year, much like we had the conversations related to the CIB and the convention center, that maybe it's time for us to put people on notice and have that same type of community conversation like we had when it came to the CIB and the convention center, because guess what? That project is already broken ground, and that's gonna be a lot faster than this Justice building that's happening. I think that it's easy to call out flaws, but it's so challenging and rewarding to sit down and be down in the trenches with all of us to figure out this complex problem, because again, it's not just a Monroe County problem, it is or a city of Bloomington problem. It's all of our problems. So let's not continue to just talk around each other. Let's really come to a solution and let's figure out what can be done, because time is of the essence and we need to get this done. Again, as I said earlier, the why now part for me, after going through all the budget constraints and all the conversations, I still said it and I'll still stand 10 toes down in my confirmation. It's tone deaf to have this conversation right now. It is not something that I am interested in doing in terms of moving forward with this. So that's all I have to say about that. So, yeah. All right. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to separate the two lines in the original motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay. We got a motion and a second to separate the lines. And that is the conversation of the splitting of the purchase agreement and then the additional funding for DLZ. Is that right? Yep.
One is listed
Right,
as property acquisition and the other one is
is
professional services. Yes.
Correct. All right. So, does anybody have any questions or comments related to that motion? No? Yes,
I
Councilor
may,
Becker.
depending on the order that we take those, but I don't know, not on that motion.
Okay. So, did you have anything else to add? Okay.
No, I think it's obvious. What,
Okay.
you know.
So, all those in favor of separating the motion as stated by Councilmember Wiltz signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay. Motion carries. Councilor Wiltz.
I'd like to make another motion on the professional services line. Is that appropriate to do now?
Maybe we can tackle that one first. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would like to reduce that amount from $4,721,029.46 to the total of the invoices, which if we do not have that total in front of us, I'm looking around, I'm not seeing anybody going, oh yeah, I know that number. I believe they said it was 900,000. So if we could reduce it to 900,000 even.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. And so, yes.
I don't know the actual amounts. I mean, I know it was 500 and something and 400 and something, so that's how I come up with 900 something. Just happened to see the second one today. So, but the other thing is I don't know why you're doing this, because we can pay it out of the ban. If you're not buying the property, we have $8 million in the ban.
President, there's a motion.
Yeah. There's a, yeah. All right.
I seconded.
Okay.
I didn't hear what was
So we had a motion and a second because Councilor Wiltz decreased the professional services line to $900,000.
Don't cover. What are you doing?
Don't say 900, because she doesn't know. It's
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'll amend my motion, and if they don't need it, then I'll just, I'll move to reduce it to 0. If they don't need it.
Second.
Okay. All right, so we got a motion and a second to reduce this line item to 0. And that's the professional services line, since we just heard that.
Just
Councilor Hogg?
Right, I just want to make it clear that that no further services will be ordered, because we don't want it to just keep money going out until we know what we're going to do. Just pay for what we owe.
That's correct. My understanding is that we will tell DLZ and the others to stand down. So there won't be any additional, we'll just have to fill out whatever
No
work has been done
surprises.
so far. So yeah, this project is on hold.
Okay. So we got a motion and second. Is there any other further comment on this item? Okay. Do we gotta go public comment? Okay. All right. So all those in favor, let's go roll call vote. Yeah.
Okay.
Point of information, it's 0. The amount's
Yes, it's
Okay,
0.
that's what I was going to
Yep.
say.
It's
So
0.
it started out at 900, but now we're just
Right.
Now we're just saying 0.
saying 0. Okay. All right. So, sorry. Councilor Wiltz.
Yes.
Oh, wait a minute. This is just for the professional services line.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So this is just for the professional services line, changing that amount to 0.
Yes.
Councilor Wiltz.
Yes.
Councilor Henry.
Yes.
Councilor Hawk.
Yes.
Councilor Crossley.
Yes.
Councilor Iverson.
Yes.
Councilor Deckard.
Yes.
Councilor Fidel.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. So, the other motion was the separation, which comes next, of the property acquisition. Yes, Councilor Decker.
I was gonna offer a motion on this, but I think Commissioner Madera, did you have something? Do we wanna?
If I may.
Sure.
I actually have a voice now. I would like to offer a statement if I could.
Sure.
As many of you know, I'm in my first year in office, so like some council members, I'm responding to this issue for the first time. The issue is not whether to build a jail. We have to build a jail. No one gets up in the morning saying, yay, I get to build a jail. We have strong commitments to providing mental health and substance use treatment in the community and focusing resources to the extent possible on keeping people out of the system. To build a jail is to recognize that the current one is inhumane and unsafe. It does not mean that we are not focusing on harm reduction, mental health treatment, and substance use treatment in the community. We need to pursue both projects simultaneously. We've been talking about incarceration as if it is a local issue, as if the number of people in our jail depends on our community values and priorities. I'm hearing about what the sheriff does. what judges do and what our community values are, but there's another really important and unfortunate piece of the puzzle that we need to think about. In Indiana, the size of the incarcerated population is driven primarily by state policy, not local choice. The General Assembly defines crimes and penalties, sets sentencing ranges and credit time, and authorizes sentencing enhancements, and statewide court rules govern bail, pretrial release, probation, and parole. The Department of Correction controls prison capacity and intake and funds many community corrections programs. Counties and sheriffs operate jails, but they cannot change who must be detained or for how long. These decisions flow from state charges and court orders. Horrifyingly, we now face a host of proposals that are coming on the state level that, at least in the short term, may curb county officials' abilities to use measures like pretrial release to keep as many people as possible out of jail. One of these is a legislative proposal for statewide minimum bail, which is a nightmare for so many reasons, least of all that it proposes people are guilty before they are innocent. Even if we hate these dehumanizing measures, if they pass, our judges will have to apply them in at least some circumstances because they will be mandatory. While we shouldn't build jails bigger in anticipation of horrible state laws, we do have to realize that even if violent crime falls, state law changes may well find other ways to fill jails that place matters beyond the control of county officials. This is a reality with which we have to grapple. All of this means that we need a lot more advocacy efforts on the state level to stop these terrible pro-incarceration measures from passing. It also means a lot of it is beyond our control. So I look forward to seeing you, all of you, in January with me at the State House, just as I saw you here tonight. Also, the biggest problem is at the end of the day, our Justice Center is at the end of its natural lifespan. That's 30 to 50 years. Renovating might appear to be the cheaper option in the short term, but it's more expensive in the long term. The current jail was too small the moment it opened. It was built for 160 some people. The facilities do not allow for constitutional inmate care now. We do not have adequate medical or mental health spaces. We do not have medical interview rooms. We face HIPAA concerns. We need padded suicide watch spaces. If there's another pandemic, we're shot. There's no reverse airflow systems. It's extremely expensive and likely impossible to add them in. Currently, we cannot effectively provide healthcare, mental health care, and reentry services. We don't have recreational space that's effective. We don't have gender equitable work opportunities. We have a tiny, insufficient room for inmate education. We don't have room for technical or educational training programs. As we approach 80% capacity, it becomes impossible to separate people by risk, gender, medical needs, and other factors. Rehabilitative programs, constitutional care, educational opportunities, health concerns, evidence-based research suggests that this is most easily and effectively accomplished in a one-story facility. Sheriff Marte has done amazing things, but you can only put so much lipstick on a pig, even if it's a pig named for a beloved community leader. Why are we condemning our inmates, our guards, and our staff to live and work in hell? Finally, measures are being taken in response to the ACLU lawsuit, but the biggest measure, and the one that's the underlying premise of the settlement order, was building a new facility. If we don't, then we're going to get sued again, and it's going to cost millions, and there's no way we're going to win. And if the ACLU lawsuit goes away, we're going to face lawsuit after lawsuit by individual inmates. We're going to continue to lose until we fix the problem, and there's only one fix that will give us more space, unless we take space from other county services housed in the Justice Center, and these agencies are already pressed for space. This issue keeps me up at night like it keeps you all up at night, because I'm deeply committed to keeping everyone we can out of the justice system in the first place. It has so many terrible consequences in every area of life, from finances to employment to housing to family. There are no doubt community conversations that we need to have about this issue, but we just need to have them on realistic terms. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilor Decker.
So thanks, Commissioner. I believe that we clearly are not moving forward with this evening, but that said, for problem solving and options and potential while we figure this out, I believe that every option should remain on the table. And with that notion, I would move that we table the remaining property acquisition item here, line 45151, indefinitely, as we get more information from the legislature, get more information from city colleagues, get more information, period, to do our job.
If I may, if you
Hold on,
leave,
just 1 second.
We need a.
I'm gonna second that motion so that it stays on the floor.
Yes.
sorry. My concern is if you leave that amount that was requested for the property acquisition, that will not be sufficient. Because if we pay the remaining invoices from DLZ out of the band, that's going to change that balance. So we would need more money out of the edit to pay for the purchase of property. So I would recommend that you just table the whole thing, because we're not going to use it. We'll pay the band, or I guess it doesn't do any good.
I think if it's not going to be approved tonight,
Yeah.
we're paying for expenses out of the bond anticipation note, that it has to be re-advertised anyway,
Yeah.
because the levels change.
Yeah, everything's changed.
The breakdown between what is in there for professional services and property purchase changes.
Anybody down here had a, yes, Council Iverson?
So even though I seconded the motion, I think it's important to have this conversation. I do think that having an up or down vote on this is important. I think there's been so much, hold on, let me finish. There's been so much conversation about so many aspects of what we've been talking about for years. I do think that it's an important thing that we need, that we do need to talk about.
Council Henry.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for getting this conversation on the table, if you will. I will vote against tabling the motion because whether we decide tonight to do this, or 4 months to do this, or 5 months to do this, the math doesn't change and the math doesn't lie. Councilor Hawk painted a picture about the tax base and what is coming for us, that right now, under the estimates for what we're going to do to pay for this facility, is something like 1/3 of every local income tax dollar after next year, out of every pocket in this room, Monroe County taxpayers earning income, will go to the jail first, which leaves us 2/3 of 1.2% to fund everything else in this county. And that's the best possible scenario. Across the street, City Hall, and in city halls across Indiana, the Association of Indiana Municipalities is lobbying the State House on their wish list to reduce our tax rate in the county down to 0.7%, which would be 2/3 of every dollar, 0.41, going to the Jail and Justice Center project before we pay for everything else in the county. Now, what's left of that pie, 64.5% of this county's budget, is criminal justice, which means if you are concerned about prevention and health and all these things, that slice of the pie gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And here's even more worse news. The Supreme Court of Indiana is deciding annexation as we speak. If the city of Bloomington is successful, that means the parcels coming into the city of Bloomington are now off the books for stormwater, for roads, and that's tax dollars we're going to have to make up somewhere else. The story keeps getting worse. We can kick the can down the road, we can table, but the sober, right thing to do tonight is to, as Peter Iverson just said, we need the up or down vote. Because we are going to be right back here in a few months talking about the same math that will not change, when I have now heard from the jail commander that we need to get something going and we need to put people in a room to discuss the project. The only way we're going to do that is to take the up or down, get back to the drawing board, and vote on it. Lastly, folks in the room, I want you to be very clear about what you heard. Tabling means that we're considering to keep North Park, despite everything you've said tonight, as what has been said is something in the back pocket or in the abundance of caution, which means all the commentary about moving it from downtown or the concerns that I've heard about sprawl, we're holding on for that moment 4 months from now to basically do this again. I'm not holding on to it. I don't think there's any need to hold on to anything at this point. I'm still voting no. And I'll vote no when it comes off the table again, if that's where we end up. Thank you, Madam President.
Council Hawk?
I'm a no for tabling.
Okay. The Hawk has spoken. Looking back over here to my left to see if anybody has any final comments. Okay. Now we will go to a roll call vote, please.
This is on the table.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so this is to table the property acquisition amount indefinitely. Councilor Hawk.
Not in favor of tabling, so the answer's no.
Counselor Henry.
No.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Counselor Crossley.
Pass.
Counselor Iverson.
No.
Counselor Feidel.
No.
Counselor Wiltz. Counselor Cross.
No.
Thank you. Motion fails 2 to 5. Oh, sorry, I have Iverson in the wrong place. Motion fails 1 to 6.
Thank you. Thought I'd love
Okay.
It's getting late.
It is. Okay. So, are we done with all this? Okay, so now we vote on the property acquisition. So, can we please have a roll call vote on that?
Wasn't ready for that.
That's okay.
So,
We'll
give
give
me,
you a second.
give me just a moment to, and I'll type
And this is for the funding
Okay,
for this.
So this, yes, so this is to appropriate that account line. So, sorry about that, okay. Counselor Henry,
Sorry, again, the motion is to fund?
Yes.
No. Make sure that got clear. No.
Counselor Hogg,
No.
Counselor Crossley,
No.
Counselor Iverson,
No.
Counselor Deckard,
No.
Counselor Feidel,
No.
Counselor Wiltz.
No.
Motion passes,
Fails.
sorry, motion fails. 0-7.
Okay. And we've done okay. All right, so, all right, so we still got some business to attend to tonight. I know it's getting late, but we still got some stuff to do. So, we're gonna go to item E. Nah, we keep going. We're item E, which is the conversation of hiring freeze evaluation.
Council, I would like to move to open for discussion a hiring freeze evaluation process and possible amendments to Resolution 2025-42, which establishes that hiring freeze.
Second.
Ms. Turner King, what would you like to add to this?
Well, we've received some requests for, in essence, exemptions to the hiring freeze, but I don't think we've discussed how those requests will be evaluated. If you want to establish a process for evaluation, I know our Employee Services Department has put together a rubric for consideration to see if you would like to implement some procedure to that effect.
I wasn't sure if Eve wanted to come up and, yeah, if you want to talk about what you said to council.
Would it be helpful if I display?
Yes.
There are 2 documents, so I'm probably going to display the rubric.
Okay.
Should we take a break for a moment?
Everybody's kind of
Since we have 2 people gone, you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's take a quick 5-minute recess, please. And if we could just come back at, I'm just gonna say, about 11:05. Can't believe I'm saying.
Oh my God.
Come back at 11:05. Okay, so let's take a break and come back at 11:05. We got a quorum here, so let us go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
All right, so this is essentially a conversation starter for you all.
I provided you with some suggestions on how you could evaluate the requests that are coming in from departments. And my thoughts are essentially that if you had a form that asked the same questions from every department, that you're more likely to get the information that you're looking for, rather than the email request that has been the practice that has started things for you. And then for there to be a way to evaluate that form, the information on that form, to determine whether the department request would meet your criteria. Just as a way, these are my thoughts, as a way to help you through this process, because in the first couple of weeks you've received a few requests. And so I think they've shared that with you, and Molly's got the...
Yes.
Councilor
All right, let me break the ice again. So first of all, equity has to be the thing, right? It has to be the same form for every department, because otherwise, staff's going to be going crazy trying to figure out which way is left and right. So the approach, I think, is spot on. Whether or not we can tweak things here and there, whatever, but so far so good.
Anybody else? Yes, Councilor Wiltz.
Sure. Thank you for doing this. And I agree, it's a really good start and covers the main areas that I think should be covered. I think what I would want to do is maybe strengthen some of the language around, for instance, the role of the needed position in preserving health, life, and safety, or, what is its impact, or the impact of it not being filled on health, life, and safety factors. Is it a statutory position? I think that's on here. I think, and I'm going to make comments because I wrote out things this afternoon before I saw this too. So if I'm overlapping, it's not because I'm correcting necessarily what you sent. I just haven't. I saw it briefly and thought, oh yeah, we're on the same page. But anything that we put forward, I think, should also talk about not just this, obviously if it's a statutory position, then we got to fill it. But just because a position fulfills statutory duties, I think that's a separate question. So I think we should be asking about that and whether duties can be fulfilled by other folks in the department. And and then one other thing that I think I wanted to throw out is the idea that if this position, and this being the one under request for being filled, is critical, what efforts can the department make to offset that fiscal impact? So the whole point of the hiring freeze is fiscal, clearly. So it's hard to set a goal around the attrition approach to saving money. We could talk about that. I think that might be a conversation for later, but as we move forward, knowing that we are trying to save money by, by attrition, if a department feels that a vacancy is going to impact them to the point where they can't function, it's mission critical, it's statutory, whatever the justification, is, and I'm willing to kind of work with folks to get to what that looks like. I do think part of the strategy, either before or after we talk to them, should be, hey, offset the costs in some other way with personnel, not with supplies, not, with something ongoing. Because that's the need. The need is not, hey, we have too many people. The need is we have a budget problem that's not going away. So those are just my thoughts from this afternoon between meetings.
Right.
Council Hawk?
Yes. At one point, when we first started talking about this, and I think the paperwork got put together after I left at a meeting at about 11 o'clock. And I don't know why I'm still here. It's past 11 o'clock, folks. At any rate, I thought that we all understood we did not mean the jail. We can't just close the jail because we don't have enough staff. And we cannot just close the youth shelter. Now, I don't mean all of the entire budget for YSB. I'm talking the shelter staff, because that's a 24/7 operation, and so they need to have whatever the staff requirements are. So that should just be without a question. And beyond that, I mean, I'm sure the sheriff's here and saying, you know, he doesn't want to have his merit deputies and the one that he's trying to make sure he's not short-staffed, that he's been working so hard on. But the big thing is, out of the gate, going out of the gate, we should make sure it's not the jail.
To the health, life, safety point, I think.
Well,
I mean,
but
you can make
no, I think we need to be specific, because you'd be surprised how many people will say, well, if I don't do this, people's health is at risk, or if I don't do this, whatever.
Yep, and
So-
I think that, I think you make a good point. May I continue? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm just gonna sit around and have a conversation.
It's all right. It's what I'm here for. It's okay. I think you can make the argument about public safety, and speaking of public safety, all of you are still here. So, hi, and I know this is something that is very important to you. So, Sheriff Marte, if you got something to say, please say it.
So I want to make this clear that I'm speaking only on our department, no one else's, okay? And the reason why I want to start that way is because I sent everyone, the whole council, an email last Wednesday articulating, trying to explain where we're at right now with this hiring freeze. And I could tell you right now that the stress level of the people that are working that jail right now is off the charts. Off the charts right now. Because when logically, I understand we have to tighten our belts. I get that. But the problem is for us, we're kind of at a skeleton crew right now. And it took us how many years to get to the point where we're at now? And I'm sitting here telling you that if we continue this path, we're going to go backwards. We're going to go backwards in the jail, because the jail is a very distinct operation. It is. I wouldn't be here telling you that. I was elected to do a job here for this county, people that voted me in. But I'm doing for people that didn't vote me in also. And right now, I showed you the condition of the jail in the beginning. I wasn't making it up. And the hard time that we had to get it to where it's now, I fear that if you keep us in the same atmosphere as everybody else, when we're the only agency, I take it back, us and you services that work 24/7. Think about that, 24/7. When people that work in this county have a holiday, we don't. They're there. We're obligated to feed the residents in that facility. We prepare 750 meals a day. A day, think about that. So when we don't have an individual, we have to wait, and then it falls through the cracks, guess what? It's us. When the jail commander talks about the stress and what he's going through, it's real. It's real. But now it's on me because I'm the one that brought these two people here to try to get us to a particular place where we should be. My goodness. You control as far as the fine freeze goes. I get it. And I will follow the rules. But I need your help. I'm telling you, I need your help to do my job. Clearer than that, I don't know how to say it. That email that I sent you was very intentional. I wanted you to read it before I stood in front of you. Because I don't comprehend that you seen, a good portion of you took a tour of that jail. Do we really want to go back? Because I'm telling you, right now, people under that stress, we don't need to add more to it. And when I say to you that some of the things you might be aware of, when there's a storm and the county shut down, we don't have that luxury. We just don't. So how in the world are we supposed to wait and go through the process when things for us happen like that? When the mold situation took place and we had to evacuate that place, and bear with me, when the mold happened in that place and we had to evacuate that jail to mitigate the mold, no one was in that justice center where we were when COVID hit. And people worked from home. Guess what? People in that jail did not. They had to go to work. So when I ask you, think about this, because I see what's coming my way. And now that I'm hearing, okay, we're going to be in that facility for a long period of time, obviously. We've just been decided just now. That's what I just heard. Don't tie my hands. Just like the jail commander says, don't handcuff me. Don't do that. Because I don't want to come back here and God forbid the worst happens, and I keep saying it. And I'm not saying it because I want to scare people. I'm saying this because those are the facts for us. If we start continuing to lose people when I don't know when they're going to leave, I can't plan for it in advance. You cannot hold us to the same standards as everybody else. It just won't work. That being said, I would like for all of us to be in the same sheet of music. I want to ask the chief to read the actual email that I sent the entire council so we could be on the same sheet of music here, because I don't know if everybody read it. So I want to make sure that we are on the same sheet of music.
This is the email that the sheriff sent out on October 22nd to the members of the county council. When I assumed the office of sheriff in January 2023, I inherited a jail plagued by severe staffing shortages. These vacancies directly contributed to deplorable living, working conditions that existed within the facility at that time. The council itself recognized these vacancies as a major concern, as they were central to the operational instability, safety risks, morale issues that plagued the jail. From my first day in office, I made it a top priority to correct these conditions, rebuild both the workforce and the morale within the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. To that end, my administration has implemented a streamlined and efficient hiring process that has allowed us to maintain a nearly fully staffed jail for almost 2 years. The results have been clear and measurable: improved safety for the officers and inmates, better cleanliness and an order, and a noticeable increase in staff morale and retention. These gains represent the hard work and commitment of many, and I'm proud of the progress we've achieved to help our county council, with the help of our county council and board of commissioners. Hiring freeze enacted by the county council on September 30th, 2025 threatens to reverse this progress if applied to corrections positions. Staffing in the correctional facility is not a budgetary convenience. It is a critical matter of safety, compliance, and liability. Even one unfilled position creates a ripple effect that harms the operation and endangers both staff and residents. A hiring freeze does more than simply pause the filling of a position. It delays the entire process by requiring additional layers of approval before a vacancy can be even advertised. Each delay from the time position becomes vacant to the time a permission is granted to post to the time the applicant is hired extends the gap in staffing coverage. These delays trickle down to every level of jail operations, forcing the existing staff to work longer shifts, increasing fatigue, driving overtime costs and affecting officer and inmate safety and eroding morale. Even a short disruption in the hiring pipeline can take months to correct, as it interrupts the steady recruitment flow that has been essential to maintaining adequate staffing. Once the momentum of hiring is lost, the effects compound. The training schedules must be reset, shifts must be rearranged, and experienced officers are left carrying the heavy load. When vacancies go unfilled, we see reduced officer and inmate safety due to inadequate supervision, increased overtime costs, which cost more than filling positions promptly, fatigue, burnout, higher turnover among staff, decline in morale, and facility cleanliness. Diminished ability to respond effectively to emergencies and increased exposure to legal and financial liability to the county. These are not hypothetical outcomes. They're the very same issues that existed before I took office, issues the council rightly identified as unacceptable. A one-size-fits-all hiring freeze is not responsible for management of a 24/7 correctional facility that must, by law, maintain minimum staffing levels. I also urge the council to remember that Monroe County is currently operating in a private settlement agreement with the ACL Indiana related to jail overcrowding. The ACL has taken notice of the improvements made under my administration and has acknowledged the policy change in both conditions and cooperation. Applying hiring freeze in the jail would undermine that progress and risk damaging the county's improved relationships with the ACL, especially at a time when construction of a new jail faces real and ongoing delays. We wrote that before tonight, that's for sure. This is in the county's best interest. Is this in the county's best interest legally, fiscally, and ethically to ensure staffing levels will remain stable and compliant? Undermining staffing at the correctional facility would now not only jeopardize the safety, but also could invite renewed scrutiny and potential legal action. I respectfully ask each council member to consider the following simple question. Would you truly vote in a public meeting not to allow opening and filling a vacant correctional position at the jail? If the honest answer is no, then it stands to reason that corrections positions must be exempted from this hiring freeze. To maintain a purely symbolic hiring freeze knowing it will directly harm operations, safety, and morale would be inconsistent and irresponsible with government and safety priorities. So the rest is plain and engaging here. And Kyle's going to talk about this, ladies and gentlemen, that I think the most important part of that whole diatribe there is this is exactly what we were facing when we walked in the door. And I will tell you, I think we all can agree we are now sentenced to that building for a lot longer than what we were anticipating. We started this dialogue 3 years ago, and we sit here tonight back to square one. I've stood talking to Kyle Gibbons one day in that jail after we'd been here about 6 months and watched blood start oozing from his nose because of the air quality that was in that facility when we took over. I stood there and watched his nose start bleeding. And our people have lived in that, and they have worked in that. When COVID hit, everybody was going home but us. And from the time someone quits their position at that jail, and they will call in and say, I quit, or they will be in the middle of their shift and they will walk off and say, I quit. Some of that is just the work ethic that comes with different people's expectations, but some of it is because it's a crappy place to work. So what Kyle has done, and I used to get questions when I come into these updates, how's the staffing level at the jail? How's the staffing level at the jail? We're good, we're fully staffed. And it was a major accomplishment when in August of about 2023, just after about 8 months of being here, Kyle had corrected that. And what he does when they quit, he immediately begins the hiring process. We have a stack of applications. He makes the phone call. He will get people interviews sometimes the next day to come in and interview for that position whenever they come. We don't wait till we get 5 positions so we can train them all at once. That sounds real nice and tidy, but that's not the way this situation works. So the next day, within a week, we've got people interviewed. We do a pretty extensive background. It takes some time, and usually within about a 3-week period of someone walking off the door, we have someone there, and then there's 80 hours of required training, and then there's a field training program, and it's usually about 3 months before that person's, worth their salt, and they're now an independent corrections officer. So I'm just absolutely befuddled that we would even consider doing this after all of the hell that has been experienced in that jail and what these people have been put through, and we're talking about interrupting a hiring process that at least keeps fresh bodies coming in there when someone leaves there. And if we do that, the sheriff's right. This is exactly what happened, because there wasn't attention paid to immediately jumping on that, and here we go again. So, I talked to my friend who's the sheriff of Morgan County. They're dealing with Senate Bill 1 just like everybody else, I reckon. And I said, hey, how'd you guys, they have a hiring freeze up there. I said, how'd you guys handle it? He goes, didn't affect us. It wasn't even considered. They have their own, I guess they have county EMS, because at county EMS, the sheriff's office, the jail, and fire, wasn't even considered in the conversation. So I would implore you, given tonight's events, and I'm not passing judgment on it, I'm just talking about the reality of where we sit tonight. We're going to be living in that jail, and we've got to deal with that jail, and we don't have a choice. Nobody else sitting in this room, nobody else that was talking tonight will have to contend with that. So it's pretty easy when you go home and you're not dealing with it every day. I'm sitting here sick as a dog, and I've been sick as a dog for 5 days, but I got to come in here. And I have seen our folks struggle mightily with that, because they come to work sick because they don't want to let their shift partner down. Because when one guy leaves the shift, the whole thing goes into chaos. And unless you work in there, all I can do is tell you about it. You're welcome to come work a couple shifts if you'd like, but it's not pleasant, I can promise you that. So that's my 2 cents worth for what it's worth.
It takes people to help people. It takes people to ensure that we're in the right position at the right time, and these are trained individuals putting themselves in a position to help people. And that's what we're all talking about. I mean, we're talking about extra programs, and we're talking about this, and we're talking about that, and all these ways we can help, but that takes manpower. As it stands right now, Nikki Ferris, who worked over 26 years in that position, has now been gone for about a month. That's a month that we haven't had somebody that's done the job for over 26 years. That is incredibly difficult to try to handle, especially when I've only been here for 3. She was doing things in that position that I didn't even know were things, and I run the jail. Right now, we just have a hodgepodge, including me. We're all trying to figure it out. If tonight you said, all right, after a month, we'll allow you to fill the position, it's going to take weeks of applications. And if it's somebody who doesn't have the level of experience that Nikki Ferris had when she left, I've got to try to fill that with one person. I can't cut somewhere else and hope that I can figure that out. So the training that it would take after the 3 weeks of applications, after the 3 to 4 weeks of background checks, the training would take just as long. We're looking at months before we have somebody, if you decide today to fill that position. The issue with that is that the people inside the facility, their attorneys and their families, and they don't care that we're shorthanded. They need things at certain times. As it stands here, we've been here for over 6 hours now. We've provided meal service. We've done laundry. We've cleaned the facility. We've done transports. We've prepared people for court in the morning. We've moved people around. We try to remain classified in some way or another, because obviously you guys understand we're limited on space. All of those things take people. And when the jail commander's sitting in here, and the chief deputy and the sheriff, you've got to rely on the captain that's there. And when he's there, he's got to rely on his sergeants. Everybody plays a role. And in this job, we have statutory requirements. And this is the first time I've seen E's list. And I think it's a great start. I just think that for us, it's not even close to feasible. And Pete, you were the one this whole time, you were so invested in making sure we remained fully staffed. You were the one beating that drum, and I loved you for it. I still do. But if we start going backwards, if even it means for one position, because again, you get your 80 hours on initial hire, 40 hours every year, or in the first year, and then you get 16 hours every year after. When we do this training, when we take down use of force instances by over 500%, or down 85%, I'm sorry, that comes from allowing us to take 30 officers to train them properly while the rest of the staff runs the jail. We can't just do that. We don't get to shut things down. We're not at clerical deadlines for some things. We have people, and people change by the second, by what the sheriff said. And this is your decision, obviously. This is what you do. All we can say is we expressed our needs. And again, I'll echo what the sheriff said. I don't want any other office, especially judges who we work closely with, to feel like we believe that we're more important than anyone else. That's what it can look like, especially as law enforcement, and I understand that perception. But I will say, if I don't have the people to do the jobs, I can't do mine. And if I can't do mine, then the people of Monroe County elected the sheriff and put him in a position that's untenable.
Last thing I'm going to say is this, because when I walk through the halls of that office, and I'm thinking about, okay, how do we proceed from this point forward? Because I am going to abide by the policies that you set. But I'm walking by a wall that we have that I don't wish is on any department. We have a wall, memorial wall, honored and dedicated to the people, deputies and correction officers that are no longer here with us anymore. That's the distinction between us and anyone else. I don't wish that at anyone, but I don't want that wall growing. And it is there right now. So with that in mind, I am asking to be exempt. Because when people are fatigued and they're tired, it's a very dangerous job. It can happen. But in our world, we can't afford that. No one else could say that. We just can't. I want to make sure that that's understood.
Okay, thank you very much for bringing that to the attention. I will say that I feel like I've said this countless times during each of the conversations related to the hiring freeze. This is not a perfect situation that anybody wants to be in. And I can certainly understand what you guys are telling us, how you feel. We don't want to be in this position as well. And I don't think this has been, I've said this to y'all publicly and privately when we've had conversations about this. I think these are things that you can make the case for and the argument for, which you all three are making for tonight, to say why you are exempt. And I think you've done what you needed to do tonight. So I'm not going to fault all of us up here for trying to figure out how we can do things with the constraints of SB1, and we're not trying to put y'all in a very tight situation, even more than what we are already facing, just the same. So I say all that to say that I hear you very loud and very clear, and I'm willing to listen to my colleagues, and I'm going to go to Kate since you are the liaison.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Mr. Gibbons, for the phone call today and talking to me. And I think that your point that you made earlier at the lectern is one that's very important. It's communication, and being able to have conversations is critical to keeping things moving forward, not taking 2 steps back every time, not ending up in a position where we vote down something that we've been working toward because we can't ethically do it, So all of that to say, I think that, I can't speak for my colleagues, but my guess is that we're all on the same page here. We do, for a correctional officer position, for a road deputy, certainly, please don't let us hold you up. We get that those are critical positions, and as I'm ready to vote to exempt those right this minute. That's where I am. And I'm just guessing others are too, especially the one down there waving her arms.
Are you sure you would?
She's like, wait.
I'll try to get home before midnight.
But what I think the devil's in the details, and I think what we might need to discuss are your clerical positions exempt? I don't think we can exempt an entire department or office, but we can certainly say, in my opinion, sure, certain positions, certain types of positions should be exempt, and we don't want to hold you up on that. I know you have a position that you're referring to that is vacant. I literally, dumb me, my fault, did not realize that the facility manager position was Nikki Ferris's position. I was thinking, oh, it's just a facility manager. It's like maintenance. Why do you need that filled so badly? And then Kyle set me straight, and I was like, oh, yeah, that position runs half of what goes on inside that jail and half of all of the good things, like the folks, the inmates who are working in the jail, and keeps that whole thing flowing. So, communication, just that to me, I think that would be a case where you could lay out the operational impact of not having that position. That person was impacting the quality of life of the positions we're about to, we would exempt. So I want to craft something where we can look at that and we can differentiate between the facility manager in the jail and somebody else who, and I'm not going to name a position because I'll get in great big trouble, but another position that doesn't have that type of role where, they're feeding 750 meals worth of people, every day and that kind of thing. And that's what this conversation should be about, is differentiating that. I think a separate conversation and perhaps a more immediate conversation is, do we have exempt positions, and where are they, what are they? And let's be really clear and get that messaging out to our departments so we're not having panic and demoralized employees. I'll stop now, sorry, thanks.
Yep. Councilor Iverson.
And I think we should probably take it one step further, because the way that we got to the language of this hiring freeze was looking at the hiring freeze from a decade ago. And so as we're thinking, maybe it wasn't a decade ago, whenever it was, as we're thinking about getting this, it would behoove us to do what you just said, I think, work quickly so that we address the immediate concerns, but also be really clear-eyed about how we're moving, how we're writing this so that it makes a lot of sense. The second point I want to make is Youth Service Bureau is not here right now, and I'm curious about what other departments exist that would be that 24-hour, I don't think there is one, but I think we need to also be thinking about their operations and what needs to be done there too.
Can I respond to Kate real quick here? Kate has a very valid point. our plea here is simply for corrections officers and merit officers. Those other ones, you know, there's so few of them. And two, you know, we don't, like Kyle said, we're not saying that, you know, the operations inside our agency are so much more important than others. So I wouldn't fault the council at all if you said any position that's not a corrections officer or a merit officer, you must come forward here like everybody else does and justify the reason why you need that filled. Now, you know, the facilities manager position is kind of a fluke here. We would certainly come to you and say, hey, we would like a real rapid response on the person who cooks 750 meals and orders all of the food and all the cleaning supplies and manages the inmate workers and all that stuff. But the day-to-day operations, what we deal with, first off, is the turnover on the corrections side more than anything, and then the safety issues and the public service issue creates when a merit deputy's position is vacant. So that's all we're talking about here. Am I wrong, Sheriff?
No, you beat me to it. And my apologies if I didn't make that crystal clear. Our concern, basically, utmost, correctional officers and the merit. But that affects public safety tremendously in our world. I wouldn't even be sitting in front of you if we had enough staff members, but we don't. And that's what really worries me because, again, bad things happen really quick in our profession. And if we're not fully staffed, it's just going to make it worse. And not if, it's when it's going to happen. That's my dilemma. But I agree with the fact that, you know, not the entire department, no, I'm asking for corrections and merit. So I agree with you.
Councilor Henry.
I'll keep it brief. I know we're late, very late. And I want to just honor the fact that you're still here. There are department heads that waited out and they're here, and I appreciate that they do this. There are others that we might not see as very often, but I appreciate you're here. I want to honor the fact that we did talk earlier in the week. I think a lot of what I talked about with all of you has been basically said about the exemption that needs to be made. I think that all I'm just going to say is, you know, I wasn't here for the vote either on that Wednesday. It was later into the evening. I guess I had made an assumption that the positions that we would qualify for overtime were kind of similar to this. You know, I must have crossed those wires, confusing that we didn't exempt from the hiring freeze basically the same positions we exempted from overtime pay, which is merit and jail in that list. So I think it's an easy fix. I mean, there's probably a broader or longer conversation we got to do about all of this, you know, in terms of the range of positions. I will say too, I think for council, it is a foretaste of what, you know, a tighter budget might look like, where we are starting to talk about personnel that are, well, you know, the E word, essential, versus those that are programmatic or administrative or other roles that, you know, you have to run your operation on, or else, as Councilor Hawk said, you know, we can't close, right? And as you've said too. So, at this point, I'm marble-mouthed, but I'm happy to support the exemption for this particular department with those positions that we've discussed, because of the reasons discussed, and that's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Any Councilor Fidel?
I just wondered, I support this, but I just wondered if you have any idea how many correction and merit officers we might be talking about here, the positions. About, it doesn't have to be exact.
Right now, we have 2 vacant merit positions.
No, I don't mean the vacancies. I mean, like, how many total merit and correctional officers are there?
She's asked total number of correctional officers we have.
A big idea, a range.
88 total, how many part-times? 88 total correctional officers. And then part-time is 7.
So about 95 total, you think? About, part of the 88.
That's part of the 88, yes.
So total about 80. Okay.
Correctional officers.
There's 45 merit deputies.
So 45 and 88, is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Thank you. That's the number I was looking for. About. Thank you.
Okay. Any other further discussion? Okay. So, oh, sorry, I didn't. Yeah.
In light of this conversation, I drafted language to add to the resolution, if you would like to see that.
Please.
Okay, so this is the resolution. I added the language in red under hiring department. So originally it said no department is exempt from the hiring freeze. Struck that language and added, the council does not intend for this resolution to jeopardize public safety and or the continuation of necessary county services within the correctional center and or the sheriff's office. Therefore, 1, correctional officer positions within the Monroe County Correctional Center, and 2, merit deputy positions within the sheriff's office will be exempt from the hiring freeze. The elected official and or department head, as delineated herein by this paragraph, may continue with the hiring of any vacancy within these respective departments without seeking permission from the council pursuant to this amended resolution. And then I struck in the chart where they had 3 positions already identified.
Yes, Councilor Fido.
So what happened, Molly, Molly Turner King, what happened to the Youth Services Bureau? Were we not thinking about that either at this point?
I could add Youth Services Bureau. You could always come back and amend this after a discussion with Youth Service Bureaus as to what positions they're talking about.
That sounds good.
But since the Sheriff's Office is here tonight, I think we can add this language to accommodate their request if that is the will of the council.
Thank you.
So I think in the interest of time, since they're here and it's critical for these positions to be added, again, much like we keep finding things that we need to add to this resolution, I think it would be in the best interest of us to try to proceed with this, and then maybe we can work with employee services and staff to figure out who else could also potentially be exempt on this, whether that's the highway, whether that's YSB, or, those people that have critical 24-hour care. I'm just trying to make sure, because we're not going to get it all right now, and it's almost midnight. But since they're here, we move forward with doing what we need to do with this, and then working together with any other department that has positions that potentially could be exempt. Does that sound like a plan for everybody? Okay, yes.
I have one more thing. The facilities manager position, we actually already put in for, in looking for permission to hire it. I think Kim said that we didn't have any available council members and it maybe slipped through the cracks a little bit. Are we saying that if this is passed, we can hire that position? Are we getting approval for that tonight?
And I think that would be something that maybe we can add to the list. And I will say, because I've said this to y'all as well, I swear that I thought that very early on in the conversation that this was a position that was supposed to be added to the exempt list. I still stand, I swear I thought I saw it somewhere. So if that got mixed in the sauce, then I'm sorry for that. Yes.
Excuse me. That position is going to be addressed later in item 10, because we need to amend the exempt list, because there was some errors with regards to account numbers and that kind of thing. So that was one of the things that I said to add to that, so.
Okay, so then we can proceed. Yes.
Council, I move to amend Resolution 2025-42 with the language on the screen, as well as the items in the chart that were updated.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Is there any other further discussion on this? All right, seeing none. All those in favor of, public comment. Okay, if we got public comment on this item, please, if you're still here, Please come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room or raise your hand via Teams. I think we might have public comment. Oh, it's okay.
Voting on this so I can go.
We're trying. We're all trying to get to our final destination, which is home right now, so.
Amen.
Yeah.
Hi, guys. Kylie Ferris, election supervisor. I want to say that I agree with the sheriff and his team on that the hiring freeze is not a one-size-fits-all. Now, I know our situations are not the same, but both of our work does have to be done. With that being said, the absentee staff that we have that works for our office are individuals who we already are having issues with finding enough of them, let alone having this hiring freeze where they're all afraid that they're not going to be accepted back. We already have enough hoops to jump through, and so one of our main concerns is that if we get to the election next year and we have somebody call out last minute, are we going to have to wait to come back to a county council and not have an individual to fill that spot for that day, and what that's going to look like moving forward? I understand that, like I said, our offices are not the same. They're 24 hours, we're twice a year, but absentee voting is 28 days, twice a year. So just trying to make sure that we are also going to be covered with this hiring freeze as well, and getting that on the table for you guys. Thank you.
All right. Is there any other public comment on this item? All right. And seeing none, all those in favor of amending the resolution as presented? Yes.
Since it's a resolution, it needs to be a voice.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
I mean, a roll call, sorry.
Okay. It's way past my bedtime. and it's
Yeah, my
sports
brain's
ball.
saying one thing, my tongue
Okay.
is saying something else.
All right. So roll call, please.
Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Feidel,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Henry. Motion passes unanimous, and I'll make note that Counselor Hawk has left the meeting.
All right. So that's it there.
Thank you, Council.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up on the item, the agenda here is item H.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the Sheriff's Request in Fund 1000-005, County Sheriff General, and to submit an in-house transfer request and move to a total of 52.
Sorry. We didn't finish the conversation with regards to the rubric.
Yeah, you did a motion
I'm
just
so
on that, and so you guys need
I'm
to,
so
you have to decide what you want to do moving forward.
All right. Let's flip it and reverse it and come back to you. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, this is your show, so.
Sorry, Jamie.
Yeah, so now those folks are taken out of it, and you got to decide what you're going to do with everyone else. So we'll figure out other exemptions, possibly, but then how do you want this to work with those other requests?
Got it. Anything else you want to add? Not trying to and thank you. You've also been here. Your department, you've been here for a while too, so appreciate it. Thank you. Giving shout outs. So, all right. Anything else we need to add? I'm looking at y'all over yonder. Ms. Turner King has a puzzled look on her face.
Do you want me to say more?
I don't have a thought, actually. I'm now on the fly. I think you have to, there's two prongs of this. Are you okay with this form? Do you want to implement this form? And then if we are implementing this form, who is scoring this form? You have a couple options, I think. You could use PAC for this capacity. You could treat it similar to KSAs where employee services and council administrators score it, or council can score it, but weirdly as a whole in a public meeting.
Weirdly as a whole?
I didn't mean as a whole. I mean, it would feel awkward doing it in a public meeting.
So, yeah, I mean, I think when that PAC is kind of not doing anything at the moment because of what we've been implementing. So maybe that is a good thing to go with PAC, and I saw Councilor Wilt's hand up.
That's what I was going to say.
That's what I was going to say too.
Hey, look at us. Everything is awesome.
I think that PAC should meet to
go over it.
100%.
You
In
know,
November, yeah.
play with that, and you'll be there, right? I mean, that would be awesome if you could be. And okay, cool.
Okay, Counselor Iverson.
And if there's going to be a scoring procedure, maybe we don't ask a whole bunch of open-ended questions. Maybe we put it on a scale of 1 to 5. Maybe we do some, I don't know, like, it seems like a lot of open-ended questions would be harder to score because then it would be very subjective.
Agreed, and I think that that was my intent, was to take the subjectiveness out of it
Okay,
as
we're on the
much
same-
as we can.
Great,
So,
great.
yeah, I agree.
So, sounds like,
I think I'm good then. So we'll just, on the advice of council, we'll call a PAC meeting, and the committee then will work with the HR director and myself as well as legal, and we'll come up with a form for you guys to approve as soon as we can.
okay. All right, yes, Counselor Iverson.
Was there anything else that you needed to bring our attention to that you were looking for more specific feedback?
No, I don't think so. I think that it would just, in my experience, working with departments, that a lot of ambiguity leaves room for confusion and just like a lack of understanding of what the goals are, right? And so I think that if you have something that helps them essentially get on the same page as you and know what details you're looking for, that would be helpful for them.
Great.
So thank you again and again. All right.
Sorry, can I
Yes.
make a timing concern comment?
Si.
So if PAC meets to form this, what they want in this document in the rubric, and then that will come back to full council, is the idea that that's happening before November 10th when you tabled all, so it'll go on the November 10th meeting? And then maybe PAC should consider how they're going to potentially apply whatever procedure is to the pending request?
Should PAC be the scorer?
What did you say?
Is that kind of what you're saying?
Oh, the scorer.
I don't know that I'm saying PAC should be the scorer. I'm saying we just tabled the request from. We just tabled the request from tonight's meeting so that we could apply the process, but we don't have a process. I mean, I don't know. We could, maybe the solution is to reach out to Highway and Prosecutor whose requests were tabled and ask them if it's in the November meeting, second November meeting, if that's bad. I think the Highway was moved to the second
Yes.
meeting.
Beth is still here. Maybe she can answer.
I don't know if Ms. Hamlin wants to be put on the spot to answer this question. I guess that I'm posing.
I wanted to catch her before she left. So.
We tabled the prosecutor's juvenile deputy request to November 10th. If it gets pushed to the November 18th meeting, is that detrimental? Do you feel comfortable speaking to this issue?
We can work with the 18th. Just, I think it's important we find some kind of tangible process. So,
Yeah.
That solves my timing
So
concern.
that's what the next PAC meeting is going to be, is tangilizing the process.
Tangilizing. I just want to be clear, it's like an effort of good faith. It's still an unfilled position that we're covering, and we'll speak to that on the 18th.
We appreciate that.
Here you go.
All right, everybody clear on what needs to be done? And
Thank
can
you,
we-
E.
Yes, and so since I have the PAC members here, I'm assuming we want to meet, because we'll have to advertise that meeting for November the 4th. And what would be a good time? I know that Counselor Wilt said that she has noon is not good for her, but.
Unless you want to review your schedule, we can do a doodle poll.
Yeah,
we have time.
I was just about to say, can we please, like, let's figure, yeah, because we just got some stuff. All right, now we're gonna move on to item H.
All right, here we go, Jamie.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the sheriff's request in Fund 1000-0005, County General Sheriff, to submit an in-house transfer request and move a total of $52,000 into the overtime lines, which is required per Resolution 2025-41, use of overtime budget and reporting.
Second.
All right. Welcome, and thank you for your patience.
Well, thank you, guys. So for this, we are already overexpended by a little over $7,000 in our deputy overtime.
Pull your mic down. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Sorry. So we do need to transfer money, obviously. We're wanting to transfer from our 2 vacant deputy positions. Clearly, we're not going to be able to fill those by the end of the year. The other line is for CHIRP. That's the reimbursable grant. We don't want to go into the negative with it. So that's why I'm saying $7,000 for that. I don't anticipate that we will need the full $45,000 for the deputy overtime, but because it's so close to the end of the year, I'd rather put more money in there.
Okay. Any council, do you have any questions or comments on this item? Looking to my left. Look at Mr. Miller, did you have anything to add?
I'm next.
Except thank you for your patience. Yeah, you just send the stage. Okay. If there's still public comment that is still watching, and still would like to make a comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room. We'll say good morning to you, or you can raise your hand via Teams. Yep. I would be in my bed with my bonnet on right now. All right, so that being said, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Deckard,
Yes.
Counselor Feidel,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Hawk, has left the building, Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Next up is item I.
Council, I move to open for discussion and possible approval of the sheriff's request in Fund 1000-0380, County General Jail, to submit an in-house transfer request and move a total of $34,000 into the overtime line, which is required per Resolution 2025-41, use of overtime budgeting and reporting.
Second.
All right.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. That's so weird right now.
It is.
Good morning.
I never thought I'd say that.
Yep.
As you can see, I kind of laid out all the facts and the details specific to this request. We're asking to move $34,000 into our overtime, as I've stated in this information. That should suffice for the remainder of the year without maybe a little bit on the safer side in hopes of not having to revisit this at a later meeting.
All right, thank you. Council, yes, Council Iverson.
For both, just the request, the overtime, the detail is so appreciated. This came up earlier in the meeting, but the level of detail is really fantastic. I know it probably seems like overkill, but it's not.
Thank you.
Helpful.
Happy to help.
Yeah.
Anybody else? All right, if there's public comment that would like to make comment on this item, you can come forward to the lectern here in the Nat U Hill room, or you can raise your hand via Teams. Seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote? Please have a roll call vote.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Counselor Feidel,
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz,
Yes.
Counselor Henry,
Yes.
Counselor Crossley,
Yes.
Counselor Iverson,
Yes.
Counselor Deckard.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
All right.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Good night and good morning. All right, moving on to the next item still. Item J.
Council, I move to approve ordinance 2025-39, an ordinance to approve and fix terms and conditions for the sale of land.
Second.
All right. And we have Mr. Cockrell that is coming up. Thank you. I'm gonna walk away.
You don't know whether to say good evening or good morning.
Good morning.
Good night. This is an ordinance, so unless it has a unanimous vote today, it will have to come back at the next meeting. So I thought I'd throw that out there first. What this is we've discussed the Thompson property. I think we've had an executive session where we had a potential buyer. Everybody seemed really interested in selling that property. What this will do is allow the commissioners to use one of three statutory options. One would be kind of the regular notice out and we collect bids. The second one would be a provision that would allow us to use the economic development provision if so choose, so that if we had someone who wanted to develop it, you get a little bit more flexibility with the timelines of them researching the property or not. And the third is for another governmental entity, in case maybe, say, Bloomington wanted to buy it. In any event, the average of the two appraisals is $4,672,500, and this would not allow for a sale less than that amount.
All right. Thank you very much. Council, any questions or comments on this topic? Councilor Wilt, I saw your hand first, and then Mr. Deckard.
In the spirit of keeping options open, should we maybe table this or postpone till we know more about our land use needs? Or are we for sure? I don't know. This is what popped in my head. I don't know. Is there a reason that we have to do this now in the middle of the night?
No.
It's not like pressing.
We don't have any potential buyers. We don't have any potential, anything like that. This is to begin the process. I mean, clearly, if earlier tonight went differently, this was going to be a fairly easy decision. I would say, in defense of continuing to move forward with this, if you so choose, we've looked at that property pretty extensively. It was purchased for the jail complex, and there are a lot of constraints to that property that would make it difficult to.
Yeah. So I am, in addition to my initial, like, well, maybe we, keep it in our back pocket. It is the middle of the night, and this type of like sale of land approval thing at literally 12:08. I mean, maybe just to save face a little bit. There's nobody awake to make public comment in case there was. I mean, I just would like to table it.
Well, in all fairness, let's hear what other council members say. And
what, I can't just keep talking?
Well, I mean, you did a great job externally processing.
Thank you.
Now it's time to hear what other people have to say. Councilmember Deckard.
I'm actually interested in seeing the county recoup dollars from things that have been sitting there. I agree with Councilor Wiltz. I'm not sure middle of the night is the time to do it. This is a long agenda with Herculean things on it and with tons of it. One thing I just want to say that this site was well discussed in those neighborhoods and among lots of people. And what I want to make sure we don't do, if I'm just speaking my druthers since it's already late, is that we start then eyeballing this with squinting eyes and say, well, you know what, that one looks pretty too, because they all start like that. Somebody, there once was a dream called Fullerton, Myrtle Pike, Thompson, North Park. Someone will send something tonight, and later people will say, not in my backyard, don't do it. And so I have some concerns over that. I also want to make sure of one thing abundantly clear is that once it is sold, that becomes something that someone does something with. And so neighbors may find things there that are akin to whatever. So I just, this is what we've learned about land, property, and jails and justice centers.
All right, Councilor Crossley, do you have anything to say about this topic?
No, except for I think it's late, and I don't want to make a decision like this with it being as late as it is.
Right, I'm going to continue to pretend like I'm still running this meeting.
Go for it.
Counselor Wiltz, would you like to make a motion?
I'd like to table this item until our next council meeting, which is November 10th.
Second.
And if I may, I'm going to consider that this is the first reading of this ordinance.
Yes.
So that at the next meeting, it would be the second reading. In
Ooh,
which
I
case,
like that. Someone is not as sleepy as the rest of us.
All right. Is there any public comment on this tabling? Seeing none, can we have a roll or a voice vote? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it. See you on the 10th. You want to take us out?
Yep. Molly, help us with item 10A.
There's more?
Oh, and you gotta read the motion before she takes us.
Council, I move to approve the following amendments to the 2025-42 hiring freeze exempt list to correct fund/account/location numbers and positions. 1, amend airport account line from 14,003 to 13,590. 2,
You can skip 2.
3, thank you. Add jail facilities manager 1000-16021-0380 full-time. 4, amend the first TSD support technician from 1138-13290-0000 to 1000-17801-0106. And finally, add YSB counselor 8120-11120-9626 full-time.
All right, Ms. Turner King.
These are corrections that, in working with employee services, we have identified needs to be made to the resolution so they reflect correct account lines. And then it adds the sheriff's office, the correctional center's facilities manager to the exempt list. With the caveat, we're adding the facilities manager to this exemption list on now October 29th. And the exemption list has a expiration date of November 1st. And so I don't think they're gonna hire someone in the next 3 days.
What do they have to have done by November? Sorry.
An offer extended and accepted.
Oh, best laid plans. Darn it.
So,
Everyone else on that list was given, was included originally whenever that was passed, I can't recall. I think we can specify and make in the amendment that they have a longer time to hire. So, I don't know, December 31st?
Well, we should have that done easily by that period of time. It's simply opening the position, then we have to do a background investigation, interviews, and all those types of things. So I'd say if you use December 31st, that would give us more than ample time to do that.
So I can make the amendment and then specify in that line in the chart that unlike all the other positions listed in that chart, they have until December 31st due to the late addition.
Yes.
okay,
Is there a motion to move to that effect?
so moved.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second to add the jail facilities manager position with an exempt or a date of December 31st, 2025 to get that filled. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of amending this as presented signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. All right, now we're gonna come back to overall. Man, I sound like I just woke up and smoked a whole pack of cigarettes. Okay, so is there any other further discussion overall? Nope. All right. I'm just so choked up about all of this. If we can Public comment, if you are still listening and you would like to make a public comment, please entertain us by raising your hand via Teams, or you can come to the lectern here in the Night U Hill Room. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Croft?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you. That is all of the business. Yes.
I'm sorry.
No.
As much as I don't want to do this, a power greater than me has pointed out that I need to point out that on item 8D, which was the property acquisition, there was a motion failed. A motion failing is not the same as a denied motion, which I believe is the intent of the council. A failed motion may not prevent the same or similar proposal from being reintroduced later. A denied motion is final action. It's very distinct but important difference in language. Therefore, I think hearing the conversation and what I believe is the intent of the council, I would suggest that item 8D be reopened, and that if council wishes to do so, someone move to deny the appropriation for the property acquisition.
Council, I move to reopen the Commissioner's request in Fund 1112-00000, Economic Development Lit, the creation of account line 45151, Property Acquisition. And furthermore, what's the language?
If the intent is to deny the appropriation, the motion should specifically say such. So move to deny.
And Council, I move to deny that line.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, because we have to be very tedious with this. Is there any other further discussion on that, Councilor Deckard?
I have to say, it makes me nervous doing an action on this after everybody has left the you-know-what building on this, and I get it, except I don't want someone to watch this and later get a conspiracy theory that the one that tried to table it was speaking against us doing this. I just think that sometimes these things get us into strange quicksands that at 12:18 at night are not. I don't want someone to be alarmed that they went back to that item in the middle of the night. It makes me very wary. If this were approving minutes, that'd be a different thing, but I start to get nervous. That said, I will vote for this to keep that moving.
And to that point, is there language or something that, Molly, you would be able to send to let people know, like, this is what happened?
I believe there's case law on the difference between a failure of a motion and a denial of a motion. And so if we don't want to do this now, which I think my recommendation is we do, I can send council the case law. If you do want to do this now, I can send something to, we could have a, I don't know. I don't know who to send
There's
it
a
to.
motion and a second.
Well, let her finish.
I don't know who, I do think it's important to be transparent about this, obviously. I just don't know who all to send a summary of what is happening to. I could easily, brainstorming, today's Tuesday. I could go and announce it at the commissioners meeting on Thursday.
I mean, I think could and also another email suffice to, like, the commissioners and make an announcement as well. I guess my whole idea would be to communicate more. I don't want people to feel like the lack of communication is some sneaky link kind of way of doing something.
What if we just tabled this and opened it to just to finish up the business of it? I mean, our intent is clear, and make it official as like oh gosh, every single person is saying no. Okay.
I think the idea that I would like is to put the communication out there, let it be known this is what we did. I mean, we already voted no, but I guess stamp it in red rubber ink and blood. Like, we just need to do this as a finality, I guess. So, I mean, I guess I look at it as, and there's a member of the media here, so hopefully that could be, I'm not putting that on you, sorry. But just saying, like, sorry, it's late, and again, but I'm just wondering, like, if that is, like, we have to be able to get the word out that this is what we did, because obviously, I think if we table it, we're gonna have a longer conversation. Like, people, I just see that being a longer deal. I just think we just need to do the business and just official, because it was brought to our attention by legal that this is what we need to do and this is how we did it.
I can draft an email to that effect.
Okay. I heard Councilor Henry, and then I'll go to Fido.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to just take it on face value that the corrective action was suggested, and we take it to correct it this morning or whatever. I do not think, and given the late hour, I don't want to be skeptical of the legal interpretation we just had almost 2 hours after we took the vote. I think it's really important to say that, because if this was, I appreciate you caught it at this point, but boy, would that have been useful about 2 hours ago. And so if the corrective has been suggested, and if that is the vote we take to just secure the evening, fine. Otherwise, I almost want to pretend like I didn't hear what you said, so that if we had to fix it at our next meeting, we would. I do not, I want to suggest that this was all suggested with good intentions, but if there's space now between what we've done this evening and the next time we gather, we know how the courthouse works, because I gave a speech about it. So I'm just going to take it as the corrective action has been suggested. I would, of course, vote for it, because it is technical and procedural and not substantive in my view. It fixes a technical thing, and we move on. But I would be very remiss opening this up to a space that allows people to have conversations for 2 weeks before we get back to fixing it.
Yes,
Quick point of inquiry. They cannot move forward with the appropriation, is that correct?
The way it is.
If you had asked me that question 2 hours ago, I would have confidently said, yes, that is correct. But I haven't seen the case law on the difference between failure of a motion and denial, and so I don't know that I can answer that right now.
Okay. And then Councilor Fido had it.
So, wondering, could there be, oh wait, no, she's listening.
I'm listening, sorry.
So I'm wondering if there could be a statement of intent added to what we voted on.
I can include language that legal requested that this action be taken to solidify the already expressed intent during the time that this item was discussed.
Yes.
Okay. So does that
This conversation
like
kind of serves as that.
Yeah,
right?
okay, all right. So we got a motion and a second.
Who made the second?
I did.
Thank you.
All right.
Triumphantly.
If there's public comment on this item, please come forward to the lectern here, then at you room or raise your hand via Teams. And seeing none, may we please have a roll call vote?
Counselor Fidel?
Yes.
Counselor Wiltz?
Yes.
Counselor Henry?
Yes.
Counselor Crossley?
Yes.
Counselor Deckard?
Yes.
Counselor Iverson?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimous.
Vote on.
Restate the motion.
Oh, it was made a motion to reopen and deny the appropriation request.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. So that being said, we are now to the end of the agenda. Council liaison updates and comments. I'm gonna ask y'all to hold that to November 10th. So with that being said, we are adjourned. Thank you.
One more.